Plato's noble lie isn't simply one concept or one strategy that he deploys as part of the larger edifice of his thought. Plato's entire philosophical project could be seen as a noble lie, where my thesis is essentially that Plato didn't believe in the existence of the forms, that he contrived this doctrine for the purposes of psychological and social engineering. Before he met Socrates, he was an aspiring tragic poet in the theater of Dionysus. And the story is that after he heard Socrates talk, he burned his great tragedy in an offering to Prometheus. He calls forth the god of fire and decides to become a student of Socrates. But he's coming from the background of having been a tragic poet. Dionysus is the god associated with tragedy. A case can be made that people who understood very well what Plato's esoteric project was, and people who knew how to deploy noble lies, engineered the Abrahamic revelation, the biblical religion, as a catalyst for the transformation of society. But the catalyst was not intended to get people to become good Jews, or later good Christians, or even later good Muslims. The catalyst was intended to get people to go to the devil, instigate rebellion, give people models of challenging authority. That's very Plato. His intention was to separate the goats from the sheep. Well, it's great to be back with you.
Yeah.
We've been planning this talk on Plato for a really long time, and it's a difficult subject to approach. I've written 2 essays that are relevant to it, which I want to reference right up front, because as deep as we may go here, it's still only going to be scratching the surface compared to the complexity of what I've written in these essays. And the most important of them is called The Pharmakon Artist in Lovers of Sophia. So I believe it's the second essay in this book. This book, Lovers of Sophia, it's an anthology. It's a collection of essays rather than really being a book. And these essays were actually written before Prometheus and Atlas. I think almost every piece in Lovers of Sophia preceded Prometheus and Atlas, in some cases significantly. And frankly, I have to confess that Pharmakon Artist is the oldest of them. So in that essay on Plato, you see, which is fitting because, as I quote Alfred North Whitehead at the beginning of this essay, some people have taken the view that the whole history of Western philosophy consists of a series of footnotes to Plato. That's how Whitehead put it. And so I suppose it's fitting that my own first philosophical work was my interpretation of Plato, which is an essay of almost book length. It could be a short book. And I wrote it in my 20s. And in a lot of ways, this essay, The Pharmakon Artist, can be seen as an esoteric key to my entire corpus. And by the end of our conversation, maybe I'm going to highlight a few ways in which that's the case. So that essay in Lovers of Sophia, and then there is a chapter in Prometheus and Atlas toward the end. I believe it is chapter 9 of Prometheus and Atlas. Atlas of the New Atlantis deals with Plato's quote, myth, unquote, of Atlantis. And we'll get into that as well here because I think it's very relevant to understanding what we could call Plato's unwritten doctrine, or, esoteric Plato. His knowledge concerning Atlantis is very relevant to that subject. And in that chapter, Atlas of the New Atlantis, I get into, Plato's understanding of Atlantis and how it's related to the way in which he wanted to transform Greek society. So anyway, those are the two references that I wanted to give up front. And I mean, do you have any prefatory remarks you'd like to make before we jump in?
Yeah, I just want to lay this out for people that we didn't plan this out as a series to begin with, but it's materializing as one now. So we started off our discussion. This is going to be a 4-part playlist on my channel for people who are watching. It's okay if this is the first video you stumbled on. You can watch this one first. You can watch them in any order, but I would prefer to start off with the Mithra video, because Mithra is such an ancient idea that has its tentacles in the Vedic world as well as the Western world. And then, so that was our first video. We introduced that. And then we went into Zoroaster. And Zoroaster, coming out of the Mithraic tradition, revolutionizes religion, theology, philosophy for the entire Western world. And so then after that video, we did Prometheism. And why that's so important to come third is because the Prometheism video really shows that there's a divide in the world between people who are submitting to this idea of a tyrant god, the El cults, the Judeo-Christian religions, versus the Promethean religions of divine knowledge that will make that you self become like the gods. So there's this idea of the two. And now we're getting into Plato. And
Mithra is born on what became Christmas. Mithra is born on the winter solstice. Mithra was born of a virgin. The Mithraists celebrated a communion where they drank wine, which, by the way, their wine was spiked with Amanita muscaria mushrooms, which grow under what kind of trees? Evergreen trees. What's the color scheme of Amanita muscaria mushrooms? Red and white, and then the evergreen is green. Well, there's the Christmas color scheme. At communion feast, they would eat bread that was circular in form and inscribed by a cross. Here's your communion wafer and also the breaking of the bread. Iconography of the bishops and the cardinals and so forth, with these tall hats that they wear. Well, this is a preservation of the Phrygian cap, the red Mithraic cap. These white-robed figures would regularly come to meet with Muhammad, and he would go into a tent with them and sit with them in a circle, and no one else was allowed to come in. Salman the Persian, Salman the Farsi, he was the one putting the Quran into Muhammad's head, and that, he was the puppet master on the scene.
welcome back to the Gnostic Informant, and you are about to attain true gnosis. And today, one of my more anticipated guests, highly anticipated guest that I've been looking forward to is Dr. Jason Reza Jorjani, author of Prometheism, Iranian Leviathan, and plenty other books. Check them out on Amazon if you haven't yet. And welcome. Thanks for coming on.
It's a pleasure to be with you, Neil. Thanks for the invitation.
My pleasure as well. And I want to get into the history of Mithra. Mithra is sort of an interesting character, sort of a mediator. But, you know, I have a copy of an English version, an English translation of the Vedas, and I have the Mahabharata, and I have some of those Indian epics. And there's Mithra in there too. Mithra's in Persian history, Mithra's in Roman mythology. Mithra's everywhere. So where does Mithra come from? What's the oldest extant version of Mithra that we have?
Well, I think the oldest inscription that refers to Mithra is from about 1700 BC. And it's an interesting inscription because basically it's in Sanskrit, but it was found in northern Iraq. And this is one of a number of pieces of evidence for the fact that the Aryans came to India from elsewhere. So it seems that northern Iraq, which historically is Kurdistan, in other words, it's the Kurdish part of Iran, was a homeland for those Aryans who eventually settled in northern India, and who are loosely known as the Hindus in Western discourse, because they settled around the Indus River. And so it seems that the worship of Mithra was brought to northern India by these people who called themselves Arya, the nobles, and Mithra is actually one of the oldest of the Sanskrit gods. You have basically I wouldn't call it a trinity exactly, but you have three major figures in the oldest strata of Vedic religion: Indra, Mithra, and Varuna. And Mithra, Varuna are sometimes hyphenated; they're referred to together, right? And we can get into that, in greater depth and length, because it turns out to be relevant to the feminine aspect of Mithra, which eventually is split off as an independent deity.
That's fascinating, because I see the Mithra Varuna, like you said, hyphenated, and it's always a depiction of a man on this like snake body thing. And I've heard, I don't know how true this is. I mean, you could probably clarify this. Is that it's sort of like a depiction of the Milky Way galaxy, or the Milky Way in the sky, and like I guess there's like this big giant star in the middle so I guess that's like a depiction of Mithra. I don't know if that's true or not. What is that?
I think in terms of the snake, it's Typhonian kind of reference to Varuna as a storm goddess type figure. And eventually what happens is that Varuna gets split off of Mithra and becomes the goddess that the Iranians refer to as Anahita. But to back up for a minute, the more important thing to grasp here, before endeavoring to understand anything else about Mithraism, is that Indra is a deva. Indra is the chief of the devas, the king of the gods, like Zeus, right? Mithra is a Ashura, or Titan. And so Mithra Varuna, these are titanic figures. So it's not that, these figures, Indra and Mithra, were sort of like worshipped together. They're opposed to each other. They're the leading figures of two opposed pantheons, a pantheon of devas or gods and a pantheon of Ashuras. This is also relevant to the eventual differentiation of a united Indo-Iranian community into Indians on the one hand and Iranians on the other, where the Iranians take the gods of the Hindus and they demonize them, and they worship the Titans instead, who are considered demonic by the Hindus. So Mithra winds up becoming the most important god to the Iranians, whereas from the Hindu perspective, he's a kind of demonic figure. In the discourse of the original Sanskrit Aryan religion, he's a figure associated sort of with the hellish realms and the underworld and so forth.
So now this reminds me of Greek mythology with the Titans and and what are the other ones are called, the gods, I guess. The
Olympian gods. And
Olympian, right.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't just remind you. It's the same thing. The Greeks and the Indians and Iranians were all one people. They were a people called the Yamanaya, or the Proto-Indo-Europeans, and they were basically centered around the Black Sea region and then migrated in every which direction, some of them going into what became Greece, some of them going down into the Iranian plateau and settling there, and others going even further to the east and ultimately building a civilization in northern India.
So this is fascinating. I was just going to ask you that. You literally jumped in right before I was going to ask you. Maybe there's a culture that they both come from, which makes sense. The Yamana, and I've heard of this Yamanana, people that live around the Black Sea region, in between the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea. And I guess there is a giant flood there right around 4,000, 5,000 BC. And so it forced everybody to sort of migrate in all these different directions. Some of them went down to Mediterranean, the other ones went down to the Indus. And it kind of explains not only language, because linguists point to this all the time. Linguists are like, well, the Sanskrit is very closely related to Germanic, these Nordic languages, and you can sort of see it, like it's sort of like obvious that they all sort of come from one area, and it's very, people think out of Africa, and that's like the only thing people think about, but really there was this huge culture, and like you said, the Yamanana, or however I probably pronounced it wrong, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the recent more precise studies of population genetics also support this. It's very clear now that the migration patterns of the Indo-Europeans, as they were hypothesized by linguists beginning in the 1700s, are fairly accurate. Now we have, supporting evidence from genetics that shows that, the Greeks, the Iranians, the Italians also, and the Indians, so all of the various European, Iranian, and Indic peoples come from a single origin, and that they basically migrated outwards from the area north of the Black Sea, Ukraine, basically.
Right. So then you get this this pantheon theology where it's for some reason it's always centered around 12. I don't know where that 12 comes from. You could touch on that.
Zodiacal constellations.
Yeah. So you get the 12 constellations, and Mithra seems to be the one name that stays where it's at. But I think Mithra's name changes in Norse mythology, but that's way later anyway. But my question is Mithra a sun god? What exactly is Mithra?
That's a damn good question, and it's not an easy one to answer, actually. First of all, one thing we have to recognize is that anytime we discuss Mithraism, we're reconstructing a dead religion. And not only is it a dead religion, it's a religion that even in the time, even in its heyday, was shrouded in secrecy and was, the most esoteric and occulted, probably, of the ancient or classical religions. So it's very difficult to reconstruct what exactly Mithraism consisted of. And then, of course, there's the question of the evolution of Mithraism from, northern India to, ancient Iran to late classical Rome and so forth, okay? So throughout that whole evolutionary span, there are people who very closely associated Mithra with the sun. And some people even think that Mithra started out in the Sanskrit context as a sun god. But there's a Sanskrit sun god, a Vedic sun god, Surya, which is a different figure.
Right.
And when you look carefully at the structure of the Mithraic myths in Iran, you see that Mithra is not the sun. Mithra is the solar charioteer or the bringer of the dawn, which is interesting because, we have a bringer of the dawn figure in the West, right? The light, exactly, the light that comes before the sun rises, the morning star. And so I think there's something to be said for an association between Mithra and Lucifer, especially because, again, going back to Mithra Varuna, Mithra is a kind of androgynous figure or hermaphroditic kind of figure originally, which then gets split off into a male emanation, as it were, and a female, emanation. In other words, Mithra Varuna, or later Mithra and Anahita in the Iranian context. But remember that in terms of the bringer of the dawn, you have also Lucifer and Venus, the morning star and the evening star, which are in fact the same entity. So, I would suggest that Mithra is not the sun. He's a solar deity, but he's rather the bringer of the dawn.
It's fascinating. I'm pretty sure it's the Mahabharata, but I could be wrong. Sort of guessing on this. It's one of the Hindu epics, and it talks about not Krishna, but Krishna's other form, which is Vishnu. And Vishnu's praying, and they're asking Vishnu, who is Vishnu praying to at this? We pray to Vishnu. What is Vishnu praying to? And Vishnu says Vishnu's praying to Varuna. And that's like, whoa, Varuna must be high up there. If Vishnu's praying to Varuna, Varuna must be some mega god. You know what I mean? And I thought that was pretty fascinating.
Yeah, in terms of Varuna, I don't want to jump the gun too much and go hundreds of years forward in terms of history, but whatever. We're not engaged in a history lesson here, so who cares? In terms of Varuna, another interesting thing is that this Typhonian storm goddess fits very well with the fact that Mithraism was the religion of the Cilician pirates, the first major piracy force in the Mediterranean Sea, which was a serious rival of the Roman Navy, were a group of pirates fielded by the Parthians, by the second major Iranian empire, fielded by the Parthians into the Mediterranean. And they were Mithraists, and in fact, they acted as the primary conduit for the spread of Mithraism from Iran into the Roman Empire. Not, across the battlefields, where the Romans and the Parthians were constantly waging war against one another, but through the elites in the port cities. The Cilician pirates were wheeling and dealing with the elites in the Roman port cities, and this was one of the main conduits for the spread of Mithraism into the Roman Empire. In any case, though, the fact, people think of Mithra and then, they think of pirates on the sea, and shouldn't these pirates be worshiping like some Starbucks-like mermaid kind of goddess figure, whatever? Well, they were, because there's this other side of Mithra, namely Varuna, which is a kind of Typhonian storm goddess, which the Iranians later referred to as Anahita. So there's that.
I've also heard that Varuna has a relation to Aranos, some sort of linguistic connection there. But I want to ask you this. This is a question that I wanted to ask you. The word soldier has S-O-L in the beginning, and I know that Persian has very closely related to Germanic, and so is Sanskrit. And I'm wondering, because I know that Mithra is associated with Sol Invictus later on, because we already touched on the whole, is Mithra sun god, is it not? But later on, when it sort of becomes more of a Sol Invictus figure, is that word soldier have anything to do with Sol Invictus?
It's a good question. It could, because, well, first of all, Sol Invictus is a title of Mithra. Okay, it's the unconquerable or undying sun, which, by the way, is not the sun in the sky. If you think about it, the sun in the sky does die, and it, from an ancient, in an ancient way of thinking, the sun dies and is reborn every day. This is a turn of phrase Heraclitus uses in his writings, and you see it in various ancient texts in various cultures. The Sol Invictus is the sun which never sets, which is an occult phrase that's used in Plato, and it's used in other writings. It's also been referred to as the black sun. And so in any case, without going too deep into that rabbit hole, to answer your initial question, Mithraism has always been a military religion. From the very beginning, Mithra was a deity adopted by the soldier class. Probably the Kshatriyas, the warrior caste in the Hindu caste system, were worshippers of Mithra from the very beginning. Certainly in ancient Iran, the military worshipped Mithra. We have records of that from the Greeks. Even in Achaemenid inscriptions, it's clear that Mithra was revered by the ancient Persian military, and more than any other deity, more than, let's say, Ahura Mazda, once Zoroastrianism became established. But then when we get into the grades of initiation in Roman Mithraism, the the third grade of initiation is the grade of the soldier. And so, soul, soldier, maybe there's a connection there because, not only was it a military religion, but there's actually a grade of initiation, the grade of the soldier.
There he goes.
Which, not incidentally is where a lot of the rites for confirmation in the Catholic Church and the Ash Wednesday ritual come from. This slap on the face that the Catholic priests give someone during a confirmation, that comes from the grade of the soldier. They would smack the soldier in the face, and they would also put an ashen cross on his forehead. And the ashen cross on the forehead has nothing to do with a crucifix or, a cross that people were crucified on. The ashen cross is a reference to the celestial equator crossing the ecliptic. So now this takes us into the heart of the Mithraic mystery. The celestial equator and the ecliptic are separated by 23 degrees. And, this is what causes the phenomenon where over the course of 2,000 some odd years, the sun rises into a different constellation.
Precession of the equinox.
Yeah, exactly. On the morning of the spring equinox. In other words, the precession of the equinoxes, the changing of the zodiacal ages. And so this ashen cross that they would put on the soldier's forehead during the initiation into the grade of the soldier represented cosmic time. And the reason it's ashen is because at the end of the zodiacal cycle, the world is supposed to burn. The whole planet is supposed to burn. Now, the world would be consumed by fire. There'd be a global conflagration, which is something you see also in the writings of Heraclitus. And it's certainly an idea that I would say, is adopted by Zoroastrianism from out of an older Mithraism. The idea that at the apocalypse, the world is going to be consumed by fire and sort of alchemically purified, as if the world were being subjected to an alchemical furnace, and the lead of this world is thereby transmuted into gold, and beings achieve their perfect forms and so forth, right? So this cross is the celestial equator and the ecliptic, and it's ashen because it's a reference to the apocalyptic consumption of the world by fire and the purification of all beings thereby. So that's the initiation rite for the grade of the soldier, and there may indeed be a etymological connection there.
So this is fascinating because Mithra, I'm flipping through the Zoroastrian text, the Zendavesta. I was going to say Goths, but it's not. This is Zendavesta. And all of a sudden I'm reading through it for the first time, and I'm thinking this is a monotheistic religion, and there's just Ahura Mazda and Anger Ma. All of a sudden I get to a page and it says Mithra, the mediator. What is going on? And there's Mithra again. So Mithra being a mediator plus the morning star. If you go to the Bible, what is Jesus? The mediator, also titled the morning star. And so I don't know. We can argue about how Christianity came about, if Jesus was a real person or not. That doesn't matter at all. What matters is, but by the time it gets to Constantine, he's taking the rights of Mithra. And I want to hear what you think about this. He's obviously taking the rights of Mithra, the December 25th. And I think he had a decision to make. He had to make an executive decision. Look, we're split. Our soldiers, they need a religion. They're not going to go out and fight for us if they don't think they're going to die and go to a heaven for their honor for dying. And that's one of those things that you hype up your soldiers with. So you got these Christian soldiers, you got these Mithraic soldiers. How do we bring the two together? I think Constantine would be masterfully brought the two together by bringing the rites in, but also applying the scriptures of the Christians and making this sort of universalist religion. What do you think about that?
Obviously the case. Look, first of all, Mithra is born on what became Christmas. Okay, number one. Mithra is born on the winter solstice which was then shifted due to calendrical changes, right, to where Christmas is. Mithra was born of a virgin. The Mithraists celebrated a communion where they drank wine, which, by the way, their wine was spiked with Amanita muscaria mushrooms, which grow under what kind of trees? Evergreen trees. What's the color scheme of Amanita muscaria mushrooms? Red and white, and then the evergreen is green. Well, there's the Christmas color scheme. Okay, actually that's 4 right there. Okay, and by the way, also in that communion feast, they would eat bread that was circular in form and inscribed by a cross. Here's your communion wafer, and also the breaking of bread, right? And then you have all of the iconography of the bishops and the cardinals and so forth, with these tall hats that they wear. Well, this is a, preservation of the Phrygian cap, the red Mithraic cap. And then the robes even, the red robes and so forth. Those were the robes of Mithraic magi.
There it is right there.
Right, yeah. I mean, there are actually mosaics showing the 3 magi coming to the birth of Jesus, and they're wearing these, Mithraic caps and robes, red caps and robes, which is another thing, right? I mean,
it's so obvious.
Look, why do you have 3 magi coming to the birth of Jesus? And by the way, I think that people who try to take that as evidence for some kind of a Zoroastrian influence on Christianity are mistaken. These were Mithraic magi who appear, whether you want to take that story as literal or not or whatever,
right?
Even if it's a literary device, the intention is to depict Mithraic priests, because at the time of the supposed birth of Jesus, you had the Parthian Empire in power in Iran, and the Parthians, unlike the Achaemenids before them or the Sasanians after them, the Parthians were Mithraists. They were not Zoroastrians. So, the magi at that time in Iran, to be a magus, meant to be a Mithraic priest. So you have these Mithraists coming, at the birth of this character. And then, when you start to get into the other thing I forgot to mention is baptism was also practiced in Mithraism in connection to Anahita, the water goddess Anahita.
Yeah.
So you have all of these elements of Mithraic ritual. I mentioned the initiation into the grade of the soldier earlier. All of these elements of ritual and initiation and so forth that were borrowed from Mithraism straight into Christianity. But then when you get into the more esoteric teachings attributed to Jesus in the Gospels, you also find, Mithraic metaphysics and essentially secret doctrines that far predate Christianity, and that you find, in Parthian Iran and, perhaps going back even further.
Here's one right now for you. There is a poet, and you probably might know the name. I can't think of his name right now, but it's somewhere in like the 2nd or 3rd century BC, maybe even closer to the 1st, maybe early, like whatever. But he wrote a story about Mithridates VI having been his birth being signified by a star from the east, saying, "Here, a Messiah is going to be born." And they said they had a genealogy, I guess, was written out that brought his genealogy from, on one side of his family, Alexander the Great, who everyone is like a world, like everyone, that's like the greatest it gets. And then on the other hand, Cyrus the Great from Persia. So here we have this Mithridates character whose name literally means Mithra's abode, I think, right? And he is being told as the star in the east, signifying his birth, world Messiah. It can't get any closer than that.
So a few things about that. By the way, the name Mithridates or Mehrdad in the original Persian means either given by Mithra or Mithra's justice, Mithra's law. The word data is where we get the word data from in English. Our word data comes from the Persian data. And data means literally the given, but figuratively law.
Wow.
And so it's Mithra's law or Mithra's justice. And a bunch of Parthian kings had this name, Mithridates. It was a very popular name for the Parthian kings in particular. And then Mithridates the second was that guy who fielded the pirate navy in the Mediterranean that I was talking about earlier. He basically set up the Cilician pirates as a black ops navy.
Wow.
Mithridates the sixth, which is the one you were talking about, which they constructed a genealogy for him, that would bring together the Greeks and the Persians, saying he was descended both from Cyrus and from Alexander. That Mithridates the sixth is responsible for the Mithraic symbol of the skull and crossbones winding up on poison bottles, because he was infamous for assassinating people by means of poisoning.
Poison
King. And the main symbol of Mithraism is actually the skull and crossbones, which is, by the way, how it wound up on pirate flags too, because the Cilician pirates flew this thing, in the Mediterranean at the time of the Roman Empire, and what the skull and the crossbones that Mithridates VI wound up, having associated with poison bottles in all of our minds. What it actually means is, again, the plane of the zodiac crossing the celestial equator. Those are the bones. The bones are supposed to be separated by 23 degrees, exactly. And the skull over the bones, because what is this? This is time, right? It's cosmic time. Well, the skull over the bones is also a reference to time, namely as death. In other words, this cosmos is a meat grinder, right? Time kills. And so what this skull over the crossed bones is meant to suggest is that we live in the realm of time and death, governed by a figure that the Persians call Zorvan, or that the Greeks referred to as Chronos. Right? Saturn in his guise, not as a planet Saturn, but as the god of time, the lord of time. And the central, myth or teaching of Mithraism, the central mythic image of Mithraism, which, is also the core teaching of the religion, is the idea that Mithra shows us a path to overpowering the Lord of Time. Okay, so Mithra supposedly is able to transcend the earthly realm, stand out over the planet, and shift the earth, thereby changing the zodiacal age, right? And overpowering the Lord of Time, namely Zorvan or Chronos. That's the central teaching of Mithraism, is how to overcome the power of time and death and not be subject to fate. Because, the Greeks and pretty much all other ancient people saw the movement of the stars as as visible fate, basically, as a testimony to the fact that we have no free will and our lives are governed by these merciless and unchanging celestial forces. Well, there was one phenomenon in the ancient world that, once it was noticed, was an exception to that celestial regularity, and that's the precession of the equinoxes. So these people got it into their heads that Mithra is responsible for the precession of the equinoxes, and what that is Mithra shifting the axis of the world as a basically testimony to the fact that we can have power over the Lord of Time, who's responsible for the movement, the regular movement of the planets and the stars.
So there's so much to unpack here, because there's an archetype here that seems to fit in a bunch of different cultures, and there's this idea of going against sort of like this father time figure. So you got Zeus and Prometheus. You got and now the Gnostic religion of Christianity. There's the demiurge, and then there's like, you know, whatever. There's like a million different Gnostic religions, but you also got Jesus, who is sort of going against the law in a weird way. So there's sort of like this anti-status quo thing going on there. You sort of see that with Dionysus as well. He's sort of a troublemaker. What is this sort of an archetype there?
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. And the thing about Mithra is that he's the oldest version of the archetype, older even than Prometheus. And I'm convinced, I mean, look, I've just launched this whole movement, Prometheism, right? Which frankly actually goes back to Prometheus and Atlas. I mean, I sort of developed a more explicitly political manifesto form of it in the book Prometheism, but really my focus on Prometheus goes back to my first book, Prometheus and Atlas. But in any case, when you go back through the history of mythology, you see that, first of all, Mithra is an older figure than Prometheus. But secondly, the symbolism, the iconography, and the meaning behind the myths of Mithra and of Prometheus are so similar that I've come to be convinced they're the same figure. That these are two different, and this becomes especially clear when you look at the stories about how Mithra is actually Perseus. And so these Greeks came down and colonized Iran, right? I mean, Alexander the Great conquered the Achaemenid Persian Empire. Then his generals divided up the empire amongst themselves. And you had for, what was it, about 120 years, give or take, because different areas, you know, were under Greek rule for longer than others. You had this Seleucid period in Iran, which was a, you know, Hellenistic colonization of the old Persian Empire. And so then when the Parthians kicked the Greeks out of Iran and reestablished native Iranian rule, they're left with a lot of Hellenistic culture in Iran. And they need to find a way to hybridize, you know, Greek and Persian mythology. So they don't invent this story, but because we can see from Herodotus and some of the other Greek historians that even during the Persian Wars, Darius was trying to kind of sell this bullshit to the Greeks as a way to, you know, get certain, you know, Greek city-states to ally with him. So it's older than the Parthians, but in any case, they bring back this story in a very big way. I mean, they basically endorse it as state propaganda, that Perseus is Mithra. And they would have images of Perseus on their coins. And according to this story, Perseus stole fire from Olympus and brought it down to Earth, where he entrusted it with the Magi, establishing the temples of the Magi as an eternal hearth for the heavenly fire on Earth, which, you know, in ancient Iranian religion, both Zoroastrianism and Mithraism, ritual is centered around an ever-burning flame.
Right.
And moreover, it was said that the Persians were descended from Perses, the son of Perseus by Andromeda.
Which is the name Parsi.
Right. So point being that when you look at certain elements of the myth of Mithra and compare them to the Prometheus mythos, and not just elements of the myth, but, you know, the deeper meaning and what it is that these figures are calling us to embrace as our ethos, right? I think that a reasonable case could be made that, you know, these are different names for the same figure.
Yeah, so that's fascinating. So I noticed that this archetype is very especially big everywhere, where you got this. Well, here, for example, Zoroastrian seems to be like the forerunner of this new monotheistic worldview. It seems like, and there's even a verse in the Zend Avesta, like I was talking about earlier. It seems like Christianity ripped from. I don't know if they just, maybe I'm wrong, but there's a part where Zoroaster's going through, I think, the desert. Pretty sure it's the desert. And Angkor Manu approaches him and is basically like, worship me and I'll give you everything. And Zoroaster just immediately starts doing hymns to Ahura Mazda. And then Angkor Manu can't handle it and just leaves. And it sounds like the story in Matthew, where Jesus is in the desert for 40 days and Satan approaches him and says, hey, worship me. So I think, and I want to hear if you have anything to add to this, it's pretty obvious that the Persian theology and philosophy influenced the West a lot. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I've written about this extensively. I actually think that Western civilization is inconceivable without what it owes to Iran in various periods. Beginning with the age of Zarathustra and Cyrus and Darius, right? The ancient Persian Empire's impact on the developmental trajectory of Greek culture, but then continuing through Parthian influence on the Romans, on the pagan Romans,
right?
And then Sasanian influence on the Byzantines.
Absolutely.
And then as the Roman Empire collapses, they always talk about these barbarian invasions, of the collapsing Roman Empire. What they don't tell you is that these weren't all Germanic barbarians. In fact, about half of these barbarians were Iranians who were pouring into the collapsing Roman Empire from Eastern Europe where they had already settled. Scythians and Sarmatians, who come to be known in Europe as Alans.
Right. And
these Alans, first of all, physically they looked a lot like Germans. Mm-hmm. They were tall, fair-haired, and pale people. And so first of all, they looked a lot like the Germans, but then they also influenced Goth culture in a very significant way, to the point where archaeologists that open up, Sarmatian or Scythian tombs can sometimes not tell them apart from Goth tombs.
Right.
And at one point, the Goths and the Alans even co-founded a kingdom together in Spain called Goth-Alania, which we now pronounce Catalonia. That's Goth-Alania. It was the joint kingdom of these Iranians and these Germans in Spain. And then during the Middle Ages, actually the aristocratic classes in Europe were constituted of these Alans.
And the Roman Empire, the Western Roman Empire, right?
Yeah. So the Merovingians and the Carolingians and so forth had lots of Alan scholars among their ranks, and the most scholastic of the medieval priests. Of course, during the Middle Ages, there were really no independent universities or anything like that. The Catholic Church shut down all of the pagan academies, right? Justinian, I think, was the last of the Caesars. Justinian shut down the last of the academies during his reign as Caesar. Right. So the only universities you had in medieval Europe were basically run by the church. They were church schools. And it turns out that the most erudite and productive scholars of the Middle Ages were often of Alan descent as well. So you had aristocrats, feudal lords, scholars who were all of this Iranian, quote-unquote, barbarian stock that poured into Europe during the Middle Ages. And finally, if you want to talk about, the broad scope of Iranian influence on Western civilization, there's the influence on the development of science and technology from the scientists of the so-called Islamic Golden Age, which is a terrible misnomer because about 90% of these guys were Persians. Their native language was Persian. They only wrote in Arabic because they were living under Arab occupation, under an Islamic caliphate, which had, conquered Iran. And so they had to write treatises in German, in Arabic, but they were Persians.
A good comparison to that, the English, they uses the Latin alphabet, but it's Germanic language. There you go. Like, there's another example of Roman influence on the Germanic peoples, the Anglo-Saxons, and making them use the alphabet. Same thing with the Persians.
Yeah, unfortunately, in the case of the Persians, it wasn't just an alphabet. Persian is written in the Arabic alphabet, which, again, is very unfortunate because it's actually a script that's poorly suited to expressing the Persian language. And Mani had, the Gnostic Mani,
right.
The founder of Manicheanism,
right.
had invented this extraordinarily precise script for expressing the Persian language, which had a letter for every sound that can basically come out of somebody's mouth. And this magnificent Manichean script, which also really looks beautiful, it's where all this, Arabic calligraphy, right? It all is based on Manichean calligraphy, the style. If you look at original Arabic, Kufic Arabic, it's, let's just say, inelegant, okay? All these flourishes of, calligraphic beauty that you see coming from out of the Persianate world goes back to the Manichean alphabet. Anyway, yeah. So we had this great alphabet in Iran back then, and it was replaced by this very poor Arabic system. But the situation was even worse during the epoch of these scientists, because not only were they writing in an Arabic script, they had to write these treatises in the Arabic language because the caliphs paying for the scientific research were Arabs. And so these people were native speakers of Persian, writing in a language that was foreign to them. In any case, my point was that that's another huge period when tremendous intellectual capital was produced in Iran. Iran was the capital of science and technology in the world from about 900 to 1100 AD, when the Turks and Mongols started coming in. And during that period, they built up all this intellectual capital that ultimately found its way back into Europe when the Medicis and other patrons of the Renaissance started buying up these, books coming from the East and building independent libraries and, universities and so forth.
And so this is all, you see how history sort of flows into each other. Everything ties together, because you're talking about these Goths, right? And they're mentioned in the Greek Alexander romance as Goth and Magoth, which gives you right away tells you that this is Gog and Magog from the Bible. And so and I know you've written a lot about this subject, the Islamic era coming up from as like a Persian co-op program. And this is fascinating because if you read the Quran, I notice something. It's speaking to a certain audience, which is the Eastern Byzantine Empire. And it's trying to capture the hearts and minds of those people. For example, the chapter called El Kaf, the cave. There's 2 stories in there that are literally ripped right from Byzantine legends. One of them, dual carnate, the horned one, the 2-horned one. Everyone knows that story, or at least everyone back then would have known that story. That's the story of Alexander the Great, putting up a barrier to keep out Gog and Magog out. So they didn't say the word. They're not going to say Alexander the Great. They're going to be subtle about it. In the same way, if you go to like a fortune teller, right? A fortune teller might look you up on Facebook and find something out about you, and like this is how they cheat. So they know who your grandma's name is, right? They know something about your grandma that no one else would know, but they had this little bit of information, right? So they're going to slip out some stuff like the person I'm talking to loves the color red. Oh, that's my grandmother. Oh, how'd you know that? Well, the Quran's doing this. They're talking stories. They're not, if they said the story of Alexander the Great, it'd be like, okay, we already know that's why are you telling us that. But by not saying the name Alexander the Great, the Byzantines are like, oh, the God is revealing a story about our great Alexander the Great. This must be from God. Then even before that, in the same chapter, this story of the sleepers in the cave. 7 sleepers in a cave went to sleep for 300 years, woke up in a pious age. What? We know that story. That's the story from Constantinople. This must be the word of God. So when you start to put it together, you're like, wow, they were putting together scripture to capture the hearts and minds of the people of the Eastern Roman Empire, and it worked. Because look at the Eastern Mediterranean now. Look at Egypt now. Look at North Africa now. All Islamic. Mission accomplished. What do you think about that?
Yeah. You know, but the other thing to keep in mind is that the Eastern Roman Empire wasn't the only target of the Huron. The Huron was also targeting, you know, the Sassanid Persian Empire.
Absolutely.
And I mean, I've written about this at length in my book, Iranian Leviathan. I think that potentially one of the most convoluted and cryptic conspiracies in history is the intrigue surrounding Muhammad and the Arab-Muslim invasion of both Sassanid Persia and then the Byzantine Empire. I think that there were some machinations going on there that were incredibly convoluted. And it's possible that certain things also got out of hand, and that things went in a direction that, you know, wasn't necessarily intended. That sounds very cryptic. Let me clarify for your audience. There was an intense internal rivalry in the Second Persian Empire, the Sassanid Empire, the Third Empire of Iran, the middle one, the Parthians. They weren't Persians; they were Scythians who came down, Scythian Iranians who came down and built the Second Empire of Iran. But the Sassanians were Persians, and in their period of running the Persian Empire, there was a deep internal schism between them and the Parthians who had ruled before them, because it's not like the Parthians just disappeared. They were still the predominant feudal landowners in the country. The Parthian houses were still the most powerful houses in Iran. It was a kind of like Game of Thrones type of situation where you had all these powerful houses and you needed to like get the houses to agree on something in order to have effective state policy. And also these houses supplied, you know, their armies for service in the national military. And so the Sassanid state relied on Parthian knights in a lot of cases to fight military battles. But the Parthians wanted to come back into power. They wanted to actually, you know, regain the throne. And so there was a lot of internal intrigue. And this is actually relevant to our general subject matter because the Parthians remained Mithraists. Mm-hmm. And the Sassanids tried to impose a Zoroastrian state orthodoxy for the first time. During the Achaemenid Empire, the First Persian Empire, Zoroastrianism was there, but it wasn't an official state religion. During the Sassanid period, very much, you know, along the lines of what Constantine did, the Sassanians attempted to turn Zoroastrianism into an Orthodox Iranian state religion. And these Parthian Mithraists ferociously resisted that. So I argue in Iranian Leviathan that the fingerprints of some of these Parthian feudal houses and of some of these Mithraic magi are on the Quran and the prophetic mission of Muhammad. And in particular, this character, Salman the Persian, Salman al-Farsi, who people who were Muhammad's detractors claimed he was the one putting the Quran into Muhammad's head, and that, you know, he was the puppet master on the scene there, right? Wow. He in particular seems to me to be connected to some of these Parthian feudal houses. And so I think that there were a lot of machinations involved at the origin of Islam that have been successfully hidden and poorly understood. And that it's possible that, you know, things got out of hand. Let me just leave it at that.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And like, I was getting into the how they were sort of attacking the Eastern Roman Empire, but I totally can see how it's even more targeting the Persian Empire, and it explains why all of a sudden there's myths like, why does jinn end up in the Quran? Well, sure enough, in the Scythian myths, there's jinn in there. So what they're doing in these myths is they're subtly injecting stories and myths within the text that people would hear and be oh yeah, I know that. Oh yeah, that makes. Oh yeah, God would say that. That's got to be true. And whoever put this together, whether it was Muhammad or Salman or Ali or whoever,
It wasn't Muhammad. Muhammad was. Let me stop right there. I don't want to get you killed. I'm willing to step out and say certain things, but
I don't care. I actually know where you're going with this.
The guy was a moron. I'm sorry, he was a moron. And
I hear this all the time, and I think there's some truth to this. Like he was, I hear from what I'm reading and putting together is that he sort of was a good. So he's sort of historical. He's a merchant, so he's going around from city to city. So he's a perfect target for somebody to go carry a message. If he's going from Mecca to Egypt to here to there, you got this guy, right? And apparently he was very easy to manipulate and get him to do certain things. And you got behind the scenes this Salman guy, who is really the one putting together. He's really the voice of Allah, and if it comes down to it. Yeah,
look, partly because of materialist reductionism, which wants to dismiss everything psychic, as pseudoscience. Even in theology, there's very much that current, and has been since, like rationalist Protestant theology in the 1800s. There's a de-emphasis on miracles and an intent to interpret everything miraculous as merely symbolic in the Bible and all this, right? Partly because of that, Muhammad has been badly misunderstood. And people think that Muhammad was like some kind of genius statesman, that we're dealing with like, some kind of basically, let's see, what would be a good example? I mean, I don't want to say Moses, but like some great religious figure fused with Caesar, and that's Muhammad. He's like a religious prodigy, and he's also a master statesman, who can go in there and create a constitution for the city of Medina and all this business. I don't buy any of it. The guy, I mean, I believe the Muslims when they say he was illiterate. I mean, the guy was, which by the way, there were a lot of literate people back in those days. This was before the dark ages of that region, and there were a lot of literate people back in those days. All right, people they think of medieval Europe, and no, there was a lot of literacy. In any case, Muhammad did not have the education, the intellect, the training, or any of the qualifications to come up with the Quran, first of all, and second of all, to act as such an effective statesman in Medina. The guy was a puppet of various forces that sent Salman al-Farsi and sent other people to guide Muhammad. One of the hadiths, the hadiths are the oral traditions preserved by the companions of the Prophet in Islam, right? And one of the most well-substantiated hadiths talk about how Muhammad, these white-robed figures would regularly come to meet with Muhammad, and he would go into a tent with them and sit with them in a circle, and no one else was allowed to come in when they were visiting. And then, they would get up and leave after a while. And so, whether it was Salman al-Farsi or whether it was these robed figures, mysterious robed figures who would come to meet with Muhammad, or whether it was a detachment of Parthian knights wearing green from head to toe, which are described as an army of angels that turned Muhammad's fortune at the Battle of Badr, I think he had a lot of help, and people really set things up for him. He was a vehicle for various unseen forces that really, changed the course of human history, perhaps for the worst.
It also makes you wonder, because this makes a lot of sense from the Parthian standpoint. Christianity's booming, right? It's taking over the Mediterranean, taking over Egypt. What do? We need to do something. We need to co-opt this movement somehow. Now, Muhammad, he drops dead randomly. He just said, get sick and die. It makes you wonder, was his job fulfilled enough to the point where we don't need this guy anymore? And if he talks anymore, he might screw this thing up. Let's get rid of him.
That makes a lot of sense to me, especially considering the fact that initially Muhammad was absolutely terrified when the Quran started coming into his head. And this is another thing, going back to reductionist materialism. Look, I mean, I'm not that familiar with your audience, but I can tell them one thing. Until you accept the scientific legitimacy of extrasensory perception and psychokinesis and, you know, the things that parapsychologists have studied in a laboratory setting for over a century now, since the time of William James, you cannot understand the first thing about a phenomenon like Islam, okay? Muhammad may have been a moron, but he was a medium. Mm-hmm. A lot of mediums are morons. Actually, mediums tend to be morons. You know, there's almost an inverse correlation between psychic ability and intelligence. And which makes a lot of sense, because psychic ability has to do with the subconscious. It's an irrational cognitive process. And there tends to be this correlation between hypertrophy of the analytical intellect and atrophy of psychic ability. This was noticed as far back as writers like Hegel and Schelling, you know, that, you know, it seemed like it was the most uneducated, unanalytic people in the world, like the peasants in the Scottish Highlands, who had the strongest psychic ability, right? So Muhammad was a medium. And this is all going back to what you were saying about, you know, the circumstances of Muhammad's death. Muhammad was a medium. And when the Quran first came to him while he was hiking in these mountains outside of Mecca, the guy thought that he ran, first of all, he was terrified out of his wits in this cave when Gabriel like comes up behind him and he starts hearing the verses of the Quran in his mind for the first time. As fast as he can, and the first thing he says to his wife is, listen, I'm either losing my marbles or I've been possessed by jinn. And then it's the wife's friends who are Christians that convince this guy that God is talking to him. He didn't want to believe it. So from the beginning, you have a guy who's not exactly reliable. I mean, he actually thinks that either he's being possessed by demons or he's out of his freaking mind, right? So it makes sense to me what you're suggesting, that maybe at a certain point, they didn't think they could rely on this guy anymore. And, you know, they needed him dead so that they could continue whatever project Islam, you know, was meant to further.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And if you look at it from a in hindsight, Islam masterfully worked. Like, as much, whether you like it or not, whether you hate the religion, whether you think it's the worst thing that ever happened in the world, those are all valid concerns. But it worked. Like, look at, so it's still to this day the fastest growing religion on the planet. And it's just, you look at it, I read the entire Quran from cover to cover. It is just, I mean, it's like, it's repetitive. There's really nothing, there's no substance at all. Allah, most merciful, most gracious. That's half the Quran right there. That's it. They said that a million times. And then that, for some reason, it worked, though. It captures the hearts and minds of half the world. Mission accomplished. You almost can't even hate on it, because you're like, something's going on with this thing. Something out of the ordinary is happening with this book. And they did something like you're talking about, and it sure worked.
Yeah, there's a lot I could say about that. But in a nutshell, I mean, this is a nominally Gnostic program, right? So I would say its archontic power is what it is. The Quran is quintessentially archontic in its power. And that's the force that was responsible for the spread of Islam, albeit embodied by waves of first Arab, then Turkic, then Mongol military forces that violently subjugated populations and forced this religion on them. Okay? So, you know, the Arab Muslim conquest of Iran was incredibly violent. But actually, it failed to convert the majority of the Iranian population in their heart of hearts to Islam. If you look at the so-called Islamic Golden Age, you know, from 900 until 1100, the Persians and other Iranians at that time didn't take Islam very seriously, which is one of the reasons why it's ridiculous to call it the Islamic Golden Age. It's an Iranian Golden Age under Arab occupation. But, you know, at that period, after the initial Arab, you know, onslaught, after the Islamic conquest of Sassanid Iran, Islam had not really, as you put it, quote unquote, won the hearts and minds of the majority of Iranians. It was then the wave of Turks who, nobody imposed Islam on them. These Turks loved Islam. Somehow Islam just, it was the best thing that, had ever happened to them. These Turks, they just embraced it with open arms. They really did embrace it. And it won their hearts and minds. And then these brutal Turkic barbarians came in and slaughtered half of the Iranian population and really, just mercilessly imposed that religion on the country. This is when the Turks took over the caliphate. And they kept Arabic as a liturgical language, but it went from being an Arab Muslim caliphate to being a Muslim caliphate run by Turks. This is the Seljuk period, the Seljuk Caliphate, and run from Baghdad. And so this is when really, Islam was, forcibly imposed on the majority of Iranian people. And then the Mongols come in on the tail of the Turks within a century. And these Mongols who had been, shamanists or maybe Vajrayana Buddhists realized that Islam is the most efficient theology for totalitarian political control, and they adopted it. And if there was anyone left resisting Islam, that was the death knell right there.
Exactly. And that's what I was basically getting at, because you have made a good point, is like the so-called Islamic Golden Age. You read the literature from the time, the Shahnameh, the Book of the Kings, and it's like, wait a minute, this wasn't Islamic. This seems like it's pagan almost. They're talking about all these just totally outside of Islamic stuff in there. And there's even stuff about Alexander the Great in there. But I think you're right. I think what works about Islam, it's simple, and it's one God, one king, one ruler, one caliphate. It all seems to line up perfectly for a theocracy, totalitarian way of life, like you see in Iran today. Basically, it just fits that mold.
Yeah, that's right.
And so to tie it all together, this is what I wanted to say. Like, you look around in these myths that pop up in certain times of history. So they sprout up, and they seem to co-opt certain things. For example, baptism seems to be something very ancient. Even in the ancient Hindu religions, in the Vedic tradition, they're talking about baptizing in the I think it's the Indus River, or maybe a different one. But and so there's these archetypes. This is big in Gnosticism.
The Ganges.
The Ganges, yes, and that's the name of the god, Ganga. She's the one who purifies your sins, which is so specific for someone to go in. Like, it's one thing and say, oh, they both went in the river. That's not. But to go into a river to wash your sins away is very specific. You can't deny that. So what I'm getting at is there's these archetypes that seem to be effective in creating these myths that end up being instrumental in these ways of life, where the archons, if you want to call them, are constructing a reality in which that fabric of reality changed. And then you get these neo characters who come in: Mithra, Dionysus, Osiris, Jesus, and it seems to be this recurring thing. And then this is the last thing I want to touch on, and we're past an hour or so. Do you think there's something about different cultures sort of co-opting other ancient cultures into their own ways? Do you think it's like there's some sort of like, I don't want to call it magic behind it, but do you think there's some sort of power behind these methods and these narratives?
Well, some of it is natural cultural evolution. We have to remember that, first of all, every civilization that's ever existed, and this is a good reminder to nationalists, of which I am not one and never have been one. First, we have to remember that every civilization that's ever existed is hybrid in nature. Civilizations arise when two or more different cultures are synthesized in some way. The synthesis can happen through violent conquest. And the conqueror can wind up adopting elements of the conquered people's culture, and they fuse in that way. Or it could be through migration, intermarriage. But in any case, whether you look in Europe or in Iran or anywhere else, the civilization as a higher order phenomenon emerges through the fusion of various cultures. Like, for example, Iranian civilization is a synthetic fusion of Persian, Scythian, Median. Now, these three are all ethnically Iranian still, but they were different cultures. But then also Babylonian and, to an extent,
Vedic, maybe?
Well, no, I was going to say, certainly Elamite. And the Elamites and the Babylonians were closely connected but different cultures. But then, to an extent, also the culture of Anatolia.
Oh, yeah.
There was a civilization, Lydia, in what's present-day Turkey or, Anatolia. And the first major kingdom that Cyrus the Great conquered outside of Iran was the Lydian kingdom. And they were not Iranians. So you had all these different cultures fused together into the phenomenon that became Iranian civilization. Then in Europe, European civilization is born from out of the fusion of Greek culture, Italian culture, and some of the Germanic, northern tribes. And so to an extent, I think that there's natural civilizational evolution that involves the adoption of the beliefs of one group of people by another group of people, in the course of which those beliefs and practices are also transformed in some way, generally, right? But on another layer, above that, I think you do have machinations taking place where there's deliberate social engineering. And that's certainly the case with the creation of Christianity, as we were discussing, also with the case of Islam. There are occult groups at work in the world and always have been throughout recorded history. And, many of them are engaged in large-scale social engineering. So that, I think, is also one way in which beliefs are transferred from one culture to another. I mean, in the case of Mithraism in particular, it's pretty clear that, and by the way, this is no criticism of Mithraism. I actually find, Mithraism very appealing. But there's no question that Mithraism was brought to Europe through various machinations and the orchestration of occult societies, through, these Cilician pirates, through, various operatives that, were sent to infiltrate the Roman military, and so forth.
Yeah, and this is such a fascinating subject that I think we can literally have like 8 hours on this. And I definitely want to continue this. There's so much more to be said on this topic of it's just even just like the Persian history is so rich, like the Achaemenid and the Sassanids and the Parthians and how they sort of like roll into each other. We can get into that and I definitely want to have you back on. But for anybody who doesn't, who wants to know more about your work, just go to Amazon, type in Reza Jorjani, Iranian Leviathan, Prometheus and Atlas, Prometheism, all amazing works, and you will not be you will be very much happy with those purchases.
Thank you, Neil. I'd love to have another conversation. One topic we could explore sometime is basically the history of Persian or Iranian Gnosticism, because for your viewers who might not be familiar with it, and they'll see this if they look into my writings, no nation in history has been more Gnostic than Iran. I mean, the argument can definitely be made that in the first place, Gnosticism owes a fundamental debt to Iran, that the Alexandrian phenomenon of Gnosticism would not have arisen but for Iranian influence, both Zoroastrian and Mithraic influence. And then when we get to Manicheanism and other forms of Gnosticism, that, I mean, for God's sake, to be a heretic in medieval Europe was to be a Manichee. They called all the heretics Manichees. That was the generic brand, like calling somebody a witch. the history of Iran and the history of Gnosticism are inextricable from one another. And the most Gnostic nation in history was Iran. At one point in the Sassanid period, you even had Gnostics take over the government in Iran. So that would be a subject that we could explore in a subsequent conversation.
That's definitely going to be the next topic we're going to get into. And everyone stay tuned for that. Hit the bell, subscribe, and like I said before, check out Jason Reza Jorjani on Amazon. Do you have a website, by the way?
Yeah, it's just jasonrezajorjani.com. All one word, jasonrezajorjani.com. And it's got tabs that link to all my videos, all my books, and so forth.
So that is in the description right now. And thanks for coming on. And everybody, you have just attained true gnosis.
Right? What is this Angra Minu? Gere, constrained, constricted. This is the force or counterforce is constraining progress, is suffocating life. It means Ahura Mazda is not omnipotent. Okay, he's neither omnipotent nor omniscient. And this is really important because many theologians have recognized, and on account of this fact, Zoroastrianism doesn't face the problem of evil. In any religion where you have an omniscient and omnipotent God, there's the problem of God being responsible for all the evil in the world. You cannot have free will and have an omnipotent and omniscient God. Observe, discern, and choose which of the forces you want to align yourself with. The Devas are aligned with Angra Minu. There is this very strange passage in the Goths, which if you ask me aligns with the myth of Atlantis that you find in Plato, that when the Devas were deliberating, Angra Minu came in and he, as a great deceiver, confused their deliberations and they rushed in wrath and destroyed the life of mankind. Well, what is this talking about? This is talking about when Zeus calls a convocation of the Olympians and they decide to destroy the world through a great deluge, right? And in particular, they're targeting the Atlanteans who have rebelled against Olympus. So the Devas, the gods, are aligned with Angra Minu or Ahriman. Notice now the Gnostic structure is already becoming clear. These heavenly powers that stand between us and the true divine intelligence of the cosmos. So the Devas are the Archons. Wow. Zarathustra's take on the Devas, or Devs, they are the Archons. They're the prototype for the Gnostic Archon.
Welcome back to the Gnostic Informant, and you are about to attain true gnosis. And I'm with Dr. Jason Jorjani today, author of Prometheism and Lovers of Sophia. And guys, this is once in a while I get him on. Last time he was on, everybody loved it. So we're going to go deep this time into Zoroaster and the roots of Gnosticism. You might not know, the roots of Gnosticism are not in Greco-Roman world. They're in the East. They're in Persia. And we're about to demonstrate that in this conversation. So how are you doing today?
It's great to be with you, Neil. I had been meaning to come back on the show earlier, and I do occasionally watch your programs, and really looking forward to this opportunity to familiarize your audience with potentially the Persian origins of Gnosticism.
Yeah, this will be fun. So why don't we start with Zoroaster? Why don't we start with who is he? What is his teachings? There's the Goths, there's the Ascendant. What is it? Let's get to the start of all this and who this guy is. What time period? All that. Right.
So the Goths are a text that's been, extremely controversial and polarizing in the scholarly community, not only within Iranology or Iranian studies itself, but in the broader field of Indo-European studies. There's been great controversy about the date of this text. And but let me just start with its name for a minute. Gotha, okay, so of course the language in which this text is composed, this ancient Iranian language, is a sister language of Sanskrit. In fact, it's very close to Sanskrit, and this factors into the dating debates over this text. So the word Gatha is a cognate of the word Gita. So Gita, like Bhagavad Gita, Gatha is a cognate of Gita, and it's related to the word Goth in the Germanic languages. Wow. So Gothic, Gita, and Gathas are all related. and they have something to do with a hymn of praise, okay, and having to do with the divine, with God. Gott in German means God, right? Wow. And Gita means sort of song of praise or hymn of praise. So that's the meaning of the word for this text, the name of this text, and it brings us into the question of dating it based on its linguistics. So the problem is that this language that the Gothas is composed in, and it was believed by some to have been an oral text that was only subsequently written down. I'll tell you why I don't agree with that. But this language is very close to Rig Vedic, okay? So it's like a really ancient form of, similar to an ancient form of Sanskrit, much older than the Sanskrit of the Bhagavad Gita's, older than the younger Upanishads. And so people have assumed, some scholars have, that it dates from like 1500 to 1000 BC. So either slightly older or slightly older than or contemporaneous with the Upanishads, and or with the Vedas, somewhere between the Vedas and the Upanishads. But the problem is that if you compare the Gathas to the Vedas, the level of philosophical complexity in this text and the first person narrative style of it doesn't mesh at all with Rig Vedic culture. Stylistically, what you find in the Gathas is very much of a piece with pre-Socratic philosophy. It reads like Parmenides or Heraclitus or something like that. Okay, it's a profoundly philosophical text, very complex conceptually, and it's also written in the first person, which makes it in a way even more modern than the pre-Socratic Greeks.
Right.
This is like a guy telling you what he thinks about the world and even mentioning his friends and stuff that he's been through in his life, and not at all in this anonymous mythic, style of composition that we find in the Upanishads or even in Homer or any text of that degree of antiquity. It's almost modern in its style. It's like the idiom that you start to find in classical Athens, and then that becomes very popular in the Roman Empire, okay? So for that reason, I really question, dating this to 1000 to 1500 BC. I also question it because there's a big religious conflict that's depicted in this text. Zarathustra is a rebel against some existing priestly order. He is basically engaging in a kind of spiritual philosophical insurrection against both ritualistic sacrificial priests and these warlord princes. And he calls these the katapon. Katapon is a word that becomes korban later. It means sacrifice, sacrificial, mumbling priests, he calls them. And he means like the way they mindlessly recite all these, hymns and mantras and so forth.
Yeah.
And then these warlord princes called the Kavis. And so, people have assumed this refers to Rig Vedic priests and the Rig Vedic Kshatriya or princely class. But actually, if you look in the details of the text, you see it fits much more the context of Scythian Mithraism, the kind of, as he describes them, mad, drunken warlords that go on cattle raids that are the backdrop for the message of the Gathas, fit the Scythian warlords who were coming down into the Persian and Median territories around 700, 600 BC, and raiding the farmlands of the settled population in Persia and Media.
And just to budget it real quick, in case anyone doesn't know, archaeology reflects how widespread these Mithraic temples and places were, from Britain all the way to like Siberia, basically in the Bronze Age. But yeah, I just wanted to just throw that in there.
Yeah. And let me just also throw in a note on a completely different tangent. If anyone hears background noise, I must apologize. I'm in New York City, and being in Manhattan in particular, one of the things you have to deal with is constant construction. There's a huge, hopefully they're going to be on their lunch break right now and we won't have to deal with them, but we'll see. Yeah. In any case, so the backdrop of Zarathustra is ancient Iranian Mithraism, if you ask me. That's what the details of the Gathas really align with. And also, we have to consider two events in this man's life. One, his self-exile. Apparently, his message was so revolutionary and he was so badly persecuted for it wherever he was born and raised that he had to migrate over a long distance and accept the patronage of this king called Vishtaspa, this feudal lord or petty king called Vishtaspa, Kavi Vishtaspa, or Ke-Goshtasp in the later Persian. And it appears that the court of Ke-Goshtasp was in present-day Khorasan, that's northeastern Iran, right under Turkmenistan and next to Afghanistan, next to the Afghan border. And so point being, he wasn't from there, okay? There's a debate over where he was from as well. But if that's where Goshtasp's court was, then he came to there from somewhere else, and it lends more credence to the Zoroastrian biographies, later written Zoroastrian biographies that suggest he was from Azerbaijan, from the province of Iran known as Azerbaijan, the ancient name of which was Azarpadagan, meaning the bastion of the fire. And it was a mainly Median territory, and the Magi were the traditional priests of the Medes. So that makes sense. And it makes sense that this guy pissed off Mithraic priests in Media, Greater Media, and he had to basically go into self-exile, flee for his life to Khorasan, to northeastern Iran, going towards Central Asia. And so, okay, why is this relevant to the date? Because Zarathustra is killed in some kind of an invasion by people called Turanian in the Shahnameh, in the Iranian national epic. These people are called Turanians. They come from a place called Turan, which is in Central Asia. And this is another name for the Sakas, or the Scythian people. They were descended from a guy called Tur. And so one name for them are the Turanians. We know them in the West as the Scythians. When was there a Scythian rampage like this of Khorasan where someone like Zarathustra could have been killed? It took place in about, let's say, it was the time when Cyrus the Great had overthrown the Median kingdom. And the Median kingdom, its border had come right up against Central Asia, okay? And so right up against Scythian territory. And when Cyrus the Great, the founder of, the First Persian Empire, when he overthrew his grandfather, Astyages of Media, there was this vacuum of power briefly where there was chaos. Nobody knew who was really in charge. And so the Scythians came down and they overran the Medes and the Persians for a brief period of time. So it looks like this puts Zarathustra at the date which, the Zoroastrians themselves claimed he lived. They say that conventional Zoroastrian scriptures say that Zarathustra was 258 years before Alexander. Wow. And what they mean is 258 years, not before the birth of Alexander, but before the coming of Alexander to Iran, before his invasion of the Persian Empire. And so that puts Zarathustra in the generation before Cyrus. So, so this means that Zarathustra was an old man at the time when Cyrus the Great had overthrown, Astyages of Media and was trying to form the Persian Empire. So those dates all align perfectly. And that also puts us right at the dawn of philosophy, right? I mean, these pre-Socratics, Heraclitus, immediately before him, Pythagoras, and so forth, Parmenides after Heraclitus, these are all in the 500s, okay, 500s BC.
Explosion of intellect.
Exactly. So if you put Zarathustra in 1500 or 1000 BC, it doesn't make any sense in terms of the intellectual context. I mean, he would be a total anomaly. If you put Zarathustra at, let's see, what would it be? It would be 628 BC. If we go by the conventional Zoroastrian dating, he would have been born in 628 BC. And that means that considering the fact they claim he composed the Goths in his 40s, it would have been around 580 BC when Zarathustra composed the Goths. Well, that's perfect. That would mean that Zarathustra was the first pre-Socratic philosopher. He has the distinction of being the first. And he would then have immediately influenced the subsequent pre-Socratic thinkers, especially as we're going to discuss Pythagoras and Heraclitus, and he would have influenced them by virtue of the fact that the Persian Empire conquered Ionia, which was the Greek bastion of philosophy. So I think this is the proper matrix for dating Zarathustra.
I think that also puts him in the same timeline as like people like Isaiah and Hosea, and and that's interesting because that's a time period where the world just kind of just shifts in its paradigm for all these ideas. But my question is, before we continue, is why do people think that he's born in 1500 BC? What is it? Where did that even come from? Do you know?
Yeah, linguistics alone. And so let me say one other thing about this. There is no other evidence based really, upon which to base this thesis other than linguistics. In other words, the fact that the idiom of the Goths is
so it's very ancient,
similar to Rig Vedic Sanskrit. Okay, but look at Latin.
Yeah.
So, we have René Descartes in the 1600s, late 1500s, early 1600s, early 1600s. We have René Descartes composing in Latin.
That's true.
Latin was used by, scholars throughout the whole Middle Ages, 1,000 years after the fall of the Roman Empire, and of Latin having been used as a living spoken language. So, okay,
and
Latin
before the Common Era, Cicero's writing in Latin.
Exactly. So Latin was a dead language for 1,000 years or more.
Point.
By the time that it was still being used as a language that would confer a degree of scholastic authority on a person composing a text, either theological or intellectual authority was conveyed by composing in this dead language of Latin. So why wouldn't we think that a Mede or Persian, it's debatable which Zarathustra was, he was an Iranian in any case, these are two different branches of the Iranian family, the Medes and the Persians, and the Scythians. These were the three major branches, okay, of the Iranian family in those days. So why would we not think that a Mede or a Persian might use this dead language, which was the language of the Magi, and of the Rig Vedic priests, to confer authority upon the text that he was composing? Whereas it wasn't his spoken living language. For all we know, the guy spoke Persian.
Good point. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. So now that now we're in the time period, we sort of understand the context, and let's go from there. What stems from this sort of age of Zarathustra?
Right. So his message is absolutely revolutionary. To understand that, we need to just take a quick look again, or have a refresher, because your audience, I'm sure, is largely familiar with this. But let's just have a refresher of the basics of Greek theology, ancient Greek theology, and how it lines up with the other end of the Indo-European spectrum, namely Vedic theology. So one thing that the Greeks and their Eastern brothers still agreed on round about 600 BC was that the beings worthy of worship are these gods, right? The Greeks, worship these Olympian gods, and in the Vedic pantheon, you have their analog in terms of the Devas, led by Indra, and Indra is Zeus. Right. Okay, it's a very direct.
Dies Pater is
Dies Pater is Indra. And, so the Olympian pantheon and the Vedic pantheon are very much, the same, and they devolved from a primordial Indo-European religion, a single primordial Indo-European religion. We know this through linguistics and anthropology and archaeology.
Just the fact that Dies Pater shows up in Spain and Italy, and also all the way in India, there you go. You have a clear something to look at. You have tangible something to look at that shows you this is a widespread ancient language that's spread across the entire hemisphere.
Yeah, he's a thunderbolt wielding sky father, warlord deity. That's Indra or Zeus, and he leads this pantheon. Okay, and there are these sacrificial priests who are orienting all of human worship toward this pantheon, and humanity has this subservient, not to say servile, relationship to these gods who are extremely tyrannical and capricious and, frankly, at times sadistic. And this is true both in, Greek religion and ancient Vedic religion. And then there's another class of beings that you see both in Greek religion and Vedic religion, and those are the Titans. And these Titans are opposed to the gods. The Vedic people called them Ashuras. And this is very significant because the chief deity of Zarathustra is Ahura Mazda. And Ahura, just like, Gita and Gatha, Ahura is the Iranian cognate of the Vedic Ashura. So Ahura Mazda, Mazda means wisdom. Ahura Mazda is the Titan or the Ashura of wisdom. So right away, what Zarathustra is doing is inverting the entire theological worldview of the Indo-Europeans 180 degrees. He preaches in the Gathas that the Devas are sadistic, tyrannical, and above all, deceptive. He says that their chief attribute is duruj, or the lie. They're great deceivers, and they're oppressors of mankind. And above all, they're trying to deny us wisdom and knowledge. So we ought to align ourselves with titanic wisdom and rebel against these gods. So it's a message of insurrection that we find in the Gathas. Insurrection against the entire heavenly order, which was common to the Greeks and the Vedic people. Okay? So you can see why this guy had to flee for his life.
Right.
Yeah.
Now,
so,
who would if Ahura Mazda which is there a god in the ancient Greek pantheon that relates to?
Hell yeah, there is. Hell yeah, there is.
Okay. I guess. Is it Uranos?
No.
Okay.
But it's interesting because I'll say something about Uranos later in a moment, in response to this. But okay, so let's lay this out really briefly for a minute. And I'm going to come back to these attributes of Ahura Mazda momentarily, but just to answer your question. First of all, we've got the name Titan of Wisdom. Okay, who's a Titan? Who's associated with wisdom? Second, the chief attribute of Ahura Mazda is forward thinking or thinking ahead, sepanto minu, and I'll come back to this. Thinking, whoa, wait a minute, thinking ahead. And number three, what is the element that symbolizes cosmic order? That's an expression of the mind of Ahura Mazda? Fire, an ever-burning fire.
I got it.
Oh, okay, so who is Ahura Mazda? Prometheus.
Yeah.
Okay, clearly, Ahura Mazda is a philosophical concept that's been developed on the basis of an older Indo-European myth of Prometheus, which you find in its original form, not in Greece, but in Iran.
He's the creator too.
Yeah, and he's the creator. He's the creator of mankind. Okay, he's the creator. He created us in his image.
People forget about that.
To think for ourselves and not to worship these tyrannical Olympians. We'll come back to that.
Sure.
But the myth of Prometheus, a lot of people might not realize, doesn't come from Greece. It comes from Iran originally. The whole Caucasus was part of Iran until the Russian czars took it from Iran in the 1800s.
Wow, that's a long time.
Okay, so the Caucasus is the cradle of Iranian civilization. And the myth of Prometheus in its original form is still found in the Caucasus in terms of the cult of Amirani. There's this figure called Amirani, and he's clearly, if you look at the structure of the myth, he's Prometheus, and they still worship him in the folk religion of Georgia. And there are statues of him in the countrysides of Georgia and the Caucasus Mountains, where, of course, Prometheus is chained. In the myth, Prometheus, when he's punished by Zeus, he's chained to the Caucasus Mountains, right? And so the whole ancient Indo-European fire cult of Prometheus, I believe, was the raw material with which Zarathustra was working when he developed this philosophically complex notion of Ahura Mazda.
That's fascinating.
But I mentioned forethought. So Ahura Mazda emanates 7 powers or 7 facets of his divine intelligence. And these are called the Amesha Spentas. And the fact that it's 7 is going to be relevant to our discussion of Zarathustra's influence on Gnosticism. Okay, so bear that in mind. So there are these 7 powers, and the foremost of these is Sepanta Minu, which, as I mentioned, is translated into Greek as Prometheia, forward thinking, thinking ahead. The progressive mentality is one good translation of it. Sepanta, progressive, forward-oriented, Minu, mentality, mind. Sepanta Minu. And this is the foremost of the 7 powers that express, Ahura Mazda in the cosmos. The second one is something called Asha Vahishta. And Asha became Arta in the language of the Persian Empire. And this means cosmic order. It's basically the Greek notion cosmos, which, by the way, had not been formed yet at that time. It's going to be formed, as we'll discuss, in Heraclitus. So this notion of cosmic order is the second manifestation of this, of Ahura Mazda, Asha Vahishta. It means the best order, literally. That's the translation of it. Asha, order, Vahishta, the best, namely cosmic order. Then we've got, and very significantly, let me not gloss over the fact that Asha Vahishta is symbolized by fire. That's the ever-burning fire, which always changes its forms, but it's the same substrate. In other words, energy. Energy, the cosmos is basically as ever-transforming energy.
Is this that monad that people attribute to his teachings?
We'll get into that. I think that in my view, Zarathustra is neither a monist nor a dualist.
Okay.
His view is more nuanced than that. But I think that his view influenced both monism and it influenced both the Valentinian type of Gnosticism and also the Manichean dualistic type of Gnosticism. Okay, so then the third one after Asha Vahishta, we could say is Vohumana. And Vohumana means the best thinking, the best thinking. And notice Humana in Vohumana, Humana, becomes humanitas. Vohumana, the best thinking, is the means whereby we become truly human. Unless you cultivate Vohumana, you're not really a human being. You're an animal that walks on 2 legs. Okay, so this notion that became prominent in the Roman Empire of humanitas being something that is not necessarily inherent, shouldn't be taken for granted, but something that has to be, cultivated. This is a notion that goes back to Zarathustra's concept of Vohumana, one of the 7 Amesha Spentas or emanations of Ahura Mazda. Then we've got Haurvatat, and so there's a certain internal logic to this. When you cultivate Vohumana, or the best thinking, you are aligning yourself with Asha Vahishta, with cosmic order. And when you align yourself with cosmic order through the best thinking, then you also wind up becoming a vehicle or channel for the progressive force in the cosmos, namely Sepantaminu. This progressive mentality starts to become the dominant spirit of your life as you align yourself with cosmic order through the best thinking. That's how Spentaminu, Asha Vahishta, and Vohumana are connected. And then when you start to come into this alignment through the cultivation of, your human potential for rationality, and intellection, then you attain a series of other attributes. One of them is Haurvatat, which means wholeness. Wholeness in the sense that the word health used to mean, to be hale or whole. And this kind of wholeness was symbolized by water in, early Zoroastrianism, which I think is where the baptism idea comes from in Christianity. This baptism is submersion in water as a symbol of conferring wholeness upon a person. Then another attribute that follows from cultivating the best thinking is Ameratat, which is often translated as immortality. And people connect this to like the Taoist notion of longevity. But actually the word Ameratat means deathlessness. Meratat, mer is like a cognate of, mort in French, or, it's our word for mortality. You can see how Meratot, mortality, right? So it's a meratot, a mortality, deathlessness.
Immortal.
Immortal, right? But okay, but it could just mean like vitality.
Right.
Right? But coming from out of the power and grip of death and being very vital. So vitality and wholeness coming from cultivating the best thinking. And then
this is where you get the idea of apotheosis later on in these Gnostics. Makes sense.
Yeah. And then you have spenta armaiti, which is tranquility, serenity, poise, kind of, deep grace and groundedness. And whereas Ameratot is symbolized by vegetation, spenta armaiti is symbolized by the earth, the element of earth. So grounded serenity and tranquility coming from being well-rooted through, the cultivation of the best thinking and the wholeness or health and vitality that comes from it. And then finally, Vohu Kshatra is the last of these 7 attributes or emanations of Ahura Mazda. And that means the best dominion or the ideal governance or, the most righteous form of rule. And so this is another thing which if we can keep it in mind to come back to is important in terms of teasing out the distinctions between Zarathustra teaching and the various forms of Gnosticism that were deeply influenced by it. Because in Gnosticism, and we can flesh this out later, there is this inherent critique of power, where all power is archontic, and generally all political regimes are inherently bound for corruption and so forth. Not so in Zarathustra's vision. In Zarathustra is the first utopian, and he believes that there can be an ideal form of government based on the governance of the wise, from which Plato later gets his idea of the philosopher kings and so on and so forth.
Right.
These are the 7 major attributes of the teachings of Zarathustra. But there's other points I want to get to that we find in the Goths as well. But just if you want to have any reflections and commentary on that before we continue.
Let's see. So so he's spreading these ideas, and how do we get from that to having like separate different forms of Gnosticism that spread as far as Greece? Like, how do these ideas get fleshed out?
Yeah. Okay. So before we head to the influence on, and let me just lay out a few other important points, okay? Because they're going to be vital to the impact of Zarathustra's thinking on Gnosticism. One is that there's a counterforce to, I was about to say to Ahura Mazda, because this is how the Gnostics interpret this counterforce. But really, it's a counterforce to Sepanta Minu, to this, the 7th power, or the main attribute of Ahura Mazda, and that counterforce is called Angra Minu. So you have Sepanta Minu and Angra Minu, and this Angra Minu is later contracted linguistically to Ahriman.
Right.
So Angra Minu literally means the constricted, constrained mentality. Angira, gera in Persian means knotted up, like,
And for anyone doesn't, this influences Christianity big time with the devil. And there's a passage in Matthew where Jesus is in the wilderness and he's being tempted by the devil. And I'm not even kidding. If you look at the Zendavesta, the passage lines up almost verbatim, where it's the same thing. You have Zoroaster in the wilderness chanting, doing his thing. And then all of a sudden Spenta Menu comes out and was like, hey, if you worship me, I'll give you the boon to rule all the...
Angra Menu.
Yeah. He goes, I'll give you the boon to rule all the nations. And then, of course, Zoroaster just keeps chanting to Ahura Mazda, and Angra Manu is rushed away, pushed off. This story really influences how Jesus is portrayed in Matthew. And by the way, it just happens to be the same book that starts off with Magi chasing a star to find, like, there can't be a coincidence. This is a highly, people think Matthew is a Jewish book. I don't see it. I think it's just Eastern book. I guess that would make more sense, right?
There's a lot that could be said about all of that. Yeah, I'll try to come back to it.
Sure.
In particular to the devil, okay? Because the devil's in the details.
Yeah.
Anyway, so So Angraminu, right? What is this Angraminu? Gere, constrained, constricted. This is the force or counterforce that is constraining progress, is suffocating life, is constricting our flourishing, right? So it's a force of how can I put it? Stagnation and stasis and retardation, actually. Okay, and so one important thing about this Angraminu notion that becomes Ahriman in Middle Persian is that it means Ahura Mazda is not omnipotent. Okay, he's neither omnipotent nor omniscient, and this is really important because many theologians have recognized, and on account of this fact, Zoroastrianism doesn't face the problem of evil. In any religion where you have an omniscient and omnipotent God, you know, there's the problem of God being responsible for all the evil in the world, and if, in my view, more importantly, you know, the fact that you don't have any free will. You cannot have free will and have an omnipotent and omniscient God. It just doesn't work, okay? It's completely illogical, and any jackass like St. Augustine who wants to say that it's a miracle, I'm not going to give him the time of day, all right? So you got to choose between your omniscient God, omnipotent God, on the one hand, and free will on the other. Zarathustra doesn't face that problem. Ahura Mazda is limited. The power and even the knowledge of Ahura Mazda is limited by this counterforce. And this means we have free will. We have the free will radically to choose between these two forces and which one we want to align ourselves with. And that's a message you find at the core of the Gathas. Zarathustra repeatedly says, and emphatically so, you, with your own intellect, observe, discern, and choose which of the forces you want to align yourself with, either Sepantaminu or Angraminu. And to go back to the beginning of our discussion, the Devas are aligned with Angraminu. Okay? Right. So, and he specifically says this in the Gathas. There is this very strange passage in the Gathas, which, if you ask me, aligns with the myth of Atlantis that you find in Plato. And, you know, with some things in the Vedic context, in terms of the Mahabharata's accounts of the ancient wars between the Devas and the Ashuras and so forth, there is a strange passage in the Gathas where Zarathustra says that when the Devas were deliberating, Angraminu came in and he, as a great deceiver, confused their deliberations, and they rushed in wrath and destroyed the life of mankind. Well, what is this talking about? This is talking about when Zeus calls a convocation of the Olympians and they decide to destroy the world through a great deluge, right? And in particular, they're targeting the Atlanteans who have rebelled against Olympus. So the Devas, the gods, are aligned with Angraminu or Ahriman. And we have the free choice to be able to basically resist these heavenly powers that, notice now the Gnostic structure is already becoming clear. These heavenly powers that stand between us and the true divine intelligence of the cosmos.
Archons.
Yeah, yeah. So the Devas are the Archons. Wow. Zarathustra's take on the Devas, or Devs, it's where we get the word devil from, Devs, right? The Devas, they are the Archons. They're the prototype for the Gnostic Archons, who stand between us and our alignment with the divine intelligence, you know, in the cosmos.
Wow. Yeah, it's now, the more you talk about it, the more it's starting to look a lot clearer of how these ideas line up.
One last very important piece of the message of the Gathas that's going to become fundamental to Gnosticism. And that's the idea that, well, two more. Yes. One is that this choice, this free choice that we have, has to be exercised within a certain time frame. Zarathustra is the first person in recorded history to have a teleological conception of time. So all of these ancient cultures, the Greek culture, the Vedic culture, the Mayan culture, ancient Egyptian, etc., everywhere across the entire globe, you had cyclical conceptions of time, where there were a series of world ages that you'd go through, from the Golden Age, the Silver Age, the Bronze Age, etc., Iron Age, or the Greek, Satya Yuga, all the way to the Kali Yuga, and then the cycle would repeat itself, right? Zarathustra says, no, there is a successive series of world ages that are in a progressive trajectory toward an end of history. That's an apocalypse. And this end of history is a final judgment between the forces of wisdom and the forces of ignorance and retardation, between the forward momentum of creation and regression, retardation, and basically the power of death. And so we have to make our choice before this final event. And this final event is symbolized by the entire globe being engulfed in flame. Okay, the world being set ablaze, which is an alchemical metaphor, right? It's the alchemical fire transmuting this world into a more perfect form. And they call this the Freshgard in, well, this is what Zarathustra calls it in the Goths in its original form, Frashokereti, and it becomes Freshgard in Middle Persian. Literally, if you can hear the word fresh in that, Freshgard, Frashokereti, fresh. Right. So it's the refreshing of the world. It's like hitting the refresh button on a browser, right? It's the refreshing of the world. And it's accomplished through this alchemical fire. And on the other side of that, everything attains its perfect form. So this brings us then to the last idea, which is key to Gnosticism. And that's that there are these farvahaks or fravashis that are the perfect forms of everything in the world. And they pre-exist the created world. Now, notice, we're like 200 years before Plato here, okay? So this idea that, as I'm going to point to if we have the time, Plato gets via Pythagoras from Zarathustra, this idea of the archetypes, pre-existing physical creation on the basis of them is also central to the message of Zarathustra, and it becomes key to Gnosticism. This is the notion of the pleroma, or the, some etheric, whatever, non-physical realm where there are more perfect forms of beings in this world. So the pleroma notion in its embryonic form is there in the Goths of Zarathustra. And there's an idea that after the Freshgard, after this fiery, apocalypse, this world, this physical world, is going to more perfectly instantiate or embody this archetypal reality. And in particular, in terms of our human existence, each person who passes that trial by fire will embody his Dana. Dana is a word that Zarathustra uses, which is a cognate of the Greek dianoia, and it becomes the basis for two words in later Persian, dana, which means knowing, and dain, which means duty. So think knowing and duty. So the word dana meant conscience in the teaching of Zarathustra, and it was symbolized by a maiden who you would meet after death. And this maiden, like a Valkyrie, right? This maiden was your perfect form, your anima,
Is this where Diana comes from? The goddess?
I think so, and I'll tell you why in a moment.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you why right now, okay? Because who is Diana? Diana is the Roman form of Artemis.
Yeah.
Artemis has no meaning in Greek. We know, Herodotus and other Greek writers say that the cult of Artemis was the religion of the Amazons, and they're the ones who brought it to Greece. The Amazons built the temple of Artemis. The Amazons are Iranians, okay?
Yeah.
The Amazons are Sarmatians. They're Sarmatian women, and they had a matriarchal society. And so we have to look for the meaning of Artemis in Iranian languages, not in Greek. And Artemis has a very clear meaning in Iranian languages. It's Arta Amesha. As I mentioned earlier, Arta is a Persian form of Asha, cosmic order, or truth. Truth is another translation of Asha or Arta. And then Amesha, remember the Amesha Spentas.
Right.
The Amesha Spentas, the 7 emanations of Zarathustra, of Ahura Mazda. Amesha means undying or immortal, and Spenta is the sort of like the spirits, right? The immortal spirits. So Arta Amesha Artemis. Artamesha means immortal truth or immortal cosmic order. And this is who Artemis really is. She's an embodiment of immortal cosmic order in a feminine form coming from out of a matriarchal Iranian society. So do I think Diana is related to Dana? Yeah, I do think it's, via Artemis.
That is so true. Yeah. I don't think you can deny it. I think you just laid it out perfectly. I don't think you can even deny it.
And by the way, the chief attribute of, attribute is not necessarily the right word, but like she's known as a huntress who's associated with archery in particular.
The oldest myth in the world is the wild hunt.
The Iranians were known as the greatest archers of the ancient world. Herodotus says the Iranians taught their kids 3 things. 1, telling the truth. 2, horseback riding. And 3, archery.
Right.
Okay. Speak the truth and shoot well with arrows. That is Persian virtue, quote unquote. That's Friedrich Nietzsche.
And even Alexander the Great, if you read Arrian, before he even went to Persia in the east, he battled with the Scythians, and he recruited thousands of their archers to even go to Persia. He probably couldn't even do that unless he did that first.
Yeah, they were the greatest ballistics people in the ancient world, the Iranians in general, Scythians and Persians both.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, so you got this Dana. She's like this Valkyrie who's your most perfect form. And also her name becomes the word for knowledge in Persian later, Dana. And so this is Sophia. It's your inner Sophia.
Wow.
Okay. And you're supposed to become her after the end of history. After the apocalypse, we become, which is kind of bizarre because this is like it's very strange. It's an uber matriarchal conception because it's saying that both men and women have this inner feminine perfect form, and that after the end of the world, like we're all going to embody that.
The Old Testament too, in Proverbs 8, where it talks about Sophia first formed the father, totally switches everything on its head. Like Adam was created by a female now, like which one is it? But I think that's how you get these medieval Kabbalists. That's what they're interpreting later on. But anyway, that's a whole different story. But yeah, I'm basically saying this is reflective in other parts of theology and philosophy.
Yeah, and it's the Gnostic, what becomes the Gnostic destruction of the fallen world and the emergence of the Pleroma as our primary form of existence, and our embodying Sophia at the end of history. And it's all right there already in the Gathas and 580 BC.
Wow.
Okay, so that lays out for us the basic message of the Gathas. And now we can finally address this question that you raised, or maybe you want to raise anew, about the influence of Zarathustra or Zoroaster on, and by the way, let me just mention this guy's name. Like, what is this? Why some people call him Zoroaster? Why is he called Zarathustra in?
Yeah, that's a good question.
People assume the Greeks came up with this Zoroaster as a corruption of Zarathustra, because Zoroaster means Zara, or Zar in Persian, means gold, and Aster, of course, is the word for star. Setare still means star in Persian, and so Zoroaster means golden star. But this is probably a corruption. Because Zarathustra calls himself Zarathustra in the Gathas, and that's the whole Iranian tradition refers to him as that. And then later, when Iranology becomes sophisticated in Europe in the 1800s, 1700s, 1800s, you have the correct name Zarathustra reemerge, and that's why Nietzsche uses the correct name of Zarathustra rather than Zoroaster. And Zarathustra means not golden star, but golden camel. Ushtara is camel. Later becomes the word shotor. Ushtra or shotor in contemporary Persian means camel. So his name meant golden camel. And back in that time when he was alive, the two most prized animals were horses and camels. And you found a lot of people with an name ending aspa, like Zarathustra's own friend Jamaspa, the king that became his patron, Visht Aspa. Aspa means horse, and Ushtra means camel. So you had people named so-and-so camel or so-and-so horse. And so his name means golden camel.
That's interesting you said that, because I'm learning Greek right now, and my Greek teacher was just telling me that if you every time you see the str in a word, this comes from a family. It's a certain family of linguistic words that have like a root somewhere. It's like real deep and mythology, I guess. But and also as far as the camels go, you could see why camels would be so valuable, because you can put tons of items on their back and travel long distances without having to carry it. Like traders needed camels.
That's right. That's right. And of course, in this case, we're talking not about, because your viewers are going to think Iran, whatever, Middle East. No, we're not talking about Arabian camels here. We're talking about the Central Asian camel.
Right.
Zarathustra was living up towards Central Asia. So we're talking about the Central Asian camel. In any case, that's irrelevant. Yeah. So the influence of Zarathustra. So Pythagoras, okay. Pythagoras is the first philosopher.
He's like the Abraham of the Greeks.
Well, God's forbid that we should ever compare him to Abraham. Look, this is, even from a Gnostic perspective, utter heresy, right?
Okay.
Abraham was a child murdering, mindless zombie listening to a psychopathic voice from heaven, and Pythagoras was a torchbearer of wisdom and enlightenment for humanity. But I take your point, meaning like he's the forerunner of the entire
father of everything, right?
Tradition in Greece. Because nobody used the word philosophy before Pythagoras, or the word philosopher. He's the one who coins the term. And whereas the word philosopher or philosophy didn't exist in Greek, it did in ancient Iranian. Zarathustra wasn't a Zoroastrian, and he didn't call his doctrine Zoroastrianism. Right. He called it Mazda Yasna, which means reverence for wisdom. And a person following it was a Mazda Yasin, a reverer of wisdom. And in particular, in the teaching of Zarathustra, you do not worship Ahura Mazda. You are a friend of Ahura Mazda. That's the term that he uses. Wow. You choose to be a friend of Ahura Mazda, and the relationship to the wisdom, the Titanic wisdom, is a relationship of friendship. So philosophia. Philia means friendship in Greek, and Sophia means wisdom. So Pythagoras is just translating Mazda Yasna into Greek when he coins the term philosophy, or the term philosopher. And we know this is the case because the man spent a decade, more than a decade, in the capital of the Persian Empire. When Pythagoras was young, he went to Egypt, and while he was in Egypt, studying with the priests and measuring the pyramid, measuring the inside of the king's chamber to get the Pythagorean theorem and so on and so forth, he was arrested by the military forces of Cambyses II. Cambyses II was the son of Cyrus the Great. He was the second emperor of the Persian Empire. And as a joke, he had Pythagoras arrested the way that in Plato's Republic, there's the scene at the beginning where Socrates is arrested by his friends. In other words, they force him to come and have a philosophical discussion with them. They're like, we're not going to let you go, man. You're going to come and you're going to talk to us, and we're going to pick your brains and get some wisdom out of your head.
Like what I'm doing with you right now.
Well, maybe. in any case. So they grab this guy and they say that, listen, the king really wants to talk to you. Please come back with us, whether you want it or not. You're coming back with us to Babylon, to the capital of the Persian Empire. And, we want you to sit with the Magi and the king and, talk to us. And so he goes back with them, and he spends 10 to 12 years.
That's what I've heard, yep.
Over a decade, studying with, and I think probably to some extent it was a two-way relationship, working with the Magi, okay, the Zoroastrian priests in the capital of the Persian Empire, a dozen years.
Now, I'm not sure if you know about this, but among the stuff that's found from Marcus Aurelius in his writings, he's got Greek translations of Zoroaster. And I'm wondering, this is maybe through Pythagoras somehow it gets passed down, or is he?
No doubt.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm sure these writings were common both in the Pythagorean schools and also in the Platonic Academy, ultimately. And the reason they didn't get to us is because of the burning of the Library of Alexandria. Right. And Corinth and various other places, where these libraries were torched. So look, and by the way, let me just, this is not a side note. This is actually really relevant. One way we know that's true, and I'm just not making some anti-Christian claim like, off the top of my head or pulling it out of somewhere, is because we know there was this guy, Anacharsis of Scythia, who was another one living around the time of Zarathustra, between Zarathustra and Pythagoras. And he was a Scythian by paternal descent, whose mother was Greek. And he went from Scythia, in other words, from northern Iran, to Athens, where he became friends with Solon. And he was also known as one of the most, in fact, besides Zarathustra, Anacharsis is the first pre-Socratic philosopher. And he had a notorious reputation, this guy did. He was basically a philosophical anarchist, and we can come back to this. You know, a lot of what becomes the teaching of Gautama Buddha, I think, is deeply influenced by Anacharsis of Scythia. A lot of what becomes Taoism, deeply influenced by Anacharsis of Scythia's deconstruction of polar opposites and his critique of emergent rationality, and his old notion of basically, nature as a flux, and the dynamic interplay of opposites, and the lack of any objective criteria for making judgments about things. He was like a proto-cynic in a lot of ways.
Wow.
And he was Iranian, all right? He's coming from the same cultural milieu as Zarathustra. But here's the thing. There are no writings of his that have survived. This guy wrote a shit ton. People quoted him in various books, and we don't have anything from Anacharsis of Scythia. Therefore, go ahead. You
said he met Solon, the lawgiver?
He was friends with him. He was personal friends with him. Solon said, he came and he said to Solon, hey, I came here to be your friend. I think we could really, have a profitable relationship. Solon said to him, it's best to make friends at home. Get lost, man. Well, you're some foreigner, get the hell out of here. And he said, well, since you're at home, you should make friends with me. And anyway, the two of them struck up. Yeah, in Athens, yeah.
Okay.
He moved to Athens. He was an Iranian who moved to Athens.
Because there is a story that Solon goes to Heliopolis, because that was where the great library was before Alexandria.
Yeah.
And so this is after that?
I'm not sure when in Solon's life it was, whether it was before he went to Egypt or after he went to Egypt, or at what point.
But that's still fascinating that he has it.
Well, I can tell you, it was in 589 BC. So people familiar with the life of Solon, they can figure out whether it was before or after he went to Egypt. But
leave it in the comments. There you go.
Yeah. So, but just notice the date here. Anacharsis came to Athens in 589 BC. When was the likely date that Zarathustra composed the Gathas? 580 BC. So this is within 9 years.
Wow. So now we can start pinpointing when things happen now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this is, it makes a lot of sense Zarathustra would have been at this time, and would have been a major catalytic force for the rise of pre-Socratic philosophy. In any case, why did I bring up Anacharsis? Yeah, it's obvious we lost a lot of these writings, and that there were definitely texts by Zarathustra other than the Gathas, and other, I hesitate to call them Zoroastrian texts of Mazda, Yasna, Iranian wisdom, translated into Greek, which were in these libraries and which we lost through the catastrophic rise of the Catholic Church and so forth. But in any case, we got sidetracked. Pythagoras.
Yeah.
So he studies for a dozen years in the capital of the Persian Empire with the Magi, the priests who have adopted the doctrine of Zarathustra. So obviously, this guy, he's got to have been under massive influence from the teaching of Zarathustra. And you can see it reflected in Pythagoras' teaching. He has this notion of peras and apeiron, that there are these two principles that work in the cosmos. One is a principle of order. This is what, when he says everything is number, right? Pythagoras is saying there is this principle of limit and limitation and demarcation, peras. And what it is demarcating and limiting is apeiron, a chaotic unlimited. Okay, and this chaotic unlimited is it's like a vortex. It's like a black hole. Like, the event horizon of a black hole tears everything apart, right? So this is like angraminu. This is like the force of chaos and disorder. So you see this at the heart of the ontology of Pythagoras. You also see that Pythagoras, and I neglected to mention this earlier in terms of Zarathustra, but I'm coming back to it now. Pythagoras has a exceptional respect for women, and a promotion of the bizarre notion at the time, the radically countercultural notion that women should have equality of opportunity. He took women as students into the Pythagorean school, and some of them rose to be teachers in the Pythagorean order. And this is something you find in the Gathas of Zarathustra as well. Zarathustra, I mean, this is unheard. In 600 BC, this guy is talking about the equality of women and how women have conscience and rationality and should make their own choices in life. And he officiates at his daughter's wedding and like gives this whole sermon about how her life is her own and she should make her own choices and so on and so forth.
And this could possibly be from this Dana idea from Zoroaster.
Yeah, and let's not forget.
Wisdom.
Let's not forget. A whole third of the Iranian community in those, or a fourth of the Iranian community in those days, the Sarmatians, were a matriarchal society who became the basis for the Amazon myths among the Greeks.
That's a really good point. This is all coming together now.
And plus, the Greeks used to say about the Persians that the Persians were, they used to say they were pansies and basically cucks who were like under the thumb of their women. And they're, at the Persian court, and women called all the shots, and so on and so forth. And because the Greeks were extremely patriarchal, paternalistic people. But yeah, in the ancient Persian military, you had female admirals in the Persian navy. Okay, so all right, so Pythagoras is also getting this from the teaching of Zarathustra, the place that women have in the Pythagorean order, and his notions of justice and of how governments should be run are clearly based on Zarathustra's idea of vohu chashatra, the best governance or the most righteous form of regime, which is the rule of philosophers. Okay, the system that he was setting up in real life with Kavi Vishtaspa, his patron, where basically he was a court philosopher determining court policy. And so this is an idea that Pythagoras is getting from Zarathustra, and that then Plato, as a member of the Pythagorean order, adopts and articulates in Republic as, I was about to say philosopher kingship, but really it should be called philosopher guardianship, because women can be philosopher rulers as well.
Interesting.
So you find all these ideas, in the teachings of Pythagoras that are, and then of course, when we talk about archetypes, right? As I mentioned earlier, the whole notion of archetypes that you find at the core of Platonic ontology comes from the Pythagorean order. Plato is getting that through his membership in this secret society. And Pythagoras is getting that from Zarathustra via the Magi that he's studying with for a dozen years in the capital of the Persian Empire. Now, it's also noteworthy that Pythagoras only leaves Iran and goes, and let's remember, okay, Babylon, okay, it's in Iraq today. Iraq is a fake country. Iraq was created by the British colonialists. It's a fake country. The capital of Iran was in Iraq for 4 Iranian empires. The capital. Not only was Iraq part of Iran, it was the capital district, okay? So this Mesopotamia has spent the better part of the past 2,500 years as part of Iran, integral part of Iran, except for the period where the Ottoman Turks overran it and ruled it for a while before the British carved Iraq. Anyway, point being that he only leaves Iran, Pythagoras does, when the Persian Empire conquers his native island of Samos.
Right.
Then Pythagoras,
Samos, and he goes to Italy and sets up in Croton, Italy.
Exactly. So how come Pythagoras only leaves Iran when Iran conquers Samos? If you were some nationalist Greek, right, you would hate the Persians for conquering your homeland. No, this guy only leaves Iran and goes back to his homeland once it's under Iranian rule. Okay, so he's clearly aligned. And then, right, and then and we're going to talk about Heraclitus too, and his politics and how that was aligned with the Persian Empire. But he goes from Samos, as you mentioned, to Italy, and he sets up the Pythagorean schools in southern Italy. Well, if you ask me, what this looks like is he was sent on a mission.
Yeah.
The Magi sent him. They said, okay, go now. He was an evangelist, basically. Go now and preach this doctrine in the West, spread this wisdom in the West. And he sets up these schools in Italy, which then are burned down by the local, feudal aristocracy, because these guys don't want their women in school. They don't want, their women becoming, uppity and talking back and not being good housewives who can, be in the kitchen and so on and so on and so forth.
Yeah, they were like a warrior cult back over there, basically.
Yeah, Pythagoras tried to basically seize control of the government of southern Italy He had basically all these politicians he was training to carry out a coup d'etat and create a philosopher kingship in southern Italy. And the local landed aristocracy became wise to this, and they burned down the Pythagorean schools. But of course, the schools spread, and then we had important initiates of these schools, most notably Plato. And so then this Zoroastrian influence gets passed on to Plato. Okay, so but Pythagoras is an important figure here because why? Who were the two people besides Jesus that the Carpocratians set up statues of?
Plato.
Pythagoras and Heraclitus. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Plato. Pythagoras and Plato. Who were the two major influences on Plato? Pythagoras. So people think, okay, of Socrates when they think of Plato, all right? But I'm going to make a very long story short. Socrates was a war veteran who was a bum on the streets. Socrates was like a Vietnam War vet bum who was a real wise ass. That's the kind of person he was. Plato takes him and he turns him to this grand dramatic persona after the death of Socrates. So it's true that Socrates was important, like for Plato, when Plato was a teenager or very young man in his early 20s and whatever, he was an early mentor to him, but he was like a bum on the street who was...
Because he also teaches people like Diogenes, and you get the cynics that come out of him too.
Exactly.
So
that's the type he is.
Yeah.
But Socrates wasn't an important influence on Plato in terms of his thinking. The doctrines that Plato puts in the mouth of Socrates are influenced by two figures in particular. One is Pythagoras, because Plato went on to join the Pythagorean order after he was a sworn brother of the order, which this could be a whole other program talk about, the Illuminati and the beginning of the Illuminati and, who Plato really was and how much he left unsaid in his writings and so on and so forth, his esoteric doctrine.
That's the next one.
The other thing, the other major influence on Plato was Heraclitus.
Right.
Aristotle tells us that in the period after the death of Socrates and before Plato joined the Pythagorean order, why are we going through all this? Because of the Carpocratians. And they worship Plato together with Pythagoras and Jesus. So Aristotle tells us that in that period after the death of Socrates and before Plato becomes a sworn member of the Pythagorean order, Plato studied under this Heraclitean teacher Cratylus. And Plato was a zealous Heraclitean. He had completely internalized the worldview of Heraclitus. And Aristotle says it's only on the basis of the Heraclitean worldview that Plato then builds up this ontology of and epistemology of forms, the concepts, the eidos, and so on and so forth. But that the backdrop for Plato's sophisticated ontology and epistemology of forms is an acceptance of Heraclitus's view of the world as flux and various other notions of Heraclitus about the nature of cosmic justice and so forth. So who are the two main influences on Plato? Heraclitus and Pythagoras. Okay, we talked about Pythagoras' connection to Iran and to Zarathustra.
Absolutely, you demonstrated that. Yeah.
Now let's talk about Heraclitus. All right.
Because this
Heraclitus.
a lot of people bring this up that Heraclitus is very Zoroastrian in his thinking. So let's go through this.
Heraclitus has a number of ideas in his what we call it fragments. It was a book that was called On Nature, and now only fragments are left of it. He has a number of ideas in that text that have no precedent in Greek culture, but align directly with Zarathustra's teaching.
He criticizes all the Greeks and they're like he's very much like a Tupac of his day, like criticizing everyone else, but being like sort of like going against the grain.
Look, he attacks Homer and Hesiod.
Yeah.
Vehemently. I mean, this would be the equivalent of being a Satanist in that time. You're ripping the Bible to pieces.
Right.
Homer and Hesiod were the Bible of that time, and he's just trashing them.
Right.
Okay. And now, why is he trashing them? Because very much in alignment with Zarathustra, Heraclitus is saying that these gods that these guys write about, Homer and Hesiod, these Olympians, these are not the true divinities. The true divinity is a divine mind, okay? It's a divine mind that expresses itself as cosmic order and that is best symbolized by an undying and ever-changing fire. Spenta Minu, and Ashal Vahishta. Okay, Spenta Minu is the cosmic order, and Ashal Vahishta is its being best symbolized by fire, or energy ever-changing in its forms. And another idea that you find there is that everything in nature advances, proceeds, unfolds according to dialectical opposition. There is a struggle between dialectically opposed forces, forces that they are in tension with one another, and their dynamic tension is creative or constructive, and it's what moves the world forward. Well, this is also at the core of the teaching of Zarathustra, in that, and this is a very subtle and important point, Angraminu is also necessary. You don't want to get rid of Angraminu. Angraminu or Ahriman is also necessary. It's the struggle between Sepantaminu and Angraminu that makes the world work.
It's like when a fire or when a forest burns down, it comes back even greater, and there's more life after that, sort of.
Yes, and it's also like a chess game.
Yeah.
Angraminu are the black pieces on the board. And so the divine mind of Ahura Mazda wants an opponent.
Right.
And notice the ethos behind this mentality, right? It's a very chivalric, noble-minded ethos, which says, I want evil to go ahead and do its best. I want an opponent. It's the Olympics ethos, the ethos of agonistic struggle that we find in the Greek Olympics.
You have to have that contrast to make it move.
Well, and also, it's not just a contrast, it's what makes you your best. You play your best game against a strong opponent.
Exactly.
But it takes a certain depth of soul to have that kind of ethos, right? I mean, really niggardly, petty people want to just eliminate all opposition. The strong and noble-minded person, a free spirit, wants to face the best opposition so that they can become the best version of themselves and find out what they're really capable of. And so this is also a notion of Zarathustra that winds up at the heart of the teaching of Heraclitus. And then there are these peculiar things in there that there's nowhere they could have come from but from Zarathustra and Iranian culture. Like Heraclitus says, don't keep corpses around and, engage in ceremonial, rites around corpses and bury them or whatever. He says, throw them out like dung. Throw corpses out quicker than crap, literally, is what he puts in his text.
That's literally what's written in his Avesta. Like,
exactly.
Even you can rip your nails off and throw that on the ground. That's got to be disposed in a certain way.
Zoroastrians would take corpses immediately to the outskirts of the city, and they would put them on these rocky outcrops for vultures to descend on the corpses and basically to feed nature, because you don't need your body anymore at that point. Your spirit has gone on. So they just take the corpses, and they strip them down to the bone in these places and let vultures feed on them. In any case, they throw them out from the populated area. And Heraclitus says this in the fragments. Well, this is totally anathema to traditional Greek funerary rites. And there's only one place he could have gotten it from. And then when we look at his politics, okay, it's just absolutely, undeniably obvious when we look at Heraclitus's politics. He is vehemently opposed to democracy. He believes that the wise should rule, and that the best men, meaning the ones with the most cultivated intellect, should be the guardians of a society. And he's so committed to this idea that when his personal friend, Hermodorus, the satrap, the Persian governor of Ephesus, okay, so Heraclitus's buddy was the Persian governor of Ephesus, a guy called Hermodorus. And when this guy is overthrown in an Ephesian revolt against Persian rule, Heraclitus says of his fellow citizens, they should all be hanged to the last man, and the city should be left to the children.
Yeah, and that's, by the way, this is in Turkey, so it's not like he's he's in Asia already. So
he's in the Persian Empire. This is a part of Greece that was ruled by the Persian Empire. His buddy Hermodorus is literally the Persian governor, the governor the Persians appointed to rule Ephesus. And when Hermodorus is deposed in a attempted coup by the Ephesians, attempted Greek revolt against Persian rule, he says, these Greeks here, these morons, these rabble, he calls them rabble, uneducated, mass, unthinking herd of people who, in the name of democracy, revolted against Hermodorus. He says they should all be executed to the last man. Leave the children to run the city. And then, okay, so
he was a contemporary of Thales too. Thales was a monotheist, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. And then, in the midst of this situation, Darius, the Persian emperor, sends a letter to Heraclitus saying, "Come be the court philosopher of Iran."
Wow.
Darius the Great, in all of his inscriptions on mountainsides in Iran, on rock cliffs in Iran, prefaces his decrees with, "In the name of Ahura Mazda and of Arta."
Absolutely.
Order.
Absolutely Zoroastrian.
So he's a Zoroastrian monarch. He's legitimating himself through the teachings of Zarathustra. And he says to Heraclitus, "Come be the court philosopher of the Persian Empire." Now, if you didn't think that this guy was Zoroastrian in his thinking,
they wouldn't allow him there.
Him.
No way he would be asked to be a court philosopher if he didn't already have aligned thinking to a high degree, too, not just a little. Exactly. To a high degree.
If he didn't epitomize the worldview of the ancient Iranians.
Wow.
So this is really telling. And then what does Heraclitus do? He writes him back. And he basically says, "Thank you, but no thank you. I don't think court life would suit me. It's a little too luxurious for me. And I'm not going to abandon my post.
Yeah.
And, you should come here." And so instead, Heraclitus goes and he exiles himself to the temple of Artemis. He doesn't leave the temple for the rest of his life because his attitude is basically, "I hate these people. These are not my kinsmen. These people who revolted against Hermodorus, who revolted against the Persians." And he makes the temple of Artemis, again, Arta Amesha, immortal truth, this Iranian goddess figure, right? He makes her temple his home for the rest of his life. And this is where the fragments were, kept. The first copy of the fragments were kept by the priestesses of the Temple of Artemis. And he would only come out to play with children on the steps of the temple, the children that, parents would bring when they came to worship Artemis. They would leave their children on the temple steps, and Heraclitus would be out there playing games with these children. It's like, I prefer to talk to them than to talk to any of you. I'll play with the children, thank you very much. And so anyway, and by the way, there's this beautiful fragment where he says that the Aeon is a child at play, moving pieces in a game. Sovereignty belongs to the child. Wow. And this is Heraclitus understanding what Zarathustra really was after in this opposition between Sepantaminu and Angraminu as part of the divine intelligence of Ahura Mazda, where there is a cosmic game on, like a chess game, or like backgammon, which is Iranian in origin. And the point is to play a good game and a creative game. In any case, I think that Heraclitus did that. He maintained his post. He sequestered himself to the Temple of Artemis because he was waiting for Darius to come to him, not the other way around. In other words, he was saying to the Persian Empire, "You come back and reassert rule here and in Greece in general." And so in this person, very much like Pythagoras, we're dealing with an agent of the Persian Empire.
These were progressive minds that saw the Persian post, saw the rule of Darius and Cyrus as like a modern or an ancient rendition of what today is like the UN, like overarching but also just, fair, knowledgeable, intelligent, and good for the world, instead of having like warring states periods.
Yeah, I mean, the United Nations is so corrupt.
Right. I'm just saying the idea.
You know what I think it's more like? I'll tell you what I think it's more like. It's like the United States at its foundation. The Persian Empire, the United States, Thomas Jefferson.
Washington.
Thomas Jefferson was very deeply influenced by Iranian ideas that he got from reading Greek authors. He had a vast library of classical Greek texts. He read Greek, and he was influenced by the Persians via the Greeks. And so the federal constitution of the United States was very much a reflection of the satrapy system of the Persian Empire.
Exactly. Not Judeo-Christian, because think about it. There's not a single script, not a single lick of Deuteronomy or Numbers in the Constitution. It is.
I mean, it's preposterous. Look, Jefferson took scissors to the Bible. I mean, this is a whole other conversation. The founding fathers despised Christianity. The founding father, Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, George Washington, the Illuminati, 33rd degree Freemason. Anyway, be that as it may. But to go to your point, it's more not like the UN so much. It's more like when Tom Paine says, I think it was in The Rights of Man, the book that he wrote in. Did he write The Rights of Man in prison in France? I think so.
Yeah.
And so Tom Paine, the black sheep of the founding fathers, he says that the Liberty Bell of the American Revolution is not just for all nations on earth. It should resound through the whole cosmos. And
same guy who called Christ a fable too.
Oh, he destroyed the Bible. Yeah. And by the way, not only did he think the U.S. Constitution shouldn't be based on the Bible, he said that the U.S. Constitution is not compatible with Christianity, and until we get rid of Christianity, we cannot have a functional government in this country. Anyway, be that as it may, when Paine is saying that the American Revolution and the system of liberty and the protection of personal rights that it's setting up is a standard for the whole world, that's what the ancient Persian emperors were after. They were after creating a universal order based on progress and the liberty of the individual. So, yeah, in any case.
Yeah, you just laid out, like, I think it's just completely clear that these pillars of the West, Heraclitus, Pythagoras, and then eventually Plato, and then, you know, who would be sort of passed down through the Aristotelian mind, and which branches out in many different directions. This comes from Zoroaster. He's the monad in its own way, like, to use a figure of speech.
Where am I going with this? Where I'm going with this is that, look, if the Carpocratians are worshiping statues of, or at least honoring statues of Pythagoras and then of Plato, who's influenced by Pythagoras and Heraclitus, what does that tell you about where the Carpocratian teaching is coming from originally, right? And I want to come back to the Carpocratians in 1 minute, and this is going to become really important. The point about Zarathustra and the Carpocratians and then Persian Gnosticism. But let me also note that I was listening to your conversation with, is it David Litwa?
M. David Litwa.
Yeah. And Litwa, in response to a question you asked very rightly about Persian influence on Simon Magus. And Litwa says, no, you know, there was a much closer source for Simon Magus than anything Zoroastrian, and that would have been Heraclitus. Well, we've already established how deeply influenced by Zarathustra Heraclitus is, okay? But I don't buy that Simon Magus is getting these ideas even from Zarathustra via Heraclitus. I think he's getting them directly from Zarathustra, and I'll tell you why. When he describes the, divine intelligence, not just as a cosmic fire, which is a very Zoroastrian symbol that you find in Heraclitus.
Yes, he calls God a fire. He said God is a fire. Yeah.
He also talks about the seventh power, and you don't find this in Heraclitus. This is nowhere in Heraclitus. It's nowhere in any Greek thought. The seventh power or emanation of the divine intelligence, which is thought, the divine thought, right? The thinking power of the divine, which is the seventh emanation. That's sepantominu. There are 7 amesha spenta, 7 of them. The seventh one, the highest one, is sepantominu, which is what? The power of thought, the divine thought, right?
I forgot about that. I wasn't even putting 2 to 2 together. That makes a lot of sense now.
It's the divine mind of Ahura Mazda, which Zarathustra and the Goths says that, the mind of Ahura Mazda exploded into myriad sparks of light and manifested the cosmic order, in the Goths.
So Christianity, with all these maguses and magois, this is sort of
another thing.
It's a sort of a descendant, a branch off of this Magi, Zoroastrian.
Exactly. Look, Simon Magus. There's a reason he's called, whether Litwa likes to call him Magus or not, but there's a reason he was called that. He was called Magus because he was a Magi. He was a member of the Order of the Magi.
And one of the first Christian cults to be in Rome, like during the time of Saint Linus, who's supposedly the guy who was anointed by Peter. We're talking like the 1st century, these Simonians who were worshiping Simon Magus, apparently, according to Irenaeus and Hippolytus. Who knows how accurate it is, but let's take them at their word value. Then that means the first Christians to show up in Rome were Magi.
And this whole notion that some people, some scholars, Western, I was gonna use an epithet, but I'll just pass over that. A lot of Western scholars try to dismiss the significance of this term magus by saying, well, you know, it just meant a practitioner of magic or alchemy or whatever. No, look, the Greeks who brought magic to Greece were accused of Medism. There was a crime in Greece called Medism.
Really?
Coming from the Medes, the Median people, one of the 4 branches of the ancient Iranians. The Medes are closest to today's Kurds. And they ruled Iran before the Persians. The Persians overtook the Medes and incorporated them into the Persian Empire. So the Medes were the first Iranians that the Greeks had encountered, and the Magi are the priests or wise men of the Medes. And Magi, wise men of the Medes, people practicing magic in Greece, and also the revolutionary pre-Socratic philosophers were accused of Medism, meaning bringing foreign Iranian specifically ideas to Greece in a way that's considered treasonous, like, you know, the McCarthy hearings in America, where they were all calling these guys commies and Russian agents and whatever. Right?
Well, it's like Socrates' trial. He gets executed for importing foreign deities. No one even knows what those are.
His teacher, Socrates' teacher, Aspasia, I mean, she wasn't, like I said, the guy was a bum. So she wasn't his teacher in any formal sense, but there was this older woman that he hung out with, and he was very influenced by her, Aspasia, and she was a mistress of Heracles, I believe. And anyway, she was accused of Medism. She was one of these people who actually was charged with Medism. Wow. So it's not true that magus just meant magician. Magus had a very culturally specific connotation, and it meant those people associated with that Iranian shit over there.
I've actually heard someone else tell me exactly what you just said just now.
Yeah.
Other people very, very entrenched in this type of area. It became a slang term, basically. Yeah. Like you're a magi, but really that can mean a million things.
Right.
You know, it's like Gnostic. Like, what's a Gnostic? I don't know. It's Valentine.
Yeah, but my point is, it had a culturally specific association. Right. And so, aside from the fact that you got Simon Magus talking about cosmic fire and the 7th power as the divine intellect, God's power of thought, which you don't find even in Heraclitus, you know, the guy's identified as a magi, you know, as a member of the Magian order. So you got this association of Simon Magus with Zarathustra. And then to go back to the Carpocratians, okay? This is something I think your viewers may not be familiar with, and it's tremendously significant. So the Carpocratians were accused of having all these basically ecstatic orgies, and, you know, that they were libertines who believed in not just relinquishing private property, but in overcoming the notion of property that underlies monogamous marriage. In other words, holding other people as property, right? Being able to overcome the aspects of the human ego that express themselves in greed and avaricious behavior. And so they were radical communists who didn't only want to abolish private property, they thought that love was somehow diminished or constrained by monogamous marriage and its association with property holding and the whole patriarchal economic system of the time. And interestingly enough, there is a Gnostic sect in Iran who has exactly this same teaching called the Mazdakites. And these Mazdakites claimed to be the true heirs to the teaching of Zarathustra. they thought that the Sassanid Persian Empire, the second Persian Empire, there are three Iranian empires in antiquity: the Achaemenid Empire, the Parthian Empire, and the Sassanid Empire. But the Parthians were Scythians; they were not Persians. So the second Persian Empire is the Sassanid Persian Empire, from about 200 AD to 650, when they were conquered by Islam, 650 AD. And during the Sassanid Persian Empire, these Mazdakites, again, Mazda means wisdom, right?
Right.
So these Mazdakites, they argued that the Sassanid priesthood had set up an orthodoxy that was a total perversion of the teachings of Zarathustra. And they represented the true teachings of Zarathustra. And interestingly enough, they're advocating communism, the abolishing of private property, right? But then also free love and a transcendence of monogamous marriage, and basically, open, amorous relationships between men and women and so forth, which was for them also a way of breaking up harems and destroying aristocratic bloodlines, right? Destroying the landed feudal aristocracy. And although so now the Mazdakites, as radical as this teaching seems, the Mazdakites were able to seize control of the Sassanid Persian Empire for no less than 30 years in the early 500s, 505 to 520s, 530 AD, through a court minister called Mazdak. This movement, which was subsequently named after him, but had an older name I'll come to in a moment, this movement seized control of the Persian state. There was a king who, Kavod, who supposedly was sympathetic to it, and he basically let Mazdak have free reign, and they took over the government, and they created insane, radical, Gnostic, communist society in Iran for 30 years.
Wow.
Okay? Before they were finally, of course, you can imagine how the story ended. They were all massacred.
It's right before Islam comes around.
Right, exactly. Well, the trauma of this incident is, I think, in large part what rendered the Persian Empire vulnerable to being conquered by Islam. There had been an internal revolution and civil war before the Arabs came in and made short work of it. That's why the Persian Empire was so vulnerable.
Yeah.
They had basically turned on themselves first.
Makes a lot of sense.
But here's my point, is that if you look in the heresiological texts about the Mazdakites, they all say that this movement was already hundreds of years old when it took control of the state, which kind of makes sense. I mean, for it to have become that powerful and entrenched that it could actually topple the government, it would take a long time, right, to build that kind of following throughout the whole of the Persian Empire. And they say the movement actually goes back to at least 200 AD. And when are we dealing with the Carpocratian order? About 50 to 100 years earlier, right? And so these are very close in historical time frame. And
not to mention the writings that are found from Nag Hammadi and other places in Egypt, like Alexandria, that are related to movements such as the Carpocratians and other movements, mostly in Egypt, Christianity. They're Zoroaster and his grandfather, what's his name? Zosimos, I think it is.
Yes.
But yeah, it's not even, this is not even like hidden or like through philosophy. They're literally reading and translating in Coptic the writings of Zoroaster and his grandfather. Right.
And so they say this movement goes back to like at least 200 AD. And it comes from the state of Iran, the province of Iran from which the Persian Empire gets its name, namely Persis, Parsa.
Right.
Okay. And which is around where Shiraz is today. It's where Persepolis, the ruins of Persepolis are. It's where the city of Shiraz is, where, the Shiraz wine comes from, and so on and so forth. Anyway, they say the guy who founded this movement, which was originally called Durosdinan, or the Partisans of Justice. Remember that text, the Carpocratian text on justice?
Yeah.
Social justice. So it was called the Movement of the Just. And its founder was a guy called Zarathustra, which is a Middle Persian Zarathustra. So we have the second Zarathustra, the second Zoroaster. preaching this doctrine, which is identical to the Carpocratian doctrine. And then the Carpocratians are setting up statues of Pythagoras and of Plato, who's influenced by Pythagoras and by Heraclitus, both of whom were Persian agents. And not incidentally, I neglected to mention that the Magi attended Plato's funeral.
Oh, that's right. That's a big deal.
They came from Iran. They attended Plato's funeral, and they said he was one of our own. They attended in the capacity of like honoring a brother.
That's a big deal. Oh, Zoroastrianos. That's the guy's name. Is that really his grandfather? Zoroastria's grandfather?
I don't think so, but I think that it's very significant that the Gnostics wanted to say that.
That's what I'm saying. They're attributing, even if they're making this up.
It's a pedigree they want to establish for themselves.
It shows you how entrenched, how interested, and how valuable Zoroastrian ideas were to the Gnostic movements in Egypt. The Copts, Coptic Christian, that's what they were.
Absolutely. And then look, I mean, we've gone for a long time, but we can't neglect Mani, right? We can't neglect. Mani.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up.
So many streams of Gnostic thought come from out of Mani and Manicheaism. Like, for example, the Bogomil movement of southeastern Europe, mainly associated with Bulgaria, but there's a lot of scholarship that says that it came from Constantinople originally.
Interesting.
So the Bogomil movement, and then you've got the Cathars in the Occitan region, which stretched from mainly southern France into part of Italy and part of Spain on the Mediterranean. The Cathar movement and the Bogomil movement were both branded by the inquisitors of the Catholic Church as, quote, Manichees, unquote.
Yeah.
Okay. So according to the
called it against the Manichees was the reputation. Yeah.
According to the Catholic Church, these people were Manicheans.
Right. What does that tell you? That tells you this is a Persian movement to the eyes of the church.
In the eyes of the church, exactly. And so Mani, who was Mani? Mani was a Parthian royal. He was remember, so I mentioned there was the second Iranian empire. It wasn't Persian, but it was Iranian, the Parthian Empire. They were descendants of Scythians. And
called himself a disciple of Jesus.
Yes. And so Mani was from a Parthian royal bloodline, born in Mesopotamia, which, again, the capital of Iran in the Parthian period was also in Mesopotamia, and at a city called Ctesiphon. And so he's from this royal lineage, and his mother's a Christian. And so his father is a Parthian, either Zoroastrian or Mithraist, probably in ancestry, and his mother is a Christian. And he basically develops this doctrine that intensifies the dualism latent in Zarathustra's message. So Zarathustra is not a dualist, right? I mean, this opposition between Sepantominu and Engreminu is still sort of under the divine intelligence of Ahura Mazda, and it's not meant to suggest that there is, on an ontological level, in other words, in the nature of reality, some kind of a split between a material world and a spiritual world. You don't find that in the Goths. So Zarathustra is not an ontological dualist, okay, but he's got these two principles, and Mani takes these two principles of, by his time, it's Ormazd. It's a contraction of Ahura Mazda. Ormazd and Ahriman, contraction of Engreminu. He takes these and he radicalizes them into a real substantive ontological dualism. And he says there are two worlds, a material world governed by Ahriman and a spiritual world like the Pleroma. That's the world of Ahura Mazda. And we are sparks of the divine that have been trapped in this material world. And we basically have it as our spiritual work to free this divine spark within us so that it can rejoin the light, you know, the realm of light, and transcend this realm of dark physicality. And so he develops this Gnostic doctrine, and various elements of his teaching fuse ideas from Zarathustra, the Gnostic Jesus, which at this time we're talking, Mani is around 200, early 200s.
Yeah.
AD, and in fact, specifically under the reign of Shapur the Great, and this is not incidental, Shapur the Great, the most militarily successful emperor of the Second Persian Empire, becomes the patron of Mani.
Right.
He becomes his patron, which is kind of bizarre. I mean, this guy, like, Shapur is like Marcus Aurelius.
Yeah.
He expanded the Persian Empire dramatically, and he takes Mani in. And I say it's bizarre because, you know, people think of Manicheism as this world-denying, ascetic doctrine of like, oh, go put yourself in a monastic cell somewhere and deny your physical impulses and try to purify your spirit and whatever. And there's no way that this could have been Mani's actual teaching, even if he prescribed some kind of a monastic way of life for a certain class of people. Shapur would never have taken in a guy like that into the court, and would never have backed this guy to go on evangelical missions as far afield as India and China. You know, the Manicheans, their legacy survived for centuries in China. A lot of Manichean texts that we have are actually from northwestern China. And so Shapur is backing this guy to go on these wide travels. And what's the deal here? Well, the deal is that Shapur is starting to conquer a large part of the Roman Empire. He's famously depicted in the Pars province of Iran that I mentioned earlier, on these stones next to Persepolis. He's depicted forcing Caesar Valerian of Rome to kneel before his horse. It's a great rock carving. You can look it up, very famous, of Shapur on horseback with Caesar Valerian of Rome on his knees, looking up to Shapur under the hooves of his horse. And so Shapur is conquering large parts of the Roman Empire in the west, and he's conquering large parts of India and all the way up to the border of northwestern China in the east. And so Shapur is looking for a world religion. He wants to create one world religion. And he's looking at Mani as the guy who can do it for him. And so Mani takes Zarathustra and the Gnostic Jesus and Buddha, and he fuses them into one religion that includes belief in reincarnation and, you know, the Buddha of light and all these ideas you find that survive in Mahayana and Pure Land Buddhism and so forth, to create one world religion, a Gnostic religion.
Yeah, it's very similar to the Carpocratians in that sense, where they have these three figures.
Yes, and the Cathar way of life, I think, tells us a lot about what Manichaeism was like, because it's true that you had perfecti in the Cathar religion. They call them perfecti, perfected people, who lived a monastic life, and they were very ascetic. But these perfecti would only become perfecti when they were geezers, okay? It was old men and old women who would become perfecti. When the Cathars were younger, you know, in Occitanian culture, they were all mixed up with the troubadours, who were these traveling romantic poets. And they were also closely allied with the Knights Templar. And sometimes troubadours in medieval Occitan would become Cathar perfecti later in life. And sometimes Templar knights would become Cathar perfecti after living lives full of, you know, brutal conquest, right? And these wars of, you know, conquest in the Middle East and so forth. So you got like erotic poets who are libertines preaching basically all kinds of orgiastic, practices, and writing about them in these romantic poems that they sing in the courts of various medieval ladies. And you've got these, military men who are certainly not pacifists for most of their lives, and they're becoming Cathar perfecti. And so I think this shows you how Shapur was able to accommodate Mani's teaching, because it was not this naive, overly idealistic, world-denying teaching. It had different classes of worshippers, and it had a realistic view of human society. And the laity were not expected to adhere to this kind of asceticism that you find among the perfecti. And then, of course, there was the notion of reincarnation. So, you know, you had many lifetimes to perfect your soul, which you also find in the Cathars. So the Manicheans are another group of Gnostics who are deeply influenced by Zarathustra. Zarathustra is one of the three great world teachers for Mani, again, together, like I mentioned earlier, with the Gnostic Christ and with Buddha. And so another major stream of Gnosticism influenced by Zarathustra is this radically dualist school. that we see coming from out of Manicheaism and all of its offshoots, Bogomilism, Catharism, and so forth.
Yeah, that's so that there's so much that comes all back to Zoroaster. You can just, it's like a bunch of lines, like trees branches that just go back to this time period, and it's a time period that's contemporary with a lot of other, Isaiah, Hosea, the Babylonians, and like it's just fascinating to think about it like that. I actually have a question for you, because I was thinking about this. There was the Second Temple period of Judaism. They had these high priests that are named Harkness, and there's a thought that maybe they're from Hyrcania, and they were taking in priests that like knew ancient rites that they somehow lost after being captive in Babylon for all these times, and they wanted to bring in like priests that knew what they were doing, so they brought in these Hyrcanian priests. What do you think about that?
You said this is in the Second Temple period?
Yeah. And by the way, this is right after Cyrus was called the Messiah, not by, he's a Messiah like Solomon. No, he's my Messiah from the Word of God himself, my shepherd. So that's a pretty big deal.
Listen, we could have a whole show on this subject, because I'm about to say something that's extremely incendiary in response to your question. But point being, I could back it up. By the way, if people are interested, this is the book in which I discuss Zarathustra at length.
Yeah.
It's quite a tome, actually.
I got a link in the description too, so people can buy
Iranian Leviathan. And I'm pointing to it right now because I have a whole chapter on what I'm about to say,
all right,
which is very incendiary in response to your question. But we could do a whole show on it sometime.
Sure.
I think you're probably right. Why? Because, again, I apologize for this in advance, but the whole thing about Cyrus being the Messiah of the Jews and why Cyrus rebuilt the Temple of Solomon, okay, when he let the Jews of Babylon who had been in captivity move back home. Of course, a lot of them stayed back in Babylon. And by the way, do you know what the Jews who stayed behind in Babylon, the capital of the Persian Empire, did instead of returning to Israel? They ran the banking system.
Oh.
The Persian emperor set up the first banking system of the world with standardized coinage. They invented checks. Checks were invented by the Persian emperor, specifically by Darius the Great. Wow. And the Jews were involved in the Babylonian banking system under the Persian Empire. And anyway, long story short, I make an argument in Iranian Leviathan in a chapter that I playfully titled this chapter, Tekel Tekel Manishekel.
Yeah, that's from Daniel.
Yeah. Well, it's a play on the words in Daniel.
Yeah.
Tekel Tekel Manishekel, because see the shekel. Shekel means image in Persian. Oh. It means face. And it was specifically referring to the face of Darius on the coins called darics. And so the word for, money in Hebrew comes from the image of Darius the Great on Persian coinage. In any case, I'm getting diverted.
Yeah.
The whole business of Cyrus the Great and the creation of the Second Temple and the relocation of the Jews, their odyssey back home to Israel, okay, and the writing of the Hebrew Bible as we know it today, which dates back to that time under Cyrus and Cambyses.
Yeah.
The whole thing was a Persian plot. I make an argument for this in Iranian Leviathan. Second Temple Judaism is a creation of an Illuminati elite who were Mithraists in the Persian Empire. And the transformations that we see inside Judaism, which are extensive at that time, that involve notions like punishment in hell, the individual soul, the coming apocalypse. I mean, all these ideas that you don't find at all in ancient Israelite religion. They are social engineering mechanisms that were specifically introduced into Judaism by Mithraic I don't even want to call them priests, Mithraic social engineers, who had a much wider agenda in terms of creating a new world order, is what they were really after. And the banking system was part of that new world order, but a transformation in religion was also part of that new world order. And so Cyrus was not a Zoroastrian, Cyrus was a Mithraist. I make an argument for this. And the guy who he appointed to be responsible for the Second Temple project and the relocation of the Jews was a man named Mithridates, which means Mithra's justice.
Right.
He oversaw the whole Second Temple project.
Yeah.
So I would not be at all surprised if they brought Hyrcanians.
Yeah.
Israel.
There was two of them with that name too. And that's when baptism becomes a thing in Judaism too, at that time. So it all just makes sense. And the last thing I'm going to say is I'm going to blow some people's minds with this. I want to get your opinion, and then we can finish off. You can tie it all together. Last thing I want to say is this, because that movement continues up until the time of Pompey and Caesar. So the same year, well, I should say before that, Crassus tries to go into Parthia, fails, gets killed. Pompey the Great sacks the Temple of Jerusalem, and there's a big that's a big deal, because now the priesthood that is held by the Persians is now in the hands of, guess what? The same year, 63 BC, that Pompey sacks Jerusalem is the same year they hold an election, and Julius Caesar becomes the high priest of the entire Roman Empire. Pontifex Maximus, same title as Pope right now, by the way. Guess who else? Guess what else happens that year? Cicero is consul, and Augustus is born, baby Augustus, and the writers of, what's his name? I can't remember the guy's name who wrote this. But anyways, it's passed down through like Tacitus and Suetonius. They're all talking about this. This is widespread. You can go look this up. It's public knowledge. There was supposedly a star in the sky said any male that will be born this year will be the king of the world. So they're basically saying Augustus is like a messiah. Anyways, long story short, let's fast forward a little bit. Julius Caesar gets killed. Julius Caesar had plans to go east. He had plans to do it. Alexander the Great was his god, basically. He wanted to be the next Alexander the Great, but he couldn't do it. Mark Antony also wanted to do the same thing, but he ends up battling with Augustus. Now, the question is, why didn't Augustus do it? Augustus had all the stars were aligned for Augustus to go east and do what Alexander the Great did. I'll tell you why. Nicholas of Damascus tells us why. The king of India, Porus, same name as the king under Alexander the Great, just coincidentally, he sends delegates, Brahmin delegates, to go meet with Augustus, and they bring him tigers and lions and oils and fragments and all these exotic presents and money, and basically make a deal. And the reason why I'm bringing all this up is because right after this happens, oh, by the way, one of the delegates goes with Augustus to Eleusis to get initiated in these rites. And after apparently he saw something when he drank the kykeon, had the experience. Apparently he saw something that changed his life. He jumped into a fire after that and killed himself because he no longer had anything else to live for. His life was complete. He wanted to die at that moment. That's recorded in Nicholas of Damascus. Anyway, the reason why I brought all that up is because right after this, Augustus dedicates 72 temples across the empire, and a lot of them were Mithra temples. And he becomes obsessed with the fire of Vesta. No, don't let the fire of Vesta go out. And all of a sudden, Mithraism is a boom in the Roman Empire. So I don't think and I think that's what happened. I think something changed his mind with these delegates, and all of a sudden, Eastern religions were the hit. Christianity was not even that long after that. What do you think about that?
Very interesting. That's a fascinating story, which I hadn't heard before, but it makes a hell of a lot of sense to me because, as we discussed in the previous show we did on Mithraism, the Parthians had, of course, Parthia was the main rival of Rome. That was Iran in the time of the Roman Empire. And so he would have had to march against the Parthians. And like we discussed in the previous show we did together, the Parthians had extensive agents operating in the seats of power in the Roman Empire. And among the aristocracy in particular, they would infiltrate through the port cities using the Cilician pirates. And so I could well imagine that what you're saying was some kind of a Parthian plot where they decided to use Indians as emissaries because the Parthians had a lot of influence in North they basically were trying to turn northwestern India was a vassal state of one or another Iranian empire for almost all of its history. And the Parthians were trying to establish the same relationship with that part of India. So it's quite possible that the Indian emissaries that were sent there, the Parthians knew Romans aren't going to listen to us. And if we send, but we can send these Indians and they can basically do a psyop on these Romans and get them not to invade Parthia, so who knows? That makes a lot of sense in that wider context of psychological warfare between Parthia and Rome.
Yeah. And if you want to, I think we've covered a lot of ground. We can do this for hours, but if you want to give it, anything else you want to say, tying everything together, or if you want to just promote your books or anything, and we'll finish off.
Well, the only book I would say, which I already pointed out, a lot of these subjects we've discussed are in Iranian Leviathan. That's really my major treatment of Zarathustra. Although there's a bit about Zarathustra, in particular relation to Gnosticism in this book as well, and novel folklore. I get into certain Gnostic teachings, in particular Manicheaism, and the ways in which it develops Zoroastrian ideas. But, I had been thinking to go on to a discussion of modern Gnosticism, but I see in retrospect that we could do a whole show on that subject, because you see, Zarathustra is rediscovered in the modern period in the 1700s by linguists. Darmester and others who translate the Zend-Avesta for the first time into European languages. And then you've got people like Hegel and Nietzsche reading these texts in German translation. And Zarathustra then becomes very important for modern, like early modern European culture, to the point where you have Zarathustra become the mouthpiece for Nietzsche in Thus Spoke Zarathustra, and Richard Strauss naming ultimately orchestral piece after Zarathustra. Mozart in Mozart's Magic Flute, he appears as Sarastro. So there's this whole revival of Zarathustra. Voltaire refers to Zarathustra as the religious prophet most suitable to the ideals of the Age of Enlightenment.
Yeah.
He calls him Zoroaster, of course.
Does Carl Jung have anything to do with it? Because I know he revamps Gnosticism in his own way, big time.
I'm sure Zarathustra is mentioned in Jung. Of course, Jung engages with Nietzsche.
Yeah.
So, via Nietzsche, he engages with Zarathustra. But Jungian psychology is so deeply indebted to the ideas that Plato absorbed from Zarathustra, in particular, the archetypes. Right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Right. So, and then the aspects of Jung that are often referred to as Gnostic, when people call Jung a Gnostic, those are really Zarathustrian, not to say Zoroastrian, but they go back to Zarathustra because, see, Jung is not a dualist. There's a lot of aspects of Jungian thought that don't fit various facets of Gnosticism, and the aspects of Jung that are Gnostic are the ones that Gnosticism shares in common with Zarathustra's teaching, or really has inherited from Zarathustra's teaching. Okay, so that's the
thing, because in the Red Book, he even talks about this whole battle between Satan and Christ, and nobody wins, and ends up being like this giant explosion where Abraxas comes out, and he's like the embodiment of all. He's everything. Like he is. You can't escape Abraxas. He's basically the one. He didn't say that, but that's basically what he's getting at. That's very
similar to Zorvanite ideas, and I know at some point you wanted to discuss.
We should get into that next time.
Zorvanism. So I'm envisioning another program we do together that's focused on what Eric Voegelin calls modern Gnosticism. In other words, the Gnosticism of the period of like Hegel and Nietzsche and even Auguste Comte and so forth. The Age of Enlightenment, right? Going into the 19th century, Gnosticism in that context, and the rediscovery of Zarathustra in that context, right? And that could be a context for also engaging with Zorvanism, because people said that, for example, Adler referred to Nietzsche as a Zorvanist Parsi without really knowing it, that that Nietzsche's take on Zarathustra was basically the type of interpretation and adaptation of Zarathustra that we see in the ancient Zorvanites. So yeah, we could have a whole program on that, and I look forward to continuing the conversation there.
Well, guys, leave in the comments what you guys thought about all this, and if you want to add anything to the conversation, I will read them. And we will do this again in the near future, and you have just attained true gnosis.
Prometheus, with his axe, had slashed open the skull of Zeus, and Prometheus slices through it with an axe, which, by the way, is a symbol of cutting through fatalism. And Prometheus delivers Athena from out of the skull of Zeus. And who is she? She's the goddess of wisdom and war. The forgetfulness of Epimetheus, which is the flip side of the Promethea of Prometheus, winds up being responsible for the fact that man lacks an essence. And therefore, Prometheus enlists the aid of Athena. Prometheus is molding mankind. Athena puts a butterfly into the mind, usually it's into the head of humanity. The butterfly is the ultimate symbol of metamorphosis and transformation.
Wow.
So it's underlining the fact that there is no human nature. The point is, Prometheus brought the gift of techne to man so that we could determine our own destiny. Right now, we are at the 11th hour. We're at a key turning point in the face of the technological singularity. Prometheus is a figure that represents the promise of technological science. It's more important than ever right now to positively reappropriate this myth and understand the power that it already has over us unconsciously. We need to take that unconscious power, that daimonic power of the Prometheus archetype over our society, and transform it into something that's more self-conscious and that can be directed in a positive manner. Ha-Shaitan means the adversary.
Sure.
And so is he the adversary? Hell yeah, he's the adversary. Prometheus is the original adversary.
Welcome back to the Gnostic Informant, and you are about to attain true gnosis. And today, returning is one of the highly demanded scholars, Dr. Reza Jorjani, author of Prometheism, Lovers of Sophia, Iranian Leviathan, Prometheus and Atlas, and a ton of more books. But today, we get the pleasure of talking about Prometheus, one of the more fascinating characters in mythology. Who is he? What is his story? We have fragments. We have different writers like Aeschylus who talks about some of the stuff that happens in his myth. But let's put it all together in one spot. So, Dr. Jorjani, first of all, welcome to Gnostic Informant again. I'm glad to have you back on. Let's talk about Prometheus and what exactly is, if we put together his myth into one coherent story, what is it?
So, Neil, first of all, great to be back on. Always a pleasure. The thing about the myth of Prometheus is that it isn't nearly as widely known as it ought to be, to the point where you have to wonder, and after all, this is a Gnostic-oriented program, you have to wonder whether there hasn't been some kind of archontic suppression. Because, you know, many Greek myths are the subject of countless children's books and film adaptations, right? Even Hollywood films and so on and so forth. But here we're dealing with a myth that spans from the War of the Gods and the Titans to the creation of mankind, to the great flood that destroyed a worldwide human civilization, right? I mean, the myth of Prometheus is unparalleled in terms of its monumental scope, addressing all of the key turning points of, you know, the creation, evolution, and potential past destruction of mankind. So why is this myth as obscure as it is? I think it's because the essence of this myth is a call to rebellion and self-determination that's extremely threatening to any reigning establishment. And so in the classical world, this myth was already being suppressed because it was a threat to the Olympian world order of that time. And then as this myth transformed, and we'll discuss this, into a Luciferian form after the advent of Christianity, particularly, from the Middle Ages through the Renaissance into the early modern period, when Prometheus is rediscovered and reappropriated by particularly romantic authors like Byron and Shelley and Goethe and so forth. Prometheus yet again became a symbol of insurrection and human self-determination that was threatening both to the church and to the state. And so this is why I think that, it's been rendered far more obscure than it ought to be. And so let's unpack, the core symbols and main twists and turns of this very powerful, I was about to say epic, but really what it is a tragedy. And in fact, as we'll get into it, Prometheus is the first known tragedy in the recorded history of human literature.
Wow. That's fascinating.
So where should we start? Should we start maybe with the sources? Just a review of...
Yeah, because I know you got in Hesiod, you have a lot of Prometheus stuff happening with, like you mentioned, Deucalion and the flood. Prometheus sort of plays this role. And I almost wonder if there's an older Proto-Indo-European myth that predates the Sumerians and this myth, because he looks like he's playing the same role Enki's playing in Sumeria, where Enki tells Gilgamesh or whoever, hey, build a flood because Anu's going to flood everybody out. But in the Hesiod myth, he's like, it's just Zeus doing that. It's the same thing. And then you have Aeschylus, but I'm jumping ahead now. But yeah, let's get to the sources, sure.
So there most certainly is both an Indo-European predecessor or prototype for this myth, and also a Sumerian one. And actually, since you went there, let me just run with that.
Sure. That
basically the myth of Prometheus in its Greek form appears to be a synthesis of the myth of Enki with the story of a figure called Amirani. And so let me start with the lesser known one. Amirani is a fire-bringing titan that was worshipped by the Scythian branch of the Iranian peoples who lived in the Caucasus. Now, of course, if anyone knows even the littlest bit about the myth of Prometheus, they know that Prometheus was bound in the Caucasus by Zeus. This is where, it's the site where he's punished, tortured for having been the benefactor of mankind. So in the Caucasus Mountains, there was actually this cult of Amirani. And you had the Scythians worshiping a titan who waged war against the gods and who brought fire to mankind and taught humans metallurgy, including how to forge weapons. And you often see imagery of Amirani in particularly what's present-day Georgia, which used to be, a Scythian Iranian territory. And in fact, the last remnant of the Scythian people, the Ossetians, still live in Georgia today. Wow. And so in that area of Georgia and Ossetia, this stronghold of the Iranians in the Caucasus, you see this imagery of Amirani holding a torch in one hand and a sword in the other, symbolizing the fact that this fire that he stole from the heavens and brought to humanity was used as a fire of the forge, including in order to empower humanity to basically declare its independence from tyrannical and unjust gods. So this Amirani figure also winds up being chained and attacked by the eagle of the tyrannical lord that he leads humanity in a rebellion against. Wow. And we'll come to this later as part of, the various episodes in the myth of Prometheus, but ultimately Hercules, or the Greek Heracles, frees Prometheus from, his torture, being chained to this rock. And he does so by shooting the eagle of Zeus through with arrows. And this is part of the Amirani myth, that there is this figure who the Greeks called the Scythian Hercules, and who the Ossetians refer to as Batras, and who the Eastern Scythians called Rostam. Rostam is Saksi, Rostam the Scythian born, who becomes the epic hero of the Persian national epic, the Shahnameh. And so this figure in the Amirani myth is the one who comes and frees Amirani by shooting this eagle through with arrows. And this was such a widely disseminated and deeply entrenched element of Scythian folklore that the people in Ossetia to this day still have a tradition of destroying eagles' nests when they find them, as a reverence of, and memorialization of the freeing of Amirani. So clearly there are these elements of the Prometheus myth there. And it also is worth mentioning in that regard that the Parthian dynasty of Iran were descended from Scythians. They adopted the Persian imperial culture and the legacy of the Achaemenid Persians, but they were not Persians. They were descended from Scythians. So they were more nomadic barbarian people who then came and took over the seat of the empire and created the second empire of Iran, the Parthian Empire, which was the great rival of classical Rome.
Right.
And these Parthians had a myth that was so important to them that it was the basis for the iconography on their coins. These Parthians had a myth that Perseus stole fire from the heavens and brought it to mankind and established the order of the Magi in order to be the guardians of the eternal flame on the earth. And according to this myth, Perses, the son of Perseus, was the patriarch of the Persian people. Now, this is interesting because in the iconography of Perseus slaying Medusa, Perseus is looking away from the head of the Gorgon as he severs it. And it's been noted by art historians that the iconography of the bull slaying in Mithraism has this same posture, and you don't find it anywhere else in classical art. Mithras is looking away from the head of the bull as he slits its throat. And in Mithraism, Mithra is portrayed as going to battle against Zorvan, who is basically Chronos, the Lord of Time. And look, this becomes very significant to the myth of Prometheus. So Mithra overpowers Zorvan, and Zorvan was depicted as a Gorgon. So the Medusa imagery in the myth of Perseus is like a later reiteration of this archaic Mithraic idea of Mithra, namely what becomes later Perseus, slaying the Gorgonic Lord of Time and appropriating its power in the form of the severed head, right? But looking away from it at the same time. And this same figure steals fire from the heavens, brings it down to earth. His son is the patriarch of the Persians, and he creates the order of the Magi, namely the priests of Zarathustra's religion, to be the guardians of the fire. And there are a lot of elements, of the teaching of Zarathustra, like the use of the term Titan of Wisdom to refer to Ahura Mazda, the main symbol of, the religion being the eternal fire, the main quality of Ahura Mazda being forethought, which is a synonym of Promethea, the root of the name of Prometheus, forethought or thinking ahead, or the progressive mentality, the forward-oriented mind.
Right.
And so you can see that there's this older Indo-European, particularly Iranian, matrix of the Prometheus myth coming from out of the Caucasus, which is a general region of Zarathustra as well. He was a little bit further to the south in around Lake Urumie in Iranian Azerbaijan, but same general region around the Caspian Sea. And it looks like what happened is this myth fused with the myth of Enki. And how did that happen? Well, the Persian Empire, emanating from out of Persia, from out of like the territory right above the Persian Gulf, took both Mesopotamia, and then, of course, the Iranians were native inhabitants of the Caucasus, so the Persian Empire connected the territory where the Sumerian myths were prevalent with the territory where you had the myth of Amirani in the Caucasus. And these two somehow fused so that by the time Hesiod is living in Anatolia, which again is part of the Persian Empire,
right.
Hesiod was a citizen of Iran. Well, in Hesiod's time, actually, it was slightly before the Persian Empire, but the Medes were already very dominant going into southern Anatolia. And then the Medes and the Persians joined together to create this empire. In any case, the territory where Hesiod winds up basically functioning as this bard and, laying this groundwork for Greek folklore, becomes a core part of the Persian Empire. And I think that these two myths fuse there. So what's the other one? The myth of Enki, which is about how there's this conflict between two brothers among the Anunnaki. One of them wants to create mankind as a slave race to serve the various purposes of these gods who came down to earth from the heavens. And this other one, and that's Enlil or Enlil, and he's a storm god, basically Jehovah, and his psychological profile is more or less identical to that of Jehovah in the Old Testament, Yahweh.
I think even El comes from that, right?
El, exactly, yeah. So
it's El, yeah.
And then, and El, it's interesting, El, Allah, La ilah il Allah, the Muslim, thing. There's no God but El. You could think about. They translate it these days. They love to say there's no God but God, as if it's some universalistic statement. You have this like abstract monotheistic theology. But really, in a way, you could read that as saying there's no God but El, namely Elil.
And the letter and the Semitic aleph, whether it's Arabic or Hebrew or whatever. That's the L. That's the letter you use for L. It's not that's not hell, because you use a het for the letter E. So people don't realize that it really is AL. It's not EL, but it's pronounced EL. But
Yes, it's all the evolution of the L cult.
Right.
And this L bastard wanted to create us as a slave race, meant to just serve the purposes of the Anunnaki.
Well, since we're on this subject, I noticed they try to polemicize this this Titan mythology, because they make it look like these are fallen angels that are giving metallurgy and fire to Enoch, and this is in the myth of Enoch, where you have Azazel and Samael and all these different fallen demon angels or whatever they are, and they're falling in love with the women, and they're teaching men how to use fire and teaching them how to use metals, and you're like, wait a minute, are they polemicizing the other myth? And that's probably what's going on.
Absolutely. Now, I was going to wait to get to this, but look, it's just so this, we're in a better flow here. Let me just say it right now, that in the myth of Prometheus, it's said that Prometheus didn't just bring fire, didn't just steal fire from the workshop of Hephaestus on Mount Olympus and bring it as a gift to mankind. Prometheus taught humanity the various arts and sciences. Prometheus, teacher in every art, is how Aeschylus puts it. And so Prometheus, in that Greek version of the myth, is performing exactly the same function. Teacher in every art, brought the fire as a means to mighty ends, Aeschylus says. Mighty ends, like the way Amirani taught humanity how to use this fire to forge weapons, among other things, among other metallurgical, crafts, right? And so Prometheus is doing exactly what the fallen angels were supposedly doing in the Book of Enoch. The Book of Enoch was basically censored from the Old Testament. It survived more or less only in an Ethiopian form, and it explains what the hell happened in Genesis 6, which is an absolutely it's an absurd part of the Bible, where in like literally one paragraph, you're told that these angels came down and they had sex with, mortal women, and there was this race of giants consequently sired on the earth, and they became rebellious against heaven. And God decides as a result of this to basically wipe out all of mankind in this global deluge. And you're left wondering with this one paragraph, like, what the hell happened here? What could have happened that God has decided to wipe clean his whole creation, right? And by the way, what kind of God is this who didn't see this coming? Right. Anyway, clearly not an omniscient God. Exactly. So it's basically Elil, or as we're going to see, Zeus in the myth of Prometheus. And so Prometheus does exactly what the fallen angels supposedly did, which you see in the book of Enoch. It expands on Genesis 6 at length and talks about how they came down and their purpose was to empower humanity. They weren't just coming down to have sex with mortal women. They were having sex with mortal women to create a race of hybrids on the earth who would be able to contest, you know, the sovereignty of the gods, who would be able to lead a essentially liberation struggle against heaven and to storm heaven, as it were. And so they teach humanity all the arts and sciences, exactly what Prometheus did and exactly what Enki is supposed to have done. So Enki is the creator of mankind. Just like in the myth of Prometheus, it's not Zeus who creates humanity. Prometheus is the architect of humanity, the father of mankind. And he's a good father. He's a father who wants his children to flourish, and he beneficently attempts to empower them. He's the kind of father who wants to see his children do even better than him. And so he teaches humanity all these arts and sciences. Just like Enki sends 7 sages to teach humanity all of the various crafts. And, you know, Ellul is furious about this. And, you know, then it lays the groundwork ultimately for this global deluge to basically decimate the high civilization that develops on the basis of the arts and the sciences that were taught to humanity by the rebel Anunnaki, or as the Christians later call them, the fallen angels. And you see all of this in the myth of Prometheus. I mean, you know, so I'm really jumping ahead now, but and we can come back around to it,
yeah,
in a more sequential order. But basically, you know, people lose sight of the fact that the flood myth exists as part of the myth of Prometheus in Greek culture.
Right.
Prometheus's son, Deucalion, is the Greek Noah figure.
Right.
Except that the Greek version makes a hell of a lot more sense.
Right.
Because why would the same God who's trying to wipe out humanity with a flood appoint someone to save humanity from the flood? It doesn't make any sense. Right. This is a Yahwist appropriation of an older myth which was threatening to that religious establishment, a myth wherein it's the son or a representative of the Enki figure, son of Prometheus, who attempts to save what he can of humanity from this global deluge. And so this is Deucalion, and Deucalion is depicted very much in the guise of the sages that worked with Enki as a kind of civilizer. He not only saves a portion of humanity from this flood, he helps to reestablish civilization on the earth. So he's kind of like, you could say, the bricklayer of the Tower of Babel, to put it in biblical terms, the one who, you know, makes another attempt after the flood to build a tower to the heavens to empower and unify humanity. So the myth of Deucalion connects Prometheus to the flood myth in the Bible and underlines the fact that Prometheus is essentially, to put it in biblical terms, the leader of the fallen angels. Figure that later winds up being called Lucifer. And, well, what's Lucifer? The bringer of the light. Well, that's the fire that he brought from heaven. It's pretty obvious. And
which is funny because in Lucifer's Roman mythology with Ovid and other writers, there's nothing evil about him. He's a hero. He's a savior god. There's nothing. He's not satanic or whatever the hell the Christians try to say about him later on, or Isaiah tries to say about him in his text. He's just a light bringer. He's the son of dawn. Yeah.
Well, but the thing is, he is satanic in the sense that the word Satan, shaitan, just means ha-shaitan in Hebrew, or shaitan in Arabic. Ha-shaitan means the adversary. Sure. And so is he the adversary? Hell yeah, he's the adversary. Prometheus is the original adversary, right? And there's something, now I want to come back to this flood myth, okay? But let me just go on a tangent for a minute, back to the very beginning, right? Because I want to highlight the way in which this character is radically adversarial. Prometheus betrays the Titans. He's an adversary first against his fellow Titans. So he's not a god. Prometheus is a Titan. And he turns on the Titans and sides with Zeus in the Titanomachia, in the clash of the Titans, because Prometheus goes to these fellow Titans. He's like, listen, you can't defeat these Olympians through brute force. I'm telling you, there's got to be strategy here. He lays out stratagems with his forethought, and they won't have it. And so Prometheus takes the position that, well, you know, these Titans are going to lose. This is a loser. It's futile. They're going to lose. And so in order to basically put himself in a better position for achieving a more long-term objective, he shrewdly sides with the Olympians and helps Zeus come to power. Then he realizes in due course that, and let me just point a couple things out before I continue down that road, that when this happens, Prometheus has 3 brothers, and 2 of them wind up being punished by Zeus after he comes to power, after the Olympians win in the Titanomachia. 2 of Prometheus's 3 brothers are punished together with the other Titans. And one of them is a figure called Manicheanism. Manicheanism was bound in Tartarus under the earth together with the other Titans. And he's the Titan of excessive wrath, prideful rage, and hubris. So you can see how this is a shadow side of Prometheus that later is integrated into the Judeo-Christian image of Satan. It's the side of Prometheus, the brother of Prometheus, as it were, who is bound under the earth. In other words, what becomes later hell in the Judeo-Christian cosmology. He's that side of Prometheus that is bound in the pit of hell, as it were, and has this exceedingly wrathful, prideful, defiance of Zeus from the beginning. And then the other brother of Prometheus, another brother of Prometheus, Atlas, is the strongest of the Titans, and he led the Titans in the battle. He was the general who leads the Titans in the Titanomachia, and he's punished by forcing him to separate heaven and earth through bearing the celestial sphere on his own shoulders, which is an incredibly powerful symbol.
Yeah.
Because it means that he's not just separating heaven and earth, he's connecting heaven and earth. So heaven and earth are connected through Atlas. And remember, Atlas was against Zeus. And so in a way, he's sort of in this dynamic position where he could storm heaven from the earth because he's the one holding up the heavens.
Right.
And then later, Atlas becomes a metaphor for all kinds of basically maps of knowledge.
Right. That's good.
Atlases in the sense of star charts, which seafarers used to navigate the oceans. And so then map making, was associated with atlases of the world. And then even in medicine, you have atlases of the human body, the basically, this portrayals of the skeletal system and the nervous system and so on. They're called medical atlases. Right. And so atlas is a term that's very much associated with bodies of knowledge and mapping out the world for the sake of gaining greater knowledge. And so in this way, Atlas is also intimately connected with the meaning of the myth of Prometheus and reflects another aspect of Prometheus's association with science and technology, which is, of course, that the light of the fire that he brings from Olympus, the light of the fire in the dark night of human ignorance, and also the fire of the forge. That's a symbol of technological science. And so it's not incidental that Atlas is the brother of Prometheus. It's emphasizing the association of Prometheus with technological science and humanity's quest for knowledge and mapping out of the world through human initiative and exploration and the quest for discovery. And then the last brother of Prometheus is Epimetheus, who he's the fool. He's the idiot. His name means afterthought. Instead of forethought, Promethea, it comes from epimethea, which is the opposite adjectival quality, meaning afterthought or hindsight. Like when you look back and say, shit, I shouldn't have done that,
Right,
that's epimethea.
Wow.
Hard-earned hindsight and realizing something only in retrospect. So Epimetheus, the other brother of Prometheus, is this forgetful fool, right? Hindsight, we're talking about, you know, how his name means afterthought. And he sides with Prometheus, takes his advice that they should basically help Zeus come to power. And so he's rewarded by being allowed to help Prometheus in the creation of mankind. And in fact, in the creation of the animals in general. So Epimetheus functions as a kind of subcontractor who helps Prometheus as Prometheus is, you know, molding mankind from out of clay. And by the way, just on a side note, this whole issue of man being molded from out of clay, the race of man being molded from out of clay, is significant because in the Semitic tradition that eventually yields Islam,
right,
it's said that before the race of clay, which, you know, is Adam, the race of Adam, which is not just a person, but a race, Adam, is a mankind made of clay. And according to the Semitic myths, before Adam, there was a race made of fire on the earth. And so it appeared, and of course, fire is the element associated with Prometheus. And this race of fire rebelled against the angels, against the Malaik, you know, the angels,
right,
and against Allah, and they're punished. So it appears, and their civilization is wiped off the face of the earth. So it appears that yet again there is this parallel from the Greek myth to, you know, some kind of Semitic version, where the satanic is associated with the race of fire, and then the race of man, the race of clay, is seen as being subsequent to that. And so the myth of Prometheus is extremely subversive in an Islamic context, because it's suggesting that actually the race of clay wasn't created by Allah, the way it says in the Quran. The race of clay was created by one of these beings of fire who was a rebel against Allah.
Right.
And again, another myth that's been misappropriated by Yahwists, or if we want to put it in Islamic terminology, you know, Muslims.
Right.
Submitters, as the name suggests. So, okay, what we were talking about was the nature of Prometheus as a primordial adversary. So what does this character do, this Epimetheus? He's helping Prometheus create man, and he gives fur to certain animals and claws to other animals to be able to fend for themselves, and he gives sharp teeth to certain other creatures so that they can hunt their food, you know, with their mouths, and basically gives some kind of survival advantage to every creature. But then when it comes to man, Epimetheus forgets to give man any essential quality that would be able to afford him, you know, a survival advantage that would be able to, you know, secure his existence on the earth. And so man is left lacking an essence. This is extremely important. The forgetfulness of Epimetheus, which is the flip side of the Promethea of Prometheus, winds up being responsible for the fact that man lacks an essence. And therefore, Prometheus enlists the aid of Athena, humanity with its soul in the form of a butterfly. So Athena appears in the myth of Prometheus at this point, and there are many images of this. There are reliefs of it. It appears on some seals. It's on some vases and other, you know, Greek pottery. This image of Athena coming in as Prometheus is molding mankind, and there's Epimetheus to the side who forgets to endow man with any essence, and Athena puts a butterfly into the mind, usually it's into the head of humanity. Now, why Athena? Why does Athena help? Because Prometheus had midwifed Athena into existence. Prometheus, with his axe, had slashed open the skull of Zeus in a kind of, you know, play on a Caesarean section, had split open the close-knit Pychinos mind of Zeus. It's an incredibly important image. Okay, so Zeus is often associated with fate. And so the Pyknos, or close-knit mind of Zeus, is the mesh of fate. And Prometheus slices through it with an axe, which, by the way, is a symbol of cutting through fatalism. And Prometheus delivers Athena from out of the skull of Zeus. And who is she? She's the goddess of wisdom and war.
I was just going to say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because in the Gnostic text, you have this understanding of Yahweh thinks he created humans, but really somehow he had a dream where he thought he created Adam, but really it was Sophia, wisdom, that did it. And she looks at him like, you don't even know, I'm the one who did all this. And then, but what's even crazier is that the Gnostics, who get called heretics for this, they're pointing to the Bible itself and saying, no, the book of Proverbs says that Sophia was there from the beginning. The Wisdom of Solomon says Sophia created the first father. So like, this is accurate as far as the scriptures say, not just making this stuff up. And then it lines up with what you're saying, Athena being a Sophia as well, and then the Titan of wisdom creating mankind. So even the Yahwists have some of their own sources, right, putting this stuff in there and sort of snitching on themselves.
Absolutely. So that you have the prototype for the Sophianic figure in Athena, who is the goddess of wisdom and war. Why wisdom and war? Because you cannot gain wisdom without going to war. Because Zeus wants us ignorant. The Olympians don't want us to be wise. They are the prototype for what later become the Gnostic Archons. And so to seek wisdom is to be prepared to go to war against the gods. That's why Athena is the goddess of wisdom and war, inextricably. Okay? And so this
is also the message of the Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna is telling Arjuna, you have to go to war. There's no, you have to make an action right now. You cannot just sit by and let your uncle do his thing. You have to fight your uncle. That's a deep thing right there.
In a Greek context, it winds up being epitomized by Heraclitus in the fragments of Heraclitus, who, by the way, I mean, next to Pythagoras, is the first philosopher in Greek history. Heraclitus says, war is father and king of all. Some men, he shows to be slaves. Others, he reveals to be free men. All things come to pass and are ordained in accordance with conflict, right? And so, look, wisdom and war. So why does Athena help Prometheus in this situation where man is left lacking in essence on account of the forgetfulness of Epimetheus? Well, because Prometheus was the midwife of Athena's birth.
Right.
Okay? And so Athena returns the favor by giving man his soul in the form of a butterfly. Now, does this give man an essence? No, not really. And it's another fascinating symbol in this myth, because what's a butterfly? The butterfly is the ultimate symbol of metamorphosis and transformation.
Wow.
So it's underlining the fact that there is no human nature. There's no human nature. Human, quote unquote, nature is to transform, to evolve, to become something else. We are beings of radical becoming. And then what's the other thing that Prometheus has to give man in order to basically give him a chance to fend for himself, because he doesn't have the claws that other animals do, or the large jaws and sharp teeth of other animals, or fur so as not to freeze in the winter. Humanity is gifted fire as a tool of survival. Okay, so fire, which is the fire of the forge, which is the fountainhead of all the crafts and ultimately of technological science, is a remedy for the fact that we are lacking in essence. So what's this myth saying? I mean, why is it that Heidegger and Marx, who don't agree on, all that, I mean, Marx is seen as the intellectual godfather of the left, and Heidegger was literally a Nazi. So, there's some degree of divergence between Marx and Heidegger, but they both said Prometheus was the founder of philosophy, that Prometheus is the not God, but divinity.
Right.
That inaugurates philosophy. Okay.
His name
Why?
reflects that too. Forethought.
Yeah, but look, it's because why do Marx and Heidegger agree? Because Marx is all about how modern industrial capitalism is going to free humanity through a revolutionary, dialectic, that modern industrial capitalism is going to be transformed in a way where the power of industry ultimately liberates mankind, and the industry is reappropriated by the workers, and they are no longer alienated from their labor, and they ultimately become sovereign and self-determined. And then Heidegger, the focus of his philosophical project was how the trajectory of science, of abstract rational thought from Plato onward through Descartes, ultimately culminates in modern technological science. And that, we have to find some way to poetically reintegrate the transformative power of modern technological science. So, ultimately, what Heidegger saw in the myth of Prometheus has a lot to do with the fact that fire and the butterfly were the two remedies for mankind being lacking in an essence, in the sense that we, uniquely among all animals, define our own essence. Our existence precedes our essence. And the nature of our existence is to define our own essence through the power of technology. And to be basically the stewards of our own evolution. So we are these butterflies that go through a process of metamorphosis from the caterpillar through the chrysalis, right, to ultimately becoming this creature.
It's kind of like what Nietzsche's getting at with the rope and the Superman thing.
Exactly. It is the first version of that symbol or metaphor that ultimately becomes Nietzsche's tightrope between ape and overman.
And I also noticed that all of the ancient Greek mysteries, all the great myths, basically, there's usually some sort of metamorphosis involved with the hero, with the savior, with the messiah, whoever it is. They all have some sort of apotheosis, metamorphosis, some sort of resurrection, something like that, which makes it a standard mysteries, I guess you would say, initiation cult or something like that. That's the common thread between all of them. You know what I mean?
Sure, I do know what you mean. But the thing is that the Olympian world order is predicated on the stasis of humanity. And so to the extent that there are, hero, by the way, originally it means hybrid. It means it comes from the word eros, and with reference to the eros, or sex between gods and mortals. And so the original heroes were the people who were sired by the quote unquote fallen angels,
right?
And were more than mere humans, and who actually had a rebellious nature and defied the will of heaven, right? And so to the extent that you have these heroes engaging in developmental trajectories and a building up of their character and persona and developing an ethos and becoming basically men in their own right, you have a defiance of what Olympus wants, which is us to basically remain servile, and submit. Submit.
Yeah, that's it.
And not undergo character building, right? Which is going to give us enough psychological and ethical independence to determine our own course in the future. So anyway, you have at the core of this myth of the creation of mankind an emphasis of the fact that our existence precedes our essence, and that through the power of technological science, we are going to undergo various metamorphoses that ultimately hold the potential for us to become as powerful or more powerful than the gods. And so this is, another element of the adversarial character of Prometheus. And then you see this continue in his next act of trickery, so Prometheus is not only a trickster because he steals fire from the workshop of Hephaestus and brings it as a gift to mankind. Prometheus is also a trickster because when Zeus comes around after the creation of humanity, not too happy with how humanity's been created and wanting to reduce humanity to servility, Zeus says to Prometheus, well, now that you created these things, which, I'm not very happy with, how you did this. I don't know about this butterfly business, right? I want you to decide how they're going to sacrifice to me, right? How are these creatures going to be brought to their knees and, basically worship and revere me? And so Prometheus devises this machination where he presents Zeus with two forms of sacrifice and asks him to choose between them. And in one of them, he's basically taken all of the nourishing lean meat from an animal, from a sacrificed animal, and stuffed it into the stomach of an ox, which is very visually displeasing. And in the other bowl is the bones, the white bones of the sacrificed animal, but covered with a veneer of marbled fat. And Zeus picks the marbled fat, not realizing that it's all bones underneath. And this means that man gets to keep the nourishing part of the sacrificed animal and is basically giving nothing of importance to Olympus. So this is another way in which we see that Prometheus does not want his children to be, a servile race revering some gods above themselves. Prometheus is trying to, basically ensure that the nourishing part of the sacrifice remains the allotment of human beings.
Right.
And this is another act of trickery that he engages in, which, by the way, portrays Zeus as a fool. Because, what kind of God, you don't realize, like, he's pulling a fast one on you like this. And Hesiod tries to cover this up. Now, Hesiod, when he writes the Theogony, in particular, he mentions the myth of Prometheus in both of his major works, in Works and Days,
right,
and in Theogony. And it's interesting that when you read Works and Days, Prometheus has a little bit more autonomy, and his defiance of Zeus is a little bolder. Mm-hmm. But then when he writes Theogony, Hesiod is really trying to come up with a canon of Olympian religion. Right? This Hesiod character is an epitome of Greek traditionalism,
absolutely,
patriarchy, conservatism, misogyny. He hates women, okay? And so when he writes Theogony, he says absurd things like, oh, well, Zeus knew that Prometheus was trying to pull a fast one on him, and he just, picked the bowl of bones covered with the fat to, like, lure Prometheus into committing some sin of defiance or something. Right. He's making justifications to whitewash the vulnerabilities of Zeus because he's helping to build a cult of total obedience to Olympus. But then later, you have Aeschylus about 50, 60 years later or something, somewhere around there, the next century. Hesiod is in the 600s BC. Aeschylus is in the 500s BC. By the time Aeschylus turns Prometheus into the first figure of Greek tragedy, you see the more humanist and rebellious elements of the myth being, basically restored to what was probably their original form.
And I noticed in this particular version with Aeschylus, Aeschylus is very fascinating because I know he's initiated in all these mysteries. He gets in trouble. He almost gets killed for spilling the beans of what these mysteries are. But anyways, before we even get to that, I noticed that in that text, he really has this long dialogue between Hermes, who's sort of a tempter. He's the mouth word. He's the logos of Zeus. He's the word. He's a messenger of Zeus, basically. Zeus won't see him. He's like, why can't Zeus come himself? And I noticed that Prometheus is like antagonizing him, and Hermes is tempting him. Oh, we'll let you go. Just bend the knee. Just bend the knee. And Prometheus refuses to cave into the tempter. What is this about?
He's the angel Gabriel.
Ooh, that's awesome.
Hermes is who later becomes Jibrail, you know, or the angel Gabriel, who
that makes a lot of sense.
Brings the Quran to Muhammad, you know, and so on and so forth. And so this messenger of God, the announcer, comes and basically, or Thoth, you know, comes and basically he tries to, okay, he's not just tempting Prometheus, he's trying to torture a secret from out of him, because when Prometheus is bound by Zeus, it's not just a punishment, it is a torture that's intended to break Prometheus so that he reveals the secret of who is going to overthrow Zeus. Prometheus, with his forethought, and by the way, the mother of Prometheus is Themis, not to be confused with Thetis, who we're going to talk about momentarily.
Yeah. But
Themis, the Titaness, is the mother of Prometheus, and she was the creator of the Oracle of Delphi, which she later gives to Apollo. So the prophetic power that's associated with the Oracle of Delphi is also somehow implicit in the myth of Prometheus, because Themis, the creator of the Oracle of Delphi, is the mother of Prometheus. So anyway, Prometheus, with his prophetic power and his forethought, the kind of forethought and projection that also becomes instrumental to technological science, right? Technological science is all about projection. And so Prometheus, with his power of projection, his forethought, and his prophecy, knows who is going to eventually overthrow Zeus. And it turns out that it is the soul who later winds up being born as Achilles. And what Prometheus knows is that Zeus is going to rape Themis. You know, Zeus is a serial rapist. He just turns into all these various animals and goes down and basically rapes these women, these poor women. And Prometheus knows that one of these women is going to be Themis, and so Achilles is going to be born as a proper hero, a hero in the old sense of a hybrid. He's going to be a demigod. And this demigod version of Achilles is going to lead humanity into rebellion and overthrow Zeus and be a new sovereign over humanity, a much more beneficent, much more humanitarian ruler from the throne of Olympus. And later what winds up happening is that actually Zeus finds out that this is going to happen. And so Zeus Zeus basically pulls back and lets Themis be married to Peleus, who becomes the human mortal father of Achilles. And then we have the whole story of Achilles and the Iliad, right? But this Achilles was supposed to be born as a demigod, and Prometheus knows this, and he wants to torture this out of, Zeus wants to torture this out of Prometheus, and so he keeps sending Hermes. He keeps sending Hermes to try to, convince Prometheus to give up this secret. While we're on this, though, let me point out why is it significant that it's Achilles? And by the way, I discussed this at length in Prometheus and Atlas. This is, the devil's really in the details here, and I go into the Iliad and its connection to this part of the myth of Prometheus in my chapter on Prometheus in Prometheus and Atlas. If you look at the character of Achilles in the Iliad, his conflict with Agamemnon and the defiant stance that he takes amidst the Trojan War shows you the first figure in Greek literature who is questioning the social order. In archaic Greece, there was no conceptual distinction between social order and nature. Nature was framed as a concept by the early philosophers who are writing about 150 years at least after the Iliad, at least. In the time of the Iliad, in the time of quote-unquote Homer, whether there was actually a Homer who wrote this or whether he was a bard who later recited it, whatever. In the time of quote-unquote Homer, there was no conceptual distinction yet between nature and the nature of things in society. It was believed that customs were God-given the way that, you know, the seasons are God-given, the way that the habits of animals are God-given. Social institutions are just the way things are, and they can't be questioned any more than, you know, the way the birds and the bees live are, right? It's all just the way things inevitably have to be.
Right.
And so when you see Achilles in the Iliad basically call bullshit on Agamemnon and confront him as an unjust, tyrannical ruler and a bad commander, and stand up for himself pridefully, some would say with hubris, the kind of hubris that we see from Prometheus, ultimately.
Right.
You are seeing the first questioning of the social order and an implicit framing of the concept of justice.
Wow.
As opposed to the way things just are. So Achilles is saying, sorry, fuck that. Things shouldn't be this way. They should be some other way.
Right.
And this is the kernel of the idea of utopia right here in the figure of Achilles. So what's being said in the myth of Prometheus, where Prometheus knows that it's Achilles who's going to overthrow Zeus if he's allowed to be born as a demigod, is that there's a connection being made back to the story of the Iliad and to the first framing of a just order as opposed to the de facto order of the world. The first aspiration for utopia. That is also part and parcel of this part of the Prometheus myth.
It's the birth of progressivism. And I just thought of something. There's an epigram in the 1st century, I think during the time of Vespasian or Domitian or something like that. Martial was the author. And he says that he has a quick little hymn or epigram, I guess they're called, where he says, Prometheus, just as Prometheus is bound to the Scythian cliff, nourished the constant bird with the glut of his stomach, so did Laurelus, hanging from a cross that was no stage prop, offered up his uncovered trails to the Caledonian bear. And I noticed that there's this, because this is somebody who's inspired by the Epicureans and the naturalists and the Stoics, and he's looking at Prometheus as an example, this great example of sacrificing yourself for the good, for the progress of the world. And that brings us to like Christianity. Are they trying to do something similar to this with Jesus? I think so.
Yes, although it's a perversion of it, and we'll come to that. But and notice also in this quote, the Scythian peaks.
Right.
So yet again, the Greeks knew that the place where Prometheus was bound was Scythian territory. And this connects again back to the myth of Amirani and how, you know, there's an awareness here that somehow this Prometheus myth has Scythian origins.
Right.
At least one of its vectors is Scythian, and the other one is the myth of Enki, and probably were fused in the Persian Empire. So speaking of the Persian Empire, we're talking about Aeschylus, and Aeschylus, you know, he's famous as a poetic playwright and really as the founder of drama in its current form. Before Aeschylus, there was only a single bard reciting a poem on a stage. And it's Aeschylus who introduced other characters and created a drama where there's multiple perspectives, right? And this is not where I was about to go, but, you know, again, we need to pause and just reflect on this for a minute.
Yeah.
That just contemplate what a transformation of human consciousness that is. And again, this is something I go into at length in Prometheus and Atlas. Before Aeschylus, you had a bard who was basically reciting an ancestral tradition, and you only had that bard's perspective. And moreover, the bard did not insert himself into the poem so as to, you know, interject any commentary on it, right? You're just having a person acting as a medium for the transmission of ancestral tradition. Aeschylus invents this thing, which we call drama in retrospect, where there's multiple characters and they each have their own perspective. So think about this. What effect does this have on people's consciousness, where they're watching a stage play where for the first time they're getting multiple characters with different, divergent perspectives, each of which the audience member could choose to identify with and to flip between these divergent perspectives. And moreover, the setting for this drama with multiple characters in it is an amphitheater where literally there's multiple perspectives on the drama, right? Depending on where you're sitting in the amphitheater on any given night, you know, during the many times that you go to see a stage play, you will have one or another varying perspective on the drama. So there's the perspectival shift between the various characters, and then the perspectival shift in terms of geometry, perceptual geometry of the audience member sitting in an amphitheater. And lo and behold, this is the moment when we go from really stiff Egyptian-style sculptures in Greece to photorealistic three-dimensional sculptures in Greece, okay, with that extremely, true-to-life, high precision that classical Greek sculptures are famous for.
Right.
You think that just happened by accident? No, it happened because you had sculptors who were sitting there in amphitheaters watching stage plays from varying perspectives on different evenings, and they discovered perspective. Both geometric perspective and also psychological perspective by flipping between the viewpoints of different characters in a drama. Aeschylus is responsible for this. And which is the first of the dramas that Aeschylus composed? Who is the first figure of tragedy? Prometheus.
Right.
So you see, this is also bound up into the myth of Prometheus, this elevation, mutation of human consciousness that becomes so defining of classical Greek culture, and in particular its excellence in the arts, and then by extension geometry as well, which becomes the cornerstone for all of the sciences, right? I mean, let no one who hasn't studied geometry enter here. It was a statement over the doorway to Plato's Academy. And by the way, in Plato's Academy, since I mentioned that, in Plato's Academy there was a altar to Prometheus.
Wow.
There was a burning fire on an altar in Plato's Academy, and there was a tradition of lighting torches in this fire altar and running them down into the city of Athens from there. Wow. And in fact, Plato opens his Republic, which is probably his most Promethean text. Plato opens Republic with the image of this torch race, this torch-bearing relay. The torch-bearing relay race is the opening of Plato's Republic. And, this became then the basis for the lighting of the torch and the passing of the torch in the Olympic Games, which probably shouldn't be called the Olympic Games. It should be called the Promethean Games. Anyway, to go back to Aeschylus, because how did we get here? We got here, I was talking about the Persian Empire.
Right. Well, I was actually going to jump in real quick before we get back to him. There's an author named, he's actually pretty famous, Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes, sorry, of Cyrene. And he's one of the greatest scientists of the age. And he has a story of Alexander the Great being in a cave near the Caucasus, where he identifies that the demigod Prometheus was here being imprisoned. And so Alexander the Great was like, this is a sacred place. Everybody stop what you're doing. Let's offer sacrifice to Prometheus right here, right now. And then Arian of Nicomedia also has the same story in his books too. So it just shows you how these elites love this god. He's in another category. He's special.
Let me just comment on that before we go back to the thread about Aeschylus, because you said certain elites, whatever.
Yeah.
Well, one can say many things about the Rockefellers, but one thing that David Rockefeller did that was quite impressive was erect the statue of Prometheus in Rockefeller Center, and which I tend to think of as the hearth fire of New York City, and basically the sacred center of what is still hanging on as the cosmopolitan capital of the planet. And when you look at the statue of Prometheus at Rockefeller Center, it's Prometheus emerging from a rock, soaring through the celestial equator, crossing the plane of the zodiac. So it's the ecliptic and the zodiac, and Prometheus is soaring through that, emerging from out of a rock. Well, the crossing of the celestial equator and the zodiac, plane of the zodiac, is the main symbol of Mithraism, because Mithra grabs hold of the wheelwork of the heavens and shifts, the sphere of the heavens, creating the precession of the equinoxes as he overpowers Zorvan or Chronos. Like Prometheus siding with Zeus to overthrow Chronos, right? And then in the myths of Mithras, there are two versions of the myth of the birth of Mithras. One of them is that he was born of a virgin, but that's the less popular version that then, influenced Christianity. The more popular version was that Mithra was born of a rock. He was born from out of a rock.
Yeah.
And moreover, in Mithraism, there is this stage of initiation, penultimate stage of initiation, heliodromos, where the stage of the solar charioteer, where the solar charioteer goes up there into the heavens and sets the world on fire, throws fire down. That phrase from Jesus in the Gospels, I have come to cast fire upon the earth, right? And so that's taken from this grade of initiation in Mithraism, where there's a casting of fire down upon the earth from heaven. And
in the Greek, it's fire from Uranos. Fire from Uranos. And then Elijah also says that too. And it's funny because Uranos is translated as heaven, but he's also a god, the sky god, the heavens god. And he's the father of isn't he like the grandfather of the Titans or something like that?
Yes.
So that's
right. And so Prometheus's grandfather.
Right.
Grandfather Prometheus, who together with Gaia sired the Titans. And so in the statue at Rockefeller Center, you see this flame in the hand of Prometheus. But here's the thing, Prometheus, he's soaring up from the rock. So he's born out of the rock like Mithra. He's soaring up over the crossing of the ecliptic and the plane of the zodiac like Mithra. And he's in the heavens now, and he's holding this flame. And he's not holding a torch bringing the fire to mankind, although obviously that's implied. It's Prometheus, right?
Yeah.
Holding this flame in his hand, almost as if he's about to cast it down onto the earth. So yet again, it's a reference to the myth of Mithra, particularly the grade of Heliodromos or the solar charioteer, which is an image of a future fiery apocalypse of the earth that comes from out of ancient Iranian religion. And so you were mentioning, how did I get here? The elites and Prometheus. Whoever designed that statue, I mean, Manship is credited with that statue, but who told him to design it that way? And, what role did David Rockefeller have, or people around him? Whatever they were thinking, they knew that Prometheus is Mithra. They're the same figure.
I can see that too.
This is an esoteric truth that's known by certain occult elites throughout history, that Prometheus, the Titan, is the Titan Mithra. And Mithra in the Indo-European religions, you always have this division between the gods and the Titans. It exists in every form of Indo-European religion. Right. And in the Indo-Iranian branch, there is, like in the Greek branch, this division between the Ahuras or Ashuras and the Devas, the Titans and the gods. And Mithra is the most important of the Titans.
Right.
So at war with Indra, who is this kind of thunderbolt-wielding Zeus-like figure among the pantheon of the gods, among the Devas.
Yep.
So, okay, you have that. But where were we? We were talking about Aeschylus, and I just wanted to also mention the fact that Aeschylus served in the Persian Wars, and one of the other plays that he's famous for is the play The Persians. He wrote a play, The Persians, and We were just talking about the invention of perspective by Aeschylus in the context of, his crafting of the art form of tragedy, tragic drama. And it's interesting that in the Persians, Aeschylus is able to take the perspective of the Persians. The Persians doesn't trash the Persians. It's a relatively sympathetic portrayal of the Persians, including of Xerxes as a kind of tragic figure who, he suffers from hubris, but so does Prometheus. And Prometheus is the hero of the Prometheus trilogy, which we only have Prometheus Bound left. But originally it was Prometheus the Firebringer, Prometheus Bound, and then Prometheus Unbound.
It's like Dark Knight, the trilogy. You have Dark Knight, and then he rises, and then,
Exactly. And Prometheus Unbound was supposed to be the part where Hercules comes and frees him, right? And so on, kills the eagle and all that. And so this was this great trilogy. It was the first proper drama of the Western world. And Prometheus was the first tragic hero of the Western world. And so when he writes the Persians, and he depicts Xerxes as this kind of tragic figure who suffers from his hubris, suffers a downfall on account of his hubris, he's in a way almost empathizing with the enemy that he fought against on the battlefield as a soldier in the Persian wars. He got into the mind of the enemy, and he was able to write this drama, which, portrays the Persians as something other than a cardboard cutout.
Right.
And that's also quite fascinating. And I don't think it's incidental at all that Prometheus gets valorized as a heroic figure, as a not just creator, but champion and benefactor of mankind against the tyrannical and unjust God at just the time when the Persian Empire takes over a large part of Greece. Aeschylus is living in a Persian-dominated Greece. Yes, the Athenians are still resisting, but most of Greece is under Persian rule at this time. And the cities where philosophy is getting off the ground are all Persian-ruled cities.
Right.
And so, not only does the Prometheus myth have an Indo-European kernel in the myth of Amirani, there's a reevaluation of Prometheus in Greek culture, where he goes from being this, the story of Prometheus goes from being this, how can I put it, warning against defying the gods, a kind of morality tale that is meant to emphasize the power of Zeus, which is what you get in Hesiod, in the earliest presentation of Prometheus, to the Prometheus of Aeschylus, who is a tragic hero. What's responsible for that almost moral inversion that takes place, that what Nietzsche would call reevaluation of values? What's responsible for that? Well, the Persian colonization of Greece. Because from the Persian, Zoroastrian, or Mithraic perspective, Zeus is Ahriman, and Prometheus is Ahura Mazda and or Mithra. And so you can see reflected in the reevaluation of Prometheus as a hero, a Greek assimilation of Persian ideas, which then becomes fundamental for the whole developmental trajectory of the Western world. The developmental trajectory that Oswald Spengler winds up calling Faustian. Spengler calls the West Faustian on the basis of Goethe's Faust, Goethe's popularization of this alchemist, medieval alchemist who makes a deal with the devil and so on and so forth, right? And basically, usurps godly powers. But in fact, Goethe, the author of Faust, admitted that in the dark night of his soul, at the time in his life where he felt most alone and alienated and aggrieved, he looked to Prometheus as his personal savior.
Wow.
Goethe wrote attempted to write a drama on Prometheus, and he has a poem that survived, a fragmentary poem about Prometheus. And so Goethe, who's, in hindsight, through Spengler, responsible for coining the term the Faustian world to refer to the West, Goethe actually admitted that Prometheus was his god.
Wow. That's what I wanted to get to in a second. But before I get to, I was going to ask you, what's Prometheus, the state of Prometheus right now? What's his fate? Does he die? Is he ruling the world right now? What are your thoughts on that? But I also want to get into how this trickles down into Gnostic theology. Which one do you think is which one should we tackle first?
Well, they're deeply interrelated. Okay, because let me try to condense a rather complex and large scale observation into something as concise as possible. And that's that just from the elements that we've already looked at in the myth of Prometheus, you can see how this is a prototype for a lot of Gnostic mythology and for the idea of the Gnostic savior, right, and for rebellion against the Archons and so on and so forth.
And you have the imagery of the serpent coiled around the tree as evil, whereas in this polemicize, what do you satanic, I guess, because it's opposing it. This is the symbol of wisdom and knowledge, and for some reason one's bad, one's evil, and it's like they're at odds here. So yeah.
Yes, and so very long story short, and if you want to see my more in-depth analysis of this in Prometheism, I get into this in greater detail. And also, believe it or not, in my book, Closer Encounters, I wrote a book on the UFO phenomenon called Closer Encounters. And it's a bit of a tome. It's a comprehensive analysis of the entire close encounter phenomenon. And in chapter 6, in the penultimate chapter of that book, I get into Christianity in depth and detail and the genesis of the Christ mythos, okay? And how it is a form of social engineering by means of cognitive dissonance. So in the Christ mythos, you have on the one hand, Jesus in the Gospels very clearly saying that Jehovah is his father, that he's there to represent Yahweh. Yahweh is his father. And in fact, not a dot of an I or a cross of a T from the Tanakh, the Old Testament, will pass out of existence or out of relevance until the end of the world. And so Jesus, speaking through one side of his mouth, affirms all the legalism of the Old Testament and takes pride in being the son of this genocidal, tyrannical maniac, sadist, who is responsible for Moses' slaughter of these poor golden calf worshipping, dancing Israelites in the Sinai desert, who's responsible for the genocide at Jericho, who's responsible for just all the most horrendous, brutally inhuman acts you can imagine that are chronicled throughout the Old Testament. And of course, for all the wonderful laws in Leviticus and Deuteronomy, right? I mean, the most despicably inhuman legal code, right, and basically structure of theocratic authority that we've seen in human history. And so Jesus, on the one hand, is coming to validate all of that. And when you look at Jesus from that perspective, through those particular verses in the Gospels, then the only problem, sure, he says to the Jews, you're disinherited. The kingdom doesn't belong to you anymore. It belongs to humanity. It belongs to anyone who follows my Father, right? Well, from that perspective, his only problem with the Jews is the same problem that Yahweh had with the Jews throughout the whole Old Testament, where Yahweh keeps telling these Jews, you rebellious people never learn a lesson. He says they're a uniquely rebellious people, right? Because they keep disobeying somehow.
Calls them stiff-necked people, yeah.
Stiff-necked Israelites. They keep setting up idols of various kinds. They're worshiping Ishtar and Baal and this one and that one, okay? And so Jesus's problem with the Jews is just that. It's that, look, Yahweh's had enough with your stiff-necked rebelliousness, and so you're disinherited. You're not the chosen people anymore, and the kingdom belongs to anybody who submits to Yahweh through me. So that's one Jesus, and that's the Jesus that, for all the differences between Catholicism, Eastern Orthodoxy, and Protestantism, including the evangelical churches in the United States, for all the various doctrinal differences between these warring sects of Christianity, all of them accept that version of Jesus in one way or another. Right. That's the institutional Jesus. And then you have this Gnostic Jesus. Yep. And what is this Gnostic? And there are verses in the Gospels that support that too. Absolutely. All verses in the Gnostic Gospels. And what the Gospels that were rejected at Nicaea, right? And what does this Jesus tell you? Well, this Jesus tells you, that, the law, you don't need to follow the law. as long as you
circumcising the heart.
Yeah, yeah. It's about the spirit and not the law. And the world is a fallen material creation anyway. And Jesus is here to free you from the world, because just like him, you're not of the world. And the world was created by these inferior archons and not by the true God. And he's the way to find the true God, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. The Gnostic version of Christianity is pacifist.
Yeah.
The Gnostic Jesus is a radical pacifist who rejects political rebellion. To the extent that you embrace the legalistic Jesus that affirms Yahweh in the Old Testament, maybe you could see that Jesus as a kind of political rebel. Right. But if you go in the Gnostic direction, then you're really emphasizing the pacifistic passages in the Gospels. And so Gnosticism, Christian Gnosticism, is a doctrine of pacifism. Why? Because this is a fallen world governed by archons, and to the extent that you participate in political power, you are being corrupted by archons. Power is inherently corrupting,
right,
from a Gnostic perspective. And if you ask me, and I've laid this argument out at length in my various writings, like I just said, this is cognitive dissonance. This is a doctrine directed to demoralize and degenerate society. Because first of all, you're left in a intellectual contradiction. Yeah. You're left in an intellectual contradiction. Do I follow the Old Testament? Don't I follow the Old Testament? This Jesus keeps contradicting himself, which then it screws with your head. It's cognitive dissonance. You're made to believe, you're made to take on faith two things that are contradictory, to believe them at the same time.
Yeah.
And what does that do? It puts you in a mental state where you're suffering extreme tension. And in order to resolve that tension, you will latch on to anything as a life raft. It's a psychological tactic.
It becomes a buffet of ideas that you can just pick and choose from. You know what? Real quick, I just want to jump in real quick, because one of the oldest monasteries that was abandoned when Islam took over the Byzantine Eastern Empire, right next to where they thought Mount Sinai was, which is, I don't know if it really is or not, but anyways, there was a monastery there, and there's one of the oldest depictions of Jesus in the world that they found in this place. And they figured out if you mirror one side of Jesus's face, you get a perfect image, and if you mirror the other side, you get a perfect image. They're imposing two different faces on Jesus's face to show his dual nature. So the early Christians knew what you're saying right now. This wasn't a secret. This whole idea of putting a Bible in one spot, making a canon, wasn't even a thing. Marcion had his own gospel. He picked and chose what Jesus he wanted to have in his own Bible. The Gnostics had their own Jesus. The other guys had their own Jesus. It wasn't until later that they put it all in one spot, and that's how you get this weird schizophrenic message. Yeah. But to add.
But here's my point, Neil, is that regardless of which Jesus you go for,
right,
neither the institutional legalistic Jesus, who is the son of Yahweh, nor the antinomian Gnostic savior is a figure who inspires active rebellion against unjust divinities, let's say, not to call them gods, right? The beings that become God and the angels for the Christians, and used to be Zeus and the Olympians for the Greeks, right? Neither image of Jesus inspires active, meaning political rebellion against the unjust rule of heaven. So Gnosticism is inherently disempowering. Christian Gnosticism is debilitating because of its pacifism,
right?
Because of the association of power inherently with the archons. Whereas in the myth of Prometheus, you see a prototype for all of the most positive elements of Gnosticism, but you see them in a context which totally rejects pacifism and calls for a militant resistance against the unjust tyranny of heaven over the earth.
Sure.
And a demand for the self-determination of mankind. So in that sense, Prometheism, a kind of theism based on Prometheus, the spirituality that's implicit in the myth of Prometheus, is proto-Gnostic, but it's satanic. And this brings me to the other aspect of your your question about, where is Prometheus today? What happened with Prometheus later? And so we see a reappropriation of the myth of Prometheus at the dawn of the modern age, where you have romantic poets. I mentioned Goethe earlier, also Lord Byron, who writes a poem about Prometheus. And then most famously, Byron's best friend, Percy Shelley, who writes Prometheus Unbound, which is a 4-act play about, the whole mythos of Prometheus, including the parts of the story that were lost in the version of Aeschylus about Prometheus ultimately being freed from his chains and so on and so forth. And one really interesting thing about the Prometheus Unbound play written by Percy Shelley around 1820 is that he uses all Latin names for the characters. Like he uses Jupiter instead of Zeus, or Mercury instead of Hermes, but not for Prometheus. And what would Prometheus be in Latin? Lucifer. And he makes it abundantly clear, Shelley does, that the flood, the flood that Deucalion helps save some portion of mankind from, is the flood of Noah. And that the civilization that was destroyed by Yahweh was Atlantis, is the Greek Atlantis. The ruins of Atlantis at the bottom of the ocean feature in Shelley's Prometheus Unbound play. And so Shelley underlines the fact that Prometheus is deeply connected to Atlantis. It's not accidental that, or incidental that, the king of Atlantis is named Atlas. So Atlantis means the realm of Atlas. That's where the name Atlantis comes from. It means the realm of Atlas because Poseidia was ruled by a king called Atlas. In fact, the kings were all called Atlas. And so I'm guessing this was a title, not a proper name of a person. And the person who was the sovereign of Atlantis was given this title in reference to the brother of Prometheus, namely the Titan Atlas, who leads the Titans in war against the gods. He's the general of the Titan army in the Titanomachia.
Wow.
And what do the Atlanteans do? The core of the myth of Atlantis that Plato recounts for us in Timaeus and Critias is that the Atlanteans lead a war against Olympus. They attempt to unify the whole earth under their naval rule, and they're no longer worshiping the gods. They've become totally irreverent toward the Olympians. And this is why when they're on the brink of unifying the whole earth, Zeus decides to wipe them off the face of the planet with this deluge. So Shelley in Prometheus Unbound depicts the destruction of Atlantis, and he makes it quite clear that this is a parallel to the biblical flood story. And he's associating Prometheus with the rebel angels, with the fallen angels who were punished by Yahweh. And so, point being, in the modern era, you see authors like Goethe, Lord Byron, and Percy Shelley explicitly appropriate the myth of Prometheus as a positive image of Satan. Right? I mean, people often talk about Satan as an entirely negative figure that cannot be, dissociated from Christianity, that's predicated on Christianity, that's parasitic on Christianity. But folks, there's a Satan before Satan, and that's Prometheus. And one place that this becomes abundantly clear is in the modern Prometheus, right? You ask about, where is Prometheus today? Where is Prometheus in the modern age? Well, look, the alternate title for Frankenstein, the subtitle of the book, is the modern Prometheus. So Percy's wife, Mary Shelley, pens this tale in which we have an extremely Luciferian depiction of Dr. Frankenstein as the modern Prometheus. And so, I think
we're on the verge of a new world with AI and virtual reality and all this cutting edge technology that's really going to change everything. Like, we're right on the border of what's about to happen.
Yes, and Frankenstein was the first of these great sci-fi stories that involved transhuman technologies, and you can see the debt to Frankenstein or the modern Prometheus throughout the history of modern science fiction, up to and including Ridley Scott's Prometheus. Ridley Scott's film in 2012, Prometheus, the prequel to the Alien saga, is very much a retelling of Frankenstein in a cosmic context. So the myth of Prometheus, I would say, is very much alive.
Yeah. Well, especially if you combine him with Mithra, because we live in a legalistic age. Everything we do is all, sign this document, make sure that everything's lawful. Like, no, but you have like banking systems, and we have systems in place, PayPal. It's all mediators and signing on the dotted line and technology. It really is, in a spiritual sense, whether however you want to interpret this, it's a world ruled by Prometheus - Mithra.
Yeah, and the point is to take back this technology, to reintegrate these capacities that we were gifted with by Prometheus for the sake of fostering human flourishing, rather than allowing ourselves to be dehumanized by this technology, right? Prometheus brought the gift of techne to man so that we could determine our own destiny, not so that we could wind up being instrumentalized into something like the Borg, not so that AI could ensconce us in such a fashion as to divest us of our humanity and leave us with a hive mind. So right now we are at the 11th hour. We're at a key turning point in the face of the technological singularity, where we have to basically retrieve the poetic power of the Prometheus myth and to understand technological science in the right way as a tool to empower our evolution so that we can transform, like that caterpillar in the chrysalis, into the butterfly that appears at the creation of humanity in the myth of Prometheus. And so I would say that, Prometheus is a figure that represents the promise of technological science. But there's also this shadow side, this Frankensteinian danger that we face, right? Approaching this technological singularity within this very century. And so it's more important than ever right now to positively reappropriate this myth and understand the power that it already has over us unconsciously. We need to take that unconscious power, that daimonic power of the Prometheus archetype over our society, and transform it into something that's more self-conscious and that can be directed in a positive manner as a force of liberation and enlightenment.
Yeah, and do you think, in the context of like, I don't know, maybe climate change, for example, like if there's some sort of threat of some disaster on Earth, Prometheus being the archetype of this, the only thing that can save us is, we have to figure out a way through technology to get ourselves right. Maybe, I don't know, go off into space or something. I don't even know what that is, but that also represents this sort of butterfly effect of like a metamorphosis of the of humanity. Like, we need to change something, or else if we keep going down this path, it's done. We're done. We're going to be wiped out, right?
Absolutely, that's right. But we also need to remember that, retreat, Ludditism, and retreat back to nature and to pre-industrial society and all this crap that's being promoted by a lot of elites today, right? The eco-friendly lifestyle. No. We can use technology to save the ecosystem. But the other thing we have to remember is that Prometheus didn't just give us the fire of the forge. The fire that he gifted mankind with is also the fountainhead of all of the arts and crafts. In other words, literature, painting, right? Drama, as per Aeschylus. So there is a unity of science and art that, is at the core of the myth of Prometheus. And we need to cultivate that aesthetic sensibility so that we use technology in ways that are poetic, in ways that are not alienating and instrumentalizing, but that are part of the expansion of the creative capacity of humanity. Because Prometheus is also the deity of the arts of literature, of poetry. And that's something that we shouldn't lose sight of, right? As we enter this crucible of the technological singularity, we are going to need to be more artful than ever before, so that we use technology as a tool for liberation and empowerment rather than allowing it to be an instrument of dehumanization.
Yeah, and I think the idea of becoming like gods by copying what's in nature onto technology, we can create systems of travel or whatever that is just beyond our even capacity to even think about how great we can be right now, you know? As
Shelley says, and this is a good note to end on, as Shelley says in Prometheus Unbound, we can come up with arts as of yet undreamed of, arts that haven't even been conceived by the mind of the gods.
Wow.
Right? And so it's not a question of copying nature, it's a question of bettering nature. We can do better than nature.
Ooh.
We can do better than the gods. We can improve upon nature. And so therefore, you see that from a Christian perspective, right, even including a Gnostic Christian perspective, because the Gnostic doesn't want to improve this world, the Gnostic wants to escape this world.
Escape the world.
From a Christian perspective, Gnostic or otherwise, this is satanic.
Yep. Yeah.
The idea that we can do better than the gods, we can best God or nature, that is the core of the Prometheus myth.
It's eating the fruit of knowledge, literally. It's accepting, and by the way, it's also reflected in Persephone eating the pomegranate. It's like a mirror of that. But speaking of taking the fruit of knowledge, you have just attained true gnosis. And
Plato's noble lie isn't simply one concept or one strategy that he deploys as part of the larger edifice of his thought. Plato's entire philosophical project could be seen as a noble lie, where my thesis is essentially that Plato didn't believe in the existence of the forms, that he contrived this doctrine for the purposes of psychological and social engineering. Before he met Socrates, he was an aspiring tragic poet in the theater of Dionysus. And the story is that after he heard Socrates talk, he burned his great tragedy in an offering to Prometheus. He calls forth the god of fire and decides to become a student of Socrates. But he's coming from the background of having been a tragic poet. Dionysus is the god associated with tragedy. A case can be made that people who understood very well what Plato's esoteric project was, and people who knew how to deploy, nobilize, engineered the Abrahamic revelation, the biblical religion, as a catalyst for the transformation of society. But the catalyst was not intended to get people to become good Jews, or later good Christians, or even later good Muslims. The catalyst was intended to get people to go to the devil, instigate rebellion, give people models of challenging authority. That's very Plato. His intention was to separate the goats from the sheep. Well, it's great to be back with you.
Yeah.
We've been planning this talk on Plato for a really long time, and it's a difficult subject to approach. I've written 2 essays that are relevant to it, which I want to reference right up front, because as deep as we may go here, it's still only going to be scratching the surface compared to the complexity of what I've written in these essays. And the most important of them is called The Pharmakon Artist in Lovers of Sophia. So I believe it's the second essay in this book. This book, Lovers of Sophia, it's an anthology. It's a collection of essays rather than really being a book. And these essays were actually written before Prometheus and Atlas. I think almost every piece in Lovers of Sophia preceded Prometheus and Atlas, in some cases significantly, And frankly, I have to confess that Pharmacon Artist is the oldest of them. So in that essay on Plato, you see, which is fitting because, you know, as I quote Alfred North Whitehead at the beginning of this essay, you know, some people have taken the view that the whole history of Western philosophy consists of a series of footnotes to Plato. That's how Whitehead put it. And so I suppose it's fitting that my own first philosophical work was my interpretation of Plato, which is an essay of almost book length. It could be a, you know, short book. And I wrote it in my 20s. And in a lot of ways, this essay, The Pharmacon Artist, can be seen as an esoteric key to my entire corpus. And by the end of our conversation, maybe I'm going to highlight a few ways in which that's the case. So that essay in Lovers of Sophia, and then there is a chapter in Prometheus and Atlas toward the end. I believe it is chapter 9 of Prometheus and Atlas. Atlas of the New Atlantis deals with Plato's quote myth unquote of Atlantis, and we'll get into that as well here because I think it's very relevant to understanding what we could call Plato's unwritten doctrine, or, you know, esoteric Plato. His knowledge concerning Atlantis is very relevant to that subject, and in that chapter, Atlas of the New Atlantis, I get into, you know, Plato's understanding of Atlantis and how it's related to the way in which he wanted to transform Greek society. So anyway, those are the two references that I wanted to give up front. And I mean, do you have any prefatory remarks you'd like to make before we jump in?
Yeah, I just want to lay this out for people that this, we didn't plan this out as a series to begin with, but it's materializing as one now. So we started off our discussion. This is going to be a 4-part playlist on my channel for people who are watching. It's okay if this is the first video you stumbled on. You can watch this one first. You can watch them in any order, but I would prefer just start off with the Mithra video, because Mithra is such an ancient idea that has its tentacles in the Vedic world as well as the Western world. And then, so that was our first video. We introduced that, and then we went into Zoroaster. And Zoroaster, coming out of the Mithraic tradition, revolutionizes religion, theology, philosophy for the entire Western world. And so then after that video, we did Prometheism. And why that's so important to come third is because the Prometheism video really shows that there's a divide in the world between people who are submitting to this idea of a tyrant god, the El cults, the Judeo-Christian religions, versus the Promethean religions of divine knowledge that will make that you self become like the gods. So there's this idea of the two, and now we're getting into Plato. And so Plato is going to be the end of all of this, but also the beginning of something else. And so if you want, based on what I just said, tell us why this is so important to have Plato at the end of this.
You know, I don't want to go on about Iran again, you know, and continue to give people the impression that I'm some kind of Persian chauvinist. But there are a few points that could be made with relation to these other conversations of ours that you referenced. And one is that, of course, Plato was a member of the Pythagorean order. After the death of Socrates, Plato went to Italy and joined the Pythagorean order. And, you know, of course, Pythagoras himself had studied at length in Egypt. And so Plato kind of followed Pythagoras's footsteps and then studied in Egypt for a while, tracing, you know, some Pythagorean ideas to their source in ancient Egyptian wisdom. But as we've discussed in our previous conversations, Pythagoras also studied for over a decade in the capital of the Persian Empire. He was brought back to the capital of Iran by Cambyses II, the son of Cyrus the Great, and he studied with the Magi in Babylon, the administrative capital of, Achaemenid Iran. And so, and by the way, Pythagoras only left Iran when the Persians conquered Samos. He was from Samos. And so he only goes home once his homeland, his island, becomes part of the Persian Empire. And there's some evidence to suggest that basically he was kind of sent on a mission by the Magi, and that his founding of the Pythagorean order in Sicily is an extension of sort of the Magian order of Babylon and so forth. And so here you have one of Plato's sources of wisdom, namely the Pythagorean order, having been fundamentally shaped by Mithraic, Zoroastrian thought. And then Plato, as we're going to get into in this conversation, very significantly, Plato's, I don't know if you want to say second most important source of influence, whatever, another major influence on him was the school of Heraclitus. And in fact, let me reference this right here, okay? Aristotle tells us that Plato in his youth, presumably after the death of Socrates, Socrates died when Plato was still quite young, but presumably immediately after the death of Socrates, Plato became a Heraclitean, and specifically he studied with this Heraclitean teacher, Cratylus, okay? Cratylus, who was a thinker in the school of Heraclitus. And actually, we just want to take the time for a moment to read this quote here because it's very significant to the argument that I want to lay out about Plato's unwritten doctrine. One is where Aristotle tells us in his Metaphysics, quote, "For as a young man, Plato was originally an associate of Cratylus and Heraclitean opinions to the effect that all perceptible things were in a permanent state of flux, and that there was no knowledge of them, and these things he also later on maintained," unquote. Then there's another remark regarding this from Aristotle, also in his Metaphysics, where Aristotle, and by the way, for those who are not familiar, Aristotle was Plato's student, okay? Actually, Aristotle was Plato's greatest student, even though Plato did not choose him to head the academy after his death. So, you know, Aristotle is a fairly good, witness and source of testimony regarding the developmental trajectory of Plato's thought. And the other thing he tells us in Metaphysics concerning the Heraclitean background of Plato's philosophy is this, quote, "Now the starting point for those who came up with the theory of forms was a conviction of the truth of the Heraclitean considerations to the effect that all perceptible objects are in a permanent state of flux, so that a condition on the very possibility of knowledge and understanding was the existence, in addition to the perceptible ones, of certain other natural entities which are not in a state of flux, on the assumption that entities in flux were not possible objects of knowledge," unquote. Okay, so this is what Aristotle tells us about, and then there's one other remark that's specifically about Plato's Heraclitean teacher, Cratylus. So this is Aristotle commenting on Plato's teacher from the school of Heraclitus. Quote, "They," meaning the Heracliteans, "observed that all nature around us undergoes change and held that one cannot speak the truth about that which is undergoing change. So a fortiori, nothing true could be said about what was changing at all points in all ways. This is the position of those who appropriated the legacy of Heraclitus, notably of Cratylus. His mature position was that speech of any kind was radically inappropriate and that expression should be restricted exclusively to the movement of the finger. He was appalled that Heraclitus had claimed that you could not step twice into the same river. In his, Cratylus's opinion, it was already going too far to admit stepping into the same river once." So that was, well, I presented that as a kind of aside, but it's going to become key to the argument that I want to make. But I took the time to just, put those quotes out there because Heraclitus was invited by Darius the Great, the emperor of the Persian Empire, to be the court philosopher of Iran.
Wow.
So, okay, so look, in a country where you have all these magi who are the bearers of the legacy of Zarathustra, Darius doesn't choose one of his fellow Iranian magi to be the court philosopher. of the Persian Empire. He invites this Greek from Ephesus to come to the Persian court. Now, of course, Heraclitus refuses, and instead he exiles himself to the temple of Artemis in Ephesus, never leaves other than to come out onto the temple steps and play games with children whose parents are, visiting to basically worship the goddess. But Artemis, the goddess whose temple Heraclitus sequesters himself to, is also originally an Iranian goddess, specifically worshipped by the Sarmatians. So Heraclitus is very clearly in the Iranian orbit spiritually. And so now we have a second major influence on Plato who's steeped in Iranian thought, Heraclitus.
Let me just jump in for 1 second. Artemis has the subtitle, her name, her nickname, Luciferia. She is like the female aspect of Lucifer. So you have this, when we talked about this in Prometheism, this idea of the opposing viewpoint of these two different views on what God is, or which God we should give our devotion to. And so here we are with this court with a goddess whose subtitle's name is Luciferia, and that's from Callimachus. I can show the sources if you guys want.
I'll add something esoteric that makes this even more striking. So the name Artemis, contrary to what some linguists have argued, doesn't really mean anything in Greek, but it means a hell of a lot in the original Old Iranian, and that's Arta Amesha. Arta Amesha means immortal truth. Arta meant truth in the sense of like logos, wow, cosmic order. And so it's the undying cosmic order, which, by the way, was symbolized by fire. Heraclitus, fire becomes, the metaphor for cosmic energy in his thinking. Arta Amesha means immortal truth in Old Iranian. And it's what do you call it? They say sefat in Persian. It's a quality. It's an epithet. Okay, it's a descriptor. But the actual name of the deity that was worshipped by the Sarmatians, who is described as Arta Amesha or immortal truth, was Satana or Shatana.
Wow.
Okay, so I've always thought that, look, I mean, this culture, the Scythians and Sarmatians are kindred cultures. In some cases, they're almost indistinguishable from one another. And they invaded the Middle East by at least 700 BC. And we know they got as far as the border of Palestine with Egypt, okay? Or the border of Israel with Egypt. And so I've always thought that this reference ha-shaitan in Hebrew actually is coming from the name of Shatana and was a demonization of this serpentine goddess figure of the Sarmatians, who had, serpents entwined around her, and who was served by the Gorgons. The Gorgons were sort of goddess figures associated with this great goddess. And so in any case, there's a lot there, behind Artemis and the figure that, of course, Heraclitus decided to devote himself to, or rather, at least take refuge in the sanctum of her temple, rather than accepting the invitation of Darius the Great. Anyway, we went on a tangent. My point was that Plato is influenced by at least two figures who are steeped in Iranian thinking, Pythagoras and Heraclitus. So did you want to...
okay, so I'm glad we laid that out, because I'm trying to show the setting in which we're in that leads up to the world that Plato. So when we get to, by the time we get to Plato he's initiated into the Pythagoreans, but we hear about him at his funeral, according to people who write about his funeral. I believe it's Aristotle, says the Magi attended his funeral. So what is he?
So
what is he?
I got distracted. This was the third thing that I was going to mention, is that I believe it is Aristotle. This is reported on by Mary Sedagast in her book, When Zarathustra Spoke. According to classical sources, the Magi attended Plato's funeral, and they claimed he was a member of the order. Okay? Now, this doesn't mean that Plato was like a Zoroastrian or something. Okay, like this is a common misconceptions today. Order of the Magi. You know, I discussed this at length in Iranian Leviathan. Originally, it was a Mithraic order, right, and it was very esoteric. You know, it had incorporated various Babylonian and Assyrian beliefs into it, and so forth, Chaldean astrology, and so it was a complex esoteric order. And just because Plato was a member of the Order of the Magi didn't mean that he wasn't also a member of the Pythagorean order and also this and also that. I mean, today, people who belong to Freemasonry tend to also belong to, I don't know, the Golden Dawn and any number of other esoteric societies. And so Plato was probably such a person in those days.
They said Augustus was initiated into 7 different things. Augustus.
Yeah, yeah. But it's worth mentioning that, you know, Plato wanted to go to Persia after traveling to Italy and Egypt, never made it to Persia, but, you know, the Persian Empire extended into Greece, into parts of Greece, and it appears at some point he was initiated into the Order of the Magi. And the Magi considered him among their own. Now, okay, here's a good lead into the, you know, conversation that I really want to have. The most striking thing about Plato being a magus, a member of the Order of the Magi, is his concept of the noble lie. Because as Herodotus tells us, and as we know directly from the compositions of Zarathustra, lying was considered the worst thing among the Persians. And well, I was going to say among Zoroastrians in particular, but also in Mithraism, early Mithraism. Mithra is the god of oaths and contracts, right? This raising of the right hand that we have to this day. This is a Mithraic oath. You know, when you raise your right hand to supposedly tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth in court and so forth. And so how is Plato a member of the Order of the Magi and also someone who's advocating this concept of the noble lie? Now, in Iranian Leviathan, I have a whole chapter called Emperor of Noble Lies, which is about Darius the Great. And I show that the understanding of truth that prevailed amongst the Mithraic initiates in Iran was a lot more complex than some simplistic idea of, you know, honesty to a fault, right? And, you know, so someone who wants to understand the nuances of the concept of truth and its relationship to strategic deception in an Iranian context should look at that chapter, Emperor of Noble Lies, about Darius the Great in Iranian Leviathan. But to bring the conversation back to Plato, in this essay, Pharmakon Artist, that I referenced at the outset, I argued that Plato's noble lie isn't simply one concept or one strategy that he deploys as part of the larger edifice of his thought. Plato's entire philosophical project could be seen as a noble lie. By his entire philosophical project, I mean the elaboration of the so-called theory of forms. So I make this really radical argument in the Pharmakon Artist, some of the highlights of which, you know, I'd like to discuss with you, where my thesis is essentially that Plato didn't believe in the existence of the forms, that he contrived this doctrine for the purposes of psychological and social engineering, and that his quote-unquote unwritten doctrine, which he confesses to having, is one that is, let's say, deeper than, or let's say deeper than, more profound than this exoteric theory of forms that he publicly disseminates and that becomes so seminal and pivotal in the history of Western rationalism. So that's the basic thesis that I forward in the essay, The Pharmakon Artist.
Now, that's interesting because in the dialogues that Plato gives us, there's this really important dialogue called Parmenides, where he has the master of that time period was Parmenides, but underneath Parmenides are these two up-and-coming sages that are his students, Socrates and Zeno. And Zeno is he's a, I guess you would say before the Epicureans, he's sort of he's against the forms. He's more of like an atomic atoms and void. But Socrates he has through the mouth of Socrates, he's arguing for forms, and he wins the debate, and he convinces Parmenides that forms is the real reality. And so, is this part of this? He's setting up. Look, even the great master Parmenides believes in these forms. Is this what's happening?
Right. So, okay, Parmenides is among the most complex Platonic dialogues. And in that dialogue, Parmenides, and the dialogue called The Sophist, where, Plato is engaging in another one of his critiques of the kind of sophistry that prevailed in his time, where people would hire these tutors to basically teach them how to argue anything, regardless of whether they believed in it or not. In these two dialogues, Parmenides and the Sophist, Plato engages with the thought of Parmenides. And one of the keys in my argument, one of the key points in the thesis that I lay out in the Pharmacon Artist, is that Plato makes a straw man both of Parmenides and of Heraclitus in order to develop the theory of forms, right? So since we're on Parmenides, let's go with that, and then I'll come back to Heraclitus. In essence, what goes on in these two dialogues, Parmenides and the Sophist, is that Plato feigns stupidity in the guise of Socrates, his mouthpiece, by misinterpreting what Parmenides means by being, in the sense of the one, and by nothingness. Okay, so in his Way of Truth, in Parmenides' poem, The Way of Truth, Parmenides was, he flourished, as they say in the Greek context, he flourished around 475 BC. So we're talking about someone living a generation before Socrates and a couple of generations before Plato. And Parmenides' point in The Way of Truth is very similar to the doctrine of Advaita Vedanta. It's that the world of multiplicity and change is illusion, and really the only existent thing is an absolutely unified, eternal, and infinite one. So if anything really exists, it has to be one thing of which nothing can really be predicated. And all of the specific characteristics that changing things have, changing both in space and over the course of time, all the predicates and qualitative characteristics of changing things are really illusions. Okay, and so, what we really are sort of like facets of this infinite and eternal one. And we should strive by the power of our transcendental minds to apprehend our union, our identity with this transcendental one. And the Eleatics, the school of Parmenides, would engage in various practices in order to initiate adherence into the mystery of this transcendental oneness, including the use of psychedelic drugs inside caves. So Plato, besides studying with Cratylus, who was a Heraclitean, Plato at one point studied with, I believe his name was Hermodorus, a representative of the school of Parmenides. So Plato is not getting his only understanding of Parmenides through Socrates. Plato, prior to having written the Parmenides and the Sophist dialogues, studied under a Eleatic or Parmenidean teacher himself. And I cannot believe that what we see reflected in the dialogues Parmenides and Sophist represents Plato's actual understanding of Parmenides. Because basically he argues that, like, Parmenides doesn't understand what non-being means. That when Parmenides is saying, look, either you have to say that there's nothing at all, or you have to say that really everything that's in a seeming state of change and all of the multiplicity in the world is actually just a one, right? When he sets up, Plato says that when Parmenides sets up this false binary in The Way of Truth, his poem, he's mistaking what non-being means. And that when we say, you know, nothingness or the non-existent, we are just referring to something other than the present state of affairs. It's what we would call it like an indexical reference. So, you know, right now, you know, I'm not sitting in a taxi. So, you know, if I say, you know, like, you know, my laptop on my lap in the taxi now, it's referring to some other state of affairs than the current state of affairs where I'm sitting in this room, right? In this apartment. And so it's a counterfactual that we intend to indicate when we use not such and such, when we use a negation. It's not some mysterious nothingness. This is what Plato's arguing in Parmenides and the Sophists. And so basically what he's trying to parse out in these dialogues is what we mean when we refer to a true or false state of affairs with some kind of a logically constructed proposition. He's trying to lay the groundwork for epistemology, for a theory of knowledge. But Plato, well, let's just say, would have to have been dim in order to believe that this is really what Parmenides was on about, right? I mean, clearly Plato could have understood that by nothingness, Parmenides meant something like what Gautama Buddha means when he talks about shunyata, and that Parmenides' you know, advocacy for an ontology of an absolutely perfect, unified, and eternal being is similar to the argument of Advaita Vedanta adherents against what they consider Buddhist nihilism. He would have at least have had to have that level of understanding. I mean, if you read the, you know, Platonic corpus and see the kind of sophistication of thought this man engages in, and, you know, his flair for irony and sarcasm and the subtlety with which he writes, there's no way to me that that could have been lost on him. And also the numerous passages in various dialogues, especially Phaedrus and Symposium, where Plato reveals himself to be a profound mystic. There's no way that he thought Parmenides was making this kind of a logical error. And yet he creates this straw man out of Parmenides. And part of this, the other part of the straw man is that he says that what Parmenides meant by the one is mistaken. That the one is sort of like what makes anything the particular thing that it is, right? It's like what makes a substance cohere as that particular thing that it is. It's not some, you know, mystical, vague sort of, you know, oneness that encompasses all things. Because if there were a oneness that encompasses all things, then anything that you would predicate of that would contradict its essence as infinite and eternal, right? Like if you imagine the oneness, as some mystics have, as a sphere that extends in all directions, well, you can't wrap your mind around the outer edges of that sphere without putting the sphere in a certain space. In the context of a certain space, there's something outside it. And once you admit that the sphere is inside a certain space, you also admit that it has spatial parts. You can think of the top of the sphere, the side of the sphere, the back of the sphere. So then there's a multiplicity spatially. And then as you're thinking about the sphere, time is elapsing. So then you're thinking of the sphere as it was in state A, as opposed to state B, or what it's going to be in state C. So the sphere winds up, or say, you know, it's a rotating sphere. It winds up having temporal parts. So as soon as you have any coherent conception of this sphere of the one, it has both spatial and temporal parts. And anything that you predicate of its spatial and temporal parts contradicts the essence of infinity and eternity that's proper to this one. So this is the kind of argument that he engages in, right, in Parmenides and the Sophists. And I think that it's making a straw man out of Parmenides. Plato does something similar with Heraclitus. Okay, so Heraclitus is an incredibly sophisticated thinker. This guy, when he describes everything in the cosmos as an ever-changing fire, he is not using fire the way that Thales used water, as a kind of element from out of which all other elements or things can be derived, right? We had thinkers very early in the history of pre-Socratic philosophy who took one or another element as fundamental. In the case of Thales, it was water, and they derived everything else like earth and air and fire from out of it. It's a huge mistake to think that that's what Heraclitus means by fire. If you want to understand what Heraclitus means by fire, look at what Werner Heisenberg says about him in Physics and Philosophy, the greatest German scientist of the era of the Second World War, German physicist rather. Werner Heisenberg, one of the pioneers of quantum theory, writes about Heraclitus in Physics and Philosophy and says that how Heraclitus describes fire and its relationship with the psyche, and the way in which fire is a metaphor for the logos, okay, the order in the cosmos, and the relationship between the fire and the psyche, to the mind of Werner Heisenberg, was some kind of a precursor to the relationship between consciousness and quantum potential in quantum theory. So that what Heraclitus means by fire is something like what we mean by quantum potential, right? You had these like early atomists that thought the world was basically made up of marbles. Their metaphor for the fundamental stuff were like something like, you know, the marbles the Greek children played with.
Right.
You had others who believed that some substance, you know, like water, went through various changes of state, and that all things arose, had their genesis in that manner. What Heraclitus is saying is that what everything is made up out of is a dynamic flux that can't be pinned down, and that is never in a static state. At no point do you find it in a static state. It's something that's always inherently in a dynamic flux, and that thing is integrally interconnected with consciousness, or what Heraclitus calls psyche, psyche. And the relationship between psyche and this dynamic flux has a logos to it. It has an order to it. Okay, and it expresses certain teleology. And this is very similar to what we eventually arrived at on the other side of atomism in the quantum theory that, you know, describes the collapse of the quantum wave potential by consciousness. So Heraclitus, you know, is so sophisticated in his ontological thinking that, you know, Werner Heisenberg, I think, rightly saw his understanding of, you know, the cosmic flux and its relationship to the mind as a precursor of quantum theory. And Heraclitus makes it very clear that he isn't saying there's no such thing as existence. In other words, it's not a view of pure becoming as opposed to being. It's that existence is always in a state of process, and this process does have a kind of teleology to it. And so when Aristotle claims that Plato developed the theory of forms because Heracliteans like Cratylus, Plato's teacher in his youth, thought that you couldn't know anything about things that are in a state of perpetual flux, this is not credible, okay? There's no way that Plato did not study Heraclitus for himself. There's no way that, you know, this book that we call the Fragments today, that used to be called On Nature, isn't a book that Plato picked up and read for himself. He probably pored over it for years. And as a student of the Heraclitean school. And so even if Cratylus was such an imbecile that he misunderstood Heraclitus so badly that he says, you know, Heraclitus shouldn't have said, you can't step into the same river twice, you can't even step into it once, because as your foot is going into the river, it's not the same river, the waters keep flowing, right? Even if Cratylus was such an imbecile to believe that Heraclitus was advocating a view of such sheer becoming that, you know, you couldn't know anything about objects, right? That, you know, knowledge was ruled out, and that we were going to wind up in a state of like perpetual skepticism regarding everything. There's no way that Plato wouldn't have understood Heraclitus better than Cratylus himself did, right? I mean, this is typical. Like, you go to study a certain doctrine with some teacher, and that teacher is a lame representative of that school of thought. And you're introduced to that school of thought through the particular teacher, but then you go and, you know, study the origins of that thought yourself, and you come to a better understanding of it than this person who, you know, gave you some introductory lessons concerning. And so I have to believe that that's the case in terms of Plato's understanding of Heraclitus. And I argue that it is the case on the basis of all kinds of remarks that Plato makes in Cratylus and Theaetetus in particular. There are two dialogues, dialogue named after the Heraclitean teacher he had, Cratylus, and another dialogue, Theaetetus, in which, and you have to read my essay Pharmacon Artis to really be able to see, you know, how I do this, but in which if you subtract the forms that Plato's setting forth, the account of the world that you're left with is a deep understanding of the teaching of Heraclitus. So basically, you can see from in between the lines of Cratylus and Theaetetus that Plato thought deeply about the doctrine of Heraclitus, but then he wants to make this straw man from out of Heraclitus the same straw man that Aristotle gives us when he says Plato studied with Cratylus. He saw that if you have this view of all things in flux, knowledge is not possible. And so he came up with the theory of forms as a way to build an epistemology, to build essentially what becomes the first theory of knowledge and the basis for science, ultimately.
Yeah.
But it requires making a straw man out of Heraclitus in order to do that. Because, see, essentially what Plato does is this. He takes Heraclitus and he turns him into this cardboard cutout where everything is in a state of flux. We can't know anything about physis, right? And in fact, the mind is not stable enough and separate enough from the flux of nature for the subject to predicate anything of objects that have independent existence. He turns this into the view of Heraclitus, right? So everything is flowing. You can't know anything about the dynamic physis. That's, let's say, the material world, right? Hule, matter, is a dynamic physis that you can't know anything about because it's always flowing. Then he makes a straw man out of Parmenides.
Right.
And he said, okay, well, what can be salvaged from out of Parmenides is this idea of the one as what gives something enough coherence to be the particular thing that it is, namely to make it a substance. And he says, instead of there being this one that's synonymous with infinite and eternal being, which would render the entire world of multiplicity an illusion, there is a multiplicity of ones. There's a multiplicity of unities. And this multiplicity of unities interacts with or interferes with nature in a state of flux in order to give us the objects of our perceptible world that we experience. And here, the Pythagorean doctrine becomes significant because this multiplicity of ones, okay, that he's getting from Parmenides, he's adapting from out of Parmenides, it takes a mathematical form, which he's getting from the Pythagorean order. So remember, Pythagoras, quote unquote, believed the world is made of number. That's an oversimplification. But Pythagoras thought that the fundamental constructs of the physical world were geometric and mathematical in nature. So Plato takes the oneness of the one of Parmenides and he fuses it with the geometric quality of the fundamental nature of reality as Pythagoras elaborated it. And he creates these forms, which he compares to geometers' templates. The templates that geometers work with. Templates. They use them in machine shops also, even back in ancient Greece. The templates that, you know, a craftsman, technitas, the craftsmen worked with. And so you have these templates that each have absolute and perfect unity, right? So the form of the circle is not circular. The form of the circle isn't round. And the form of heaviness isn't actually heavy. It doesn't weigh anything. Each of these forms is absolute. It's perfect. It's infinite and eternal in the same way as the one of Parmenides. But there's a multiplicity of these, and they're of a geometric or mathematical nature. And these infinite and eternal forms interfere with the flux of pure matter, of hule, right, as a kind of a dynamic energy, the fire of Heraclitus. And from out of this interference, you get the objects of our world, the things that we experience, right? And also the finitude of the human mind as shaped by experience in a human body. Okay, this is how basically Plato develops the theory of forms by taking a straw man Heraclitus and a straw man Parmenides and fusing them together, also drawing on the mathematical thinking of Pythagoras. And I think the most complete form of this that you see in the Platonic corpus is in the dialogue Timaeus, you know, Plato's dialogue Timaeus, where he talks about how the forms and matter, pure matter in a state of ceaseless flux and chaos, basically, I don't want to say intermix, you know, but how they interact with each other in this void, in this chasm that he describes in Timaeus. And from out of this chasm, this interaction of forms and matter and flux produces the multifarious objects of our experience, of which we can predicate things, about which we can know things with reference to the eternal forms, right? So our rational minds are of the same nature as these infinite and eternal forms. And although our minds are ensconced in souls that are further shaped by the conditions of our physical body, it's still possible for our minds to grasp and analyze the physical world in terms of these supposedly non-physical forms. And that's what gives us the basis for, you know, episteme, or what later comes to be framed as scientific knowledge about the world.
Okay. I'm trying to show this in a way where we can like see the timeline. Because if I'm not mistaken, is it because Zeno, or not Zeno, Parmenides comes from what was a part of the Persian Empire, and which is modern day Turkey. He goes to Magna Graecia, which is in Italy now. And was Pythagoras there before him? Is he going to the Pythagoreans? So he basically joins this Pythagorean movement happening in Magna Graecia.
Parmenides?
Parmenides? Yeah. Is that what happens?
I haven't seen any evidence that he joined the Pythagorean order, but
that's what I'm asking. Are they separate?
Pythagoras was first.
Pythagoras is first. Parmenides comes from the east, sets up in the same general area as Pythagoras, but they have two different schools. Now, is this where Heraclitus, is he learning from both of these people? Is he coming? Because I think Heraclitus. Well, no, is Heraclitus
both of them?
Right, but I'm saying Heraclitus, where does he fit in between Pythagoras and Parmenides? Is he is he part of one of those schools, or is he a completely different school? Are these three different schools?
Different school.
So we have three different schools.
At least. Gotcha. The interesting thing is that Heraclitus hated Pythagoras. They were both coming from out of the Persian Empire. I don't mean just geographically, right? Remember, Pythagoras studied for over a decade with the Magi, and then Heraclitus was invited by Darius to become the court philosopher of Iran. So they're both coming from out of this Persian spiritual, intellectual background, and yet Heraclitus hates Pythagoras and takes a few jabs at him in his fragments, where he basically says, he's like charlatan who came up with some like new agey cosmopolitan doctrine and whatever.
Which is true though. Well, okay, so now I just want to lay that out. We have these three schools that are, all three of them seem to be somewhat tied to Persia. They both come to Italy, or they all come to oh no, I'm talking about those two. Then Heraclitus has his own thing. Now Plato, who's coming a century and a half later after Socrates, is learning about these schools, which are these other pre-Socratics. Now, so my question is this. This is very interesting what you're laying out, because we have these three schools of thought. Is Plato trying to unify them? What is he trying, and what is his goal in like straw manning these brilliant thinkers? What is he trying to do with these three schools of thought?
Yeah, okay, this is really the question. Okay, this is really the question. So in order to answer that, we need to step back and look at the world into which Plato was born, okay, and the time, and society of these men that we've discussed so far. Homer is often misunderstood as a literary figure and as a poet in the contemporary sense. That's not at all the case. If you read the Iliad and the Odyssey, and particularly the Iliad, which is believed to be actually older than the Odyssey, and there's some question about whether the Odyssey, the Iliad and the Odyssey were both oral traditions. And this Homer, who at some point wrote them down, was a particular bard who sort of codified what was for a long time before that, centuries before that, an oral tradition. But the world that's revealed by the Iliad and the Odyssey is one where basically people are the playthings of fate and, are at the whim of the gods and don't have hardly a thought that's their own or a conscience of their own. At any moment when someone, quote unquote, comes up with an idea in the Iliad, it's because some god suddenly came in and gave them a particular inspiration.
Like Eros.
Thought into their head.
Eros comes up with his bow and strikes you. Now you're in love with somebody. That's the idea.
When Achilles is seized by anger, or when Achilles is seized by anger, or when, any passion that seizes a person is attributed to the influence of a certain god. And they would hear these gods, and sometimes they would see these gods. And there's no sense of personal conscience. All of the actions taken by the heroes or the villains in the Iliad are basically either dictates of one or another god, or they reflect some deeply ingrained social custom and ritual. We're dealing with a completely ritualistic society of custom, an incredibly conservative traditional society, wherein there was no distinction even between nature and culture, right? Like the same way that birds had certain habits, they had a certain way of life that was proper to them. It was proper for women to be in the kitchen, and to take care of the domestic sphere. That wasn't considered an aspect of a particular culture, and the migratory patterns of birds are an aspect of nature. The distinction between nature and culture is something that was defined by the first philosophers to begin with. It didn't exist in the world of the Iliad. So all of these actions taken by various figures, like Agamemnon and Achilles and so forth in the Homeric world are either based on what was expected customarily, or they are, they're things that the gods commanded. There's no personal conscience or sense of free will even that would allow for conscientious action. And the other important point is that the medium of the Homeric, let's call it whatever, sagas, the medium of the Homeric epics, was something akin to rap music. It was recited and performed in a way where the tempo and modality of the poetic performance was meant to sort of contagiously move the audience in a way where they embodied the message being delivered through the medium. A book that's been written about this is Eric Havelock's Preface to Plato. So I refer people to that, Havelock's argument in Preface to Plato, where he's saying that we shouldn't think of Homer as poetry in anything like a contemporary sense. It's more like a cultural encyclopedia of, like, for example, there's huge passages on shipbuilding in the Iliad, like how to build ships.
He's the internet.
That knowledge was transmitted through this poetry, quote unquote, okay, via the oral.
The Orphic and Homeric hymns are the predecessor of the internet. Is that, would you agree with that statement?
Well, there's something to that in the sense that the internet is becoming yet again a kind of highly mimetic medium. The core idea in Eric Havelock's study, Preface to Plato, is the idea of mimesis, or mimicry, like action that's highly imitative, in which there's no reflection, right? So it's like, highly imitative embodiment of the message being conveyed by a medium without any personal reflection or critical thought about it. And so this is exactly what takes place today, let's say, with bad rap music, not the kind of rap music that occasionally has like thought-provoking messages to it, like revolutionary political rap, but like gangster rap, the old bling bling gangster rap about money and cars and hoes and etc. and whatever, right? And the people who listen to this rap, and you can see them like on subways when and they're moving their bodies in a certain way as they listen to the rap.
The Bacchic revelers were like this. They were just full energy, full, just going with it, just going hard. Like that was what, that would be the equivalent of what that rap is.
Yeah. And so when you say the internet is like that, it's because in a way, like we are being, how can I put it? Barbarized, or kind of like being reduced again to a kind of pre-rational, pre-reflective state through the intense mimesis, the mimetic power of the internet, right? It's okay. That's a whole critique that's a side conversation. But point being, Plato was dealing with a society where that's what poetry is. And this poetry is totally corrupting children with all kinds of stories about, sadistic and manipulative gods like Zeus, who use people as their playthings and engage in, rape all the time on, using various disguises. And so he considered this totally deleterious to the development of the moral fiber of children. And when he bans the poets in his Republic, this is the kind of poetry he's talking about. He's not talking about poetry in the contemporary sense. He's very specifically taking aim at Homer.
Okay, let me jump in for 1 second.
Yeah.
This question is about to lead up to, I know this is going to be the one. This is going to be the question. You're going to enjoy this question, because but
let's not forget the previous question. I'm still trying to come around to answering, why did he make a straw man out of Parmenides and Heraclitean?
Okay, you know what? You're right. Let's do that first. Go ahead.
But don't forget it. Don't forget this.
Yeah, I got my note, though. I got a really good question that's going to follow up.
All right. So here's the thing. In the context of this culture of mimesis, of unreflective imitation, and the basically unthinking absorption of traditional cultural values, right? In what had for centuries been an oral culture. These sages like Parmenides, Heraclitus, Pythagoras are breaking out of that, and they're teaching people to think for themselves. But the people who they're teaching are an extremely minuscule elite, okay? And by elite, I don't necessarily just mean wealthy people, although that tended to be the class of people in the Pythagorean schools in Sicily, for example. But they were teaching, at the very least, we can say, a very rarefied spiritual elite. And so they had the luxury of engaging in very esoteric manners of expression, very cryptic and profoundly thought-provoking formulations of the kind that you find in Heraclitus and in Parmenides. And in the school of Pythagoras, I mean, the guy didn't even write down anything. It was, you know, not permitted at his time, in his own time, to write down his teaching. And he had two grades of followers, at least, one of which was in front of the curtain, sitting at his feet, and the others of which had to sit behind a curtain that separated him from them. So Pythagoras is the original man behind the curtain. That's where the expression comes from.
Wow.
So point being, these esoteric sages were not really changing the society of the time. And in fact, when the Pythagorean order was in danger of reshaping the society of Sicily, when it started to have significant sociopolitical influence, the aristocrats riled up the mob and they set fire to the Pythagorean schools. And this is how Pythagoras ultimately died himself. He either died in the fire or from, you know, wounds that he sustained during the burning of the Pythagorean schools by the mobs of Sicily, who were riled up by aristocrats. So Plato's look, and then of course Plato sees how his own teacher Socrates is executed by the Democratic Assembly of Athens for provoking people to think for themselves and question authority and question custom and tradition. And so Plato realizes that it's not enough to express yourself in this esoteric and cryptic form and convey deep truths by that means, the way that Heraclitus and Parmenides did. You have to build a theory of knowledge that you can institutionalize in an academy, which then becomes responsible for educating the youth, rather than allowing them to be corrupted by what they're absorbing through Homer, for example, right? And in point of fact, Plato does set up the first academy. But, you know, what we have to remember about Plato, who sets up the first academy, is that before he met Socrates, he was an aspiring tragic poet. He had written this tragedy that, you know, he was going to submit to a competition in the theater of Dionysus. And the story is that after he heard Socrates talk, he burned his great tragedy in an offering to Prometheus. He calls forth the god of fire and burns his great tragedy that he was going to enter into this competition and all of the rest of the poetry he had written up to that point, and decides to become a student of Socrates. But he's coming from the background of having been a tragic poet. And of course, Dionysus is the god associated with tragedy. And then it's reputed that Plato, when he died, was discovered to have had a copy of Aristophanes' comedies under his pillow, which he slept on every night. Wow. Okay, which he took to bed with him. And when you look at the symposium, toward the end of Plato's symposium, there's this conversation between Aristophanes, who appears as a character in that dialogue, and a representative of comedy, and Agathon, who's a tragedian. And Aristophanes and Agathon, after everybody else has fallen to sleep, they're all drunk and they're falling asleep. They're all sprawled all over the floors. These two are the last ones awake. And as the dawn is rising, they're having a conversation about whether there could be a new form of art beyond the binary of tragedy and comedy. And I think that this is what Plato wanted philosophy to be, that he's conceiving of philosophy as a new art form that embraces the best qualities of both the tragic view of the world that you see in like Heraclitus and comedy. In other words,
is this where you get the satires? This is where you get the satires from? They try to merge the two together?
Yeah, and okay. In Symposium, Alcibiades, who is this scandalous politician and disciple of Socrates, actually people say he was trying to become Socrates' lover. Alcibiades gives this eulogy of Socrates with the Maenads all dancing around to the flute tunes of Dionysus. Okay, this is the backdrop. As this Dionysian ritual is taking place and everyone's drinking and they're playing the Dionysian flutes and the Maenads are all dancing around, Alcibiades gives us this eulogy of Socrates. And he says Socrates is a trickster. He is a pharmacus, a witch doctor who has brought us a pharmacon. It was snake poison that was used by traditional doctors as a cure. So in the right amount, it's a medicine,
venom,
but in excessive doses, it will kill you. And he says he's been subjected to the venom of Socrates' poison, and it's driven him mad. And that Socrates deploys all these arguments in an apparently rational manner, but really what he's trying to do is drive a person toward a kind of divine madness. And he admits to having been driven there himself by Socrates. And so we get this. Why does Plato present this image of Socrates in Symposium? And why, in the same dialogue, does Socrates say that Eros is the only thing that he's ever understood and the only thing that he worships? Socrates says this in Symposium. Excuse me, what happened to the forms?
Right.
Right? So Diotima, he had this teacher, Socrates had this teacher, Diotima, who, according to Plato and how he writes the Symposium, taught Socrates this great mystery of Eros as the ultimate,
did a video on this
enigma, the ultimate secret, right? That, divine love, in the sense of the erotic,
yeah,
is somehow the ultimate key to wisdom, right? And essentially, it's a Western form of Tantra, okay? And
he lays out how he said, look at the stories of Homer. Every time a character's in trouble, Eros comes, strikes his bow, and makes one of these lovely ladies fall in love with the hero and save them. Eros is always, he said, Eros, according to Longus from the novel Daphnis and Chloe, Eros has more power than Zeus himself. He has the power over all the elements. That's like, what? What the hell is Socrates talking about?
Yeah, and what happened to the forms? So, look, if you go back to Plato's Republic, there are some rather cryptic remarks that he makes.
This was my question. This was going to be my question. Because in Plato's Republic, he says, Homer's no good. Homer, no. Homer has Achilles in Hades crying. That can't be this. We cannot have this. We need a cosmology where the good people go to heaven and experience eternal bliss, and the bad people go to Hades, not Achilles going to Hades. And so my question is Plato setting up the cosmology of Judeo-Christianity? Okay,
so now I was going to go to Republic, but let me just make a brief aside here that's relevant to how you frame this question. In Phaedo, the death dialogue, the dialogue where Socrates drinks the hemlock and martyrs himself, Socrates' disciples are all around him. His friends are surrounding him, and he says that he tells them they shouldn't worry because he's going to a place where he's going to be surrounded by all the best men, essentially an afterlife populated by the virtuous. And lays out, as you put it yourself, a kind of prototype for the Christian vision of heaven. And he basically, how is this set up? Let me actually read you the passage. It's because it's quite striking. This friend or disciple of Socrates is Cebes, or Cebes, says to him, probably even in us, there is a little boy who has these childish terrors. Try to persuade him not to be afraid of death, as though it were a bogey. What you should do, said Socrates, is to say a magic spell over him every day until you have charmed his fears away. But, Socrates, said Simmias, where shall we find a magician who understands these spells now that you are leaving us? Okay, that's when they're imploring him to console them about his dying, right? To reassure them that he's going to a better place and that they shouldn't, excessively mourn his death. And so then Socrates comes back with, quote, if I did not expect to enter the company first of other wise and good gods, and secondly of men now dead who are better than those who are in this world now, it is true that it would be unjust for me not to grieve at death. As it is, you can be assured that I expect to find myself among good men. While I would not particularly insist on this, I assure you that I could commit myself upon this point if I could upon anything. One more time. While I would not particularly insist on this, I assure you that I could commit myself upon this point if I could upon anything, unquote. All right. This is a disaster, and I'm going to tell you why. First of all, in the same dialogue, Phaedo, these quotes were from Phaedo. In the same dialogue, Socrates says, Plato, of course, in the mouth of Socrates, says that we can't have any true knowledge while we're inside the body. That we can only have approximate knowledge, and that true knowledge can only be attained through total freedom from the senses. Wow. Objective, absolute knowledge can only be attained when our mind has been freed from our body and its distorted perception of things, and we're able to perceive sort of like as if from the vantage point of the realm of forms. Okay? But he's presenting a vision of the afterlife where that's not the case. When he wants to reassure his disciples, he's presenting like what becomes the classic sensuous afterlife of, let's say, Christianity.
Like faith, right? Having faith.
And that's, in that state, you have what's called a soma pneumaticon. That's what the Greeks called it, the spectral body. Soma pneumaticon. It is a world where you still have perception and you still have sensations even. Now, here's a further problem. This heavenly afterlife that he presents us with in Phaedo contradicts what he writes in Republic in the myth of error. In the myth of the story of this soldier error, myth is not the right word. In this tale of error in Republic, we're presented with basically like what we would call today an NDE, a near-death experience account, where this guy, Air, sort of dies and lives to tell the tale, comes back and lives to tell the tale of what the afterlife is like. What is the transition between death and rebirth like? Because, of course, Plato argues in favor of reincarnation. Right?
And the Orphics use this as the secret knowledge of what to do when you go to Hades and how to reincarnate the right way and keep your memory.
Yes,
like
Plato studied all these things, right? So, but the thing is this, the story of error portrays a kind of afterlife transition between death and rebirth that's actually very similar to what we see in the Tibetan Book of the Dead. the
Absolutely.
Mahayana Buddhist account of the Bardo state, and it is not the same as what Plato says to reassure his disciples in the Phaedo. They conflict with each other.
Absolutely.
And the account of Phaedo conflicts with what Plato says about knowledge only being possible once we free our mind entirely from the senses, because the Bardo state, or the state of the Soma Pneumaticon, is still a sensuous state. And so this stuff doesn't make sense, okay?
No.
And the guy, obviously not a moron. He's not contradicting himself. He's saying these apparently contradictory things for a reason. Let me present one more.
Yeah, no, and everything you're saying is, this is what I've been wondering about Plato since I've been reading about him. Like, what is going on with Plato? And it seems that he's changing. He wants to change the norms of what people think about reality and the afterlife. Go ahead.
So one more point that's relevant to this death scene, to you know, the account that we get in Phaedo of Socrates' last days. His disciples show up and they see him writing poems based on Aesop's fables. These animal stories, the animal stories with a moral about donkeys and things.
Yeah.
And he's sitting there in his last days writing poems based on Aesop's fables. And they ask him basically, like, what are you smoking? Like, have you lost your mind, Socrates? Like, what are you doing, man? This is how you're spending your last days? And this is what Socrates says in reply. He says, quote, now let's keep in mind, right now, this is the Plato who's writing this is the guy who in Republic has claimed that the poets should be banned.
Right.
Because they're corrupting the morals of the youth. And he thinks there should be very narrow, like, limits on like what kind of poetic compositions there are for the sake of edification and inculcation of virtue in the youth. This is the guy who's writing what I'm about to read. He goes, Socrates says to his disciples who are wondering if he's lost his marbles, versifying Aesop, quote, I did not compose the poetry to rival either Evenus or his poetry. I did it in the attempt to discover the meaning of certain dreams and to clear my conscience in case this was the art which I had been told to practice. It's like this, you see. In the course of my life, I've often had the same dream, appearing in different forms at different times, but always saying the same thing. Socrates, practice and cultivate musicae, the arts, in the sense of poetry, musicae. Socrates, make music. In the past, I used to think that it was impelling and exhorting me to do what I was actually doing. I mean that the dream, like a spectator encouraging a runner in a race, was urging me on to do what I was doing already. That is, practicing the arts, because philosophy is the greatest of the arts, and I was practicing it. But when my trial had taken place and this God's festival was delaying my execution, I decided that in case it should be this popular form of art that the dream intended me to practice, I ought to compose and not disobey. I reflected that a poet ought to work on stories, not discourses. And I was no story writer, so it was the stories that I knew and had handy which I versified. Aesop's, the first ones that occurred to me. So, okay, this is a diabolical writer.
Yeah.
What is he telling us here? He's telling us something about the relationship between the Dionysian essence of the poetic and the kind of art that Plato sought to produce in his youth as a tragedian, on the one hand, and the Apollonian rationalism of what becomes Plato's philosophical project, on the other hand, as exemplified by the theory of forms. And the same Socrates who's telling us this ridiculous and unbelievable thing, namely that, oops, maybe I was supposed to like versify children's stories and animal fables instead of doing philosophy. Maybe that's what this voice, this daimon, was telling me all my life, that I should make music, right? And I wasted my whole life. So I make up for it by making poems of, animal fables that I read in childhood. No. So this ridiculous story is really another way that Plato is signaling the fact that there's an esoteric and unwritten doctrine here. That when Socrates says in the Symposium, the only thing I've ever understood and that I've devoted myself to worship in life is eros. Again, Dionysian power, right? And so now where I was going to go before, and I think is a good time to loop back around to it, is these passages in Republic where Plato is comparing the forms to the diagrams drawn by geometers. And so look, according to the conventional understanding of the theory of forms, you obviously can't see forms, right? So you can, no matter how perfect the circle you draw is, it's not a representation of the form of the circle, nor is a perfect triangle the form of the triangle, right? The geometric diagrams that are drawn on blackboards or whatever, or these days that are formulated by computer code, are not the form of that geometrical object. I mean, if you zoom in enough on what appears to be a perfect triangle generated by a computer, it's going to pixelate at some point. Okay? Even if you were to print out what appears to be a perfect triangle using individual atoms, right? In molecular nanotechnology, if you use an electron microscope, it's going to also pixelate. So nothing we can craft in this world will represent the perfect circle or the perfect triangle or the perfect square or whatever, right?
Doesn't that debunk Plato?
Well, no, but here's the thing, right? Plato claims that the forms exist in this invisible realm, right? That they're beyond the physical world. But here's the thing, is that I don't think he really believes that.
No, me neither.
There are passages in Republic where he compares the invisible forms to the diagrams drawn by geometers. Okay, try to grasp this point. It's a little bit of a subtle point. So the diagrams drawn by geometers can never represent forms. They're infinite, they're eternal, they exist in this realm beyond the physical world. So Plato shouldn't be comparing forms, the real forms, the transcendental forms, to the diagrams drawn by geometers. But he does do this. He does do this in Republic. I'll give you the passage in a minute. Let me lay it out. And what he says is that these forms are meant, like the diagrams used by geometers, to act as step ladders in order to help us intellectually grasp or spiritually grasp with our mind's eye the form of the good. So all the other forms are simply step ladders or useful tools like geometers' diagrams to help us grasp the form of the good. The way that geometers use the drawing of a circle on a board to help someone understand what a circle is as an abstract definition. And with equal significance, Plato says, I was afraid that and he said, okay, so that was Republic, what I just laid out there, and I'll give you the passage numbers in a minute. And then in Phaedo, he says that I was afraid that if I contemplated the form of the good directly, I would go blind the way someone who looks into the sun does. And so I took refuge in the realm of ideas, and so I took recourse to ideas, meaning the forms.
Right.
So what are these forms then? Are they constructs that are meant to help you not go blind intellectually and spiritually? And what's the relationship between that looking straight into the sun and the madness that Plato talks about in Phaedrus?
Divine madness.
And that Alcibiades accuses Socrates of having driven him to in Symposium, the divine madness. Okay. So let me just take a moment to give some references here. The geometers' diagrams that I was talking about That's in Republic 510 to 511c, 510c to 511c, where he's saying that all the other forms are there only so that you can contemplate the form of the good, and they're like tools, they're like geometers' diagrams. And then the passage where he says that he was afraid he'd go blind by staring straight into the sun if he contemplated the form of the good directly, that's in Phaedo 99d to 100a. Phaedo 99d to 100a. Specifically, he says, quote, I thought that in the contemplation of true existence, I ought to be careful that I did not lose the eye of my soul, as people may injure their bodily eye by observing and gazing on the sun during an eclipse, unless they take the precaution of only looking at the image reflected in the water or in some analogous medium. I was afraid that my soul might be blinded altogether if I looked at things with my eyes, and I thought that I had better have recourse to the world of idea and seek there the truth of things. Okay, the world of idea, meaning the realm of forms. Now I want to look at two really important letters that Plato wrote. One is the seventh letter. They're referred to as Plato's epistles, the letters that Plato wrote to various people. Right. One is the seventh letter, and one is the second letter. And significantly, the second letter, Plato's second letter, is a letter that he wrote to Dionysius II of Syracuse.
Oh my God, this is gonna lead up to another good question. Go ahead.
Because
doesn't he try to kill Plato later? Plutarch writes a story. It's one of the tyrants of Sicily or Syracuse tries to kill Plato, and then Plato had to get out of there by the.
Oh, yes, I thought you said cure. No, yes, kill. No. Yeah. It's a disaster. So,
yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So Plato. This is also a really important point to grasp in terms of the philosopher living his ideas. A philosopher is someone who doesn't just sit in an ivory tower, but wants to change the world, okay? Wants his ideas to reshape society. Plato attempted to implement his conception of the ideal society. He went to Syracuse in contemporary Italy, southern Italy, and he attempted through a follower of his in the court of Dionysius the Elder, Dionysius I, a guy named Dion, who was part of the family of Dionysius, was a follower of Plato. And this Dion gave him basically, Plato, a foothold in the royal court of Syracuse. And Plato tried to influence the son of Dionysius to not be a tyrant like his father, and basically mold him into the type of philosopher king that he portrays in Republic. And long story short, Dionysius gets rubbed the wrong way by this, and his courtiers convince him that Plato is out to wreck the conservative traditional society of Syracuse. And he has Plato sold into slavery.
Yeah.
And some rich guy bails Plato out basically and buys his freedom, and Plato escapes back to Athens. Then Dionysius dies. Dionysius I dies, and Dionysius II comes to power, and Dion, who's his uncle, Dion is the uncle of Dionysius II, he winds up with more influence at court, and so he basically implores Plato to come back and try again. And Plato comes back and he tries again, now to shape Dionysius II, a monarch who's actually on the throne. And the second letter is a letter to this Dionysius II of Syracuse, which Plato writes to him after Plato is forced to flee again. Plato is forced, at the risk of his life, to flee for a second time.
Yeah, Plutarch says that I think it was the second Dionysius wanted to kill Plato and almost did. Was very close to doing it.
Yes. And then, get this, he repents at some years later. Dionysius II has a change of heart, and he convinces Dion to beg Plato to come back for a third time to Syracuse. And he agrees he's going to let Plato basically experiment in Syracuse with his ideas for social engineering and so forth. And it ends badly for a third time. And the third time, as Dionysus II basically, conspires to execute both Plato and Dion, Dion leads a coup d'etat against the government of his nephew and tries to take power directly, basically as a representative of Plato's philosophical project. And Dion is killed in the process, and Plato has to escape Syracuse, for the third time, right? So he basically, and this is very important.
But this is the same geographical location where Parmenides and Pythagoras and all these guys are.
Yes.
So this is a huge thing for the Western civilization. Like, all these events are shaping the world today in a weird way, in the ripple effect way. Yeah.
But no, this is really important in terms of understanding the concept of the noble lie. Okay, this is an idea that Plato brings up in. I'm going to come back to the letters. I know we're going on a tangent, but it's still relevant to setting this up. What Plato's misadventure in Syracuse is very important to understanding the noble lie as an applicable concept. In 414 to 415 in Republic, Plato introduces this idea of a lie that would be noble, a deception that would be, that would be of merit and would have, that would be virtuous, a virtuous deception. Okay, he introduces this idea at 414 to 415 in the context of the so-called myth of metals, where he's saying that, we have this tripartite society with the guardians or the philosopher rulers at the top, the military class of basically, noble-minded knights in the middle, and then the general citizenry of farmers and business people in the third tier. And he's saying that as part of getting people to accept this type of structure in society, which is, of course, a meritocratic structure because people are educated, they all receive the same general education, and it's throughout the course of their education that it's determined which class of society they belong in. But as part of getting people to accept this kind of meritocratic, tripartite class division of society, will inculcate them from childhood with the myth that the gods have mixed one or another metal into their soul. And the philosopher rulers have gold mixed into their soul. The noble warrior caste has silver mixed into its soul. And the general populace of farmers and merchants have bronze. And so that's the context in which he introduced. So in other words, this is bullshit, okay? It's a lie. It's some myth. But children should be brought up with this myth because it's constructive to reinforcing what is actually a noble attempt to replace the arbitrary aristocracy and kind of quasi-feudal society of the time with a meritocratic system, right? So it's serving to actually reward individuals for their merit as expressed through their performance in the course of their education. So that's what makes it a noble lie. And then this noble lie comes up two more times. Once in the context of how marriages will be set up with a view to eugenic breeding. So in the Republic, the philosopher rulers and the military class are all married to each other. They have a kind of like common marriage. It's like basically free love. Okay, people, the men and women in the ruling class, and the men and women who serve as soldiers basically have a communal life where they're all sleeping with one another. The general populace, though, have marriages and have families, but the marriages are arranged with a view to eugenic breeding. In other words, the people with the best genes should be the ones who get together in order to produce children free from diseases and deformities and so forth, and the brightest children and so forth. Plato is the father of the concept of eugenics. But he says, to make this go down easier, we'll tell the general populace that, we're going to hold certain lotteries that determine who they get to marry, what group of people are their eligible mates. And this is the second application of the noble lie in service of the eugenic breeding program. The third and final example of the noble lie is the most important, though, and the most relevant to our general conversation. And that's where Plato says, again, going back to his attack on Homer and how all the sadism and brutality in the Iliad, for example, is deleterious to the development of the youth. Plato says that, look, these religious myths that we have are ancient, and we don't know whether what they're depicting is something that ever really took place. We have little knowledge of vast antiquity. And so we should spin these myths. We should rewrite them in ways that are more constructive to the development of the youth and frame a religion that portrays gods and goddesses and so forth in a way that will serve as an ethical example for the children brought up with this religion. And the guardians, the philosopher rulers, don't have to believe in this religion. It's not true, but it's constructive for developing a society oriented toward actual discovery of the truth. In other words, a society where science can flourish.
Yeah.
And okay, so now you got to understand, we're dealing now with an incredibly duplicitous person. This person is proposing restructuring the entire religion of the society based on lies and creating a false religion which the rulers themselves won't believe in, but which they'll get the majority of the population to believe in, because that type of religion, that I don't want to call it a cult, will actually foster scientific thinking in the long run and will be more conducive to the development of reflective, critical, and strong individuals, which seems a little paradoxical, right? But it's the idea that you have to force people to be free. And on the way to doing that, on the way to forcing people to think for themselves, you need to give them certain constructive fables, myths, right? Ideas that may be false, but that will be thought-provoking and that will that will cultivate virtue in them. Okay, so these are the different examples of the use of the noble lie. And as I said at the beginning, what I'm suggesting is that this entire theory of forms is itself a noble lie. So to get back to that argument, right? We were talking about the sun, which if you stare straight at, and by the way, the metaphor of a sun that never sets is at the heart of the writings of Heraclitus. So I think that Plato is getting the simile of the sun straight from out of his years as a Heraclitean in his youth. And in the context of this whole discussion of how, until and unless you're ready for it, contemplating the good, the form of the good, can blind you intellectually. It can drive you mad spiritually, right? And so you need something like the forms as a sort of safety net on the way to that. In the context of all of that, let me read what Plato says in some key passages of these two letters, the seventh letter and the second letter, the one to Dionysius of Syracuse. In the seventh letter, Plato writes, "This much, at any rate, I can affirm about any present or future writers who pretend to knowledge of the matters with which I concern myself, whether they claim to have been taught by me or by a third party, or to have discovered the truth for themselves. In my judgment, it is impossible that they should have any understanding of the subject. No treatise by me concerning it exists or ever will exist. If I thought that any adequate spoken or written account could be given to the world at large, what more glorious life work could I have undertaken than to put into writing what would be of great benefit to mankind and to bring the nature of reality to light for all to see? But I do not think that the attempt to put these matters into words would be to men's advantage, except to those few who can find out the truth for themselves with a little guidance. That is why any student of serious realities will shrink from making truth the helpless object of men's ill will by committing it to writing. In a word, the conclusion to be drawn is this: when one sees a written composition, whether it be on law by a legislator or on any other subject, one can be sure if the writer is a serious man, that his book does not represent his most serious thoughts. They remain stored up in the noblest region of his personality, unquote. And now one short passage from the second letter, his letter to Dionysius II of Syracuse. Quote, take precautions lest this teaching ever be disclosed among untrained people. It is impossible for what is written not to be disclosed. That is the reason why I have never written anything about these things and why there is not and will not be any written work of Plato's own. Farewell and believe. Read this letter now at once many times and burn it.
Wow.
Unquote. So Plato never wrote his philosophy. All these writings we have, the most voluminous intellectual work that survived the destruction of the Library of Alexandria and so forth, the corpus of Plato does not represent the teaching of Plato. What Plato wrote were plays. He was a tragedian. He was a trained playwright. Remember, he burned his plays when he met Socrates. He torched them and dedicated the burning of his plays to Prometheus and called for the god of fire to inspire him in his next endeavor, which is his philosophical project. But he did that at the theater of Dionysus and as someone who's coming from out of the Dionysian tragic poetic tradition, a tradition of ecstasy, of mystical frenzy, right? Of the contemplation of beauty as the key to understanding the nature of the divine. And so I think that Plato's unwritten doctrine, which he tells us exists, right, in the seventh letter and in the second letter, he says his true teaching remains unwritten. So meaning what? Meaning we have to read between the lines of the dialogues if we want to understand, what Plato actually thought. And we have to read between the lines to understand what the hell Plato was trying to do in Syracuse, or why Plato thought that noble lies needed to be employed for the sake of reshaping society beneficently. Okay, so this is what I argue in the Pharmakon Artist, that Plato, and of course the name of that essay is a play on words, right? Pharmakon, it's the snake poison that's also a medicine in the right dose, which is what Socrates is accused of dispensing. He's being accused of being a pharmacus, but obviously my title, The Pharmakon Artist, has con artist in it.
Oh, right? Nice.
So he's and in a way, Alcibiades accuses Socrates of being a con man in Symposium. Why would Plato write that? He builds up this character, this great tragic martyr, seeker of truth, enlightener, and he allows Alcibiades, he gives him the stage with the Maenads playing the Dionysian flute tunes in Symposium to portray Socrates as a kind of trickster, con man, basically magician, witch doctor, right? Because Plato's telling us something about himself and who and what he really is, what he's up to.
Wow. Now, when Plato talks about how what you want for a society is that you want them to think that their laws are not only divinely from God, but they're the most ancient and they go back to the beginning of time. And when you weigh this up with what is being said in, for example, the Old Testament, and there are some people who now are theorizing that the Septuagint came first and the Hebrews came, regardless if that's true or not. Even if it's not true, there could be on the other side, there could be that this Old Testament myth fits so well with what Plato envisioned that the people in Alexandria said, let's put this together. It's this Septuagint that's Ptolemaic Empire, that is Greek, obviously, and they have the libraries and they have Plato's writings. Are they putting together what becomes the myth of the Western civilization as we know it, Judeo-Christianity? That's the question, I think. Is Plato the one who constructs this?
I don't know if you realize the profundity and terror implicit in the question that you just framed. I mean, it is perhaps the single most disturbing question that we could grapple with about the history of Western civilization, and by extension, the entire world that's been conquered and dominated by the West.
And hold on, let me just stop for a second.
Yeah.
All the hours of us talking as leading up to this question right here, it literally has been. And this is like the question. Did Plato construct what became the myth of the West, the religion of the Western civilization as we know it? You know, the universal church.
So, okay. I answered this question, not in the Pharmacon Artist, although, you know, I'm developing an embryonic phase of it there. I'm planting the seeds for it there. But I answer this question of yours at the heart of Iranian Leviathan. In the series of chapters that goes from the one I mentioned earlier, Emperor of Noble Lies, where I'm portraying Darius the Great as a noble liar in the style of the Platonic philosopher king, all the way through Hassan Sabah, the leader of the Order of Assassins at Alamut Fortress, claiming that nothing is true and everything is permitted, and that the entire Quran, with its sunnat, its Sharia law, was a noble lie. Okay? In the series of chapters in Iranian Leviathan, which includes a treatment of the origin of the Old Testament under the influence of Mithraists, who were the patrons of Jewish Pharisees that set up the Second Temple state after Cyrus and Darius rebuilt the Temple of Solomon. Okay, I have a whole treatment of that. That chapter is comically titled Tekel Tekel Manicheanism. And it's about the relationship between the Persians and the Jews, and how Judaism was created and why.
And you also have so many commonalities between the Mithraic orders and the early Christians. So much. They're even using the same worship places.
Right. So now, look, this is like a whole other conversation.
This could be, yeah.
Okay. But in a nutshell, the answer to your question is that a case can be made that people who understood very well what Plato's esoteric project was, and people who knew how to deploy, mobilize in the most sophisticated way on the highest level, or at the deepest level, if you want to put it that way, engineered the Abrahamic revelation, the biblical religion, as a catalyst for the transformation of society. But the catalyst was not intended to get people to become good Jews, or later good Christians, or even later good Muslims. The catalyst was intended to get people to go to the devil. The purpose of the catalyst was to confront people with an image of divinity that ought to be rejected and resisted by the conscience of the human individual.
Whoa.
It was a pharmacon. Remember, pharmacon. It's poison. If you don't take to it the right way, it will kill you. It's a snake bite, like the snake in the Garden of Eden. Why would you tell a story like that, by the way? If your point is to get people to believe in Yahweh, why do you even have the whole narrative of the serpent offering the fruit of the tree of knowledge to Adamic man? Why? Why even include the story about the fallen angels and how they taught humanity to rebel against the Elohim? Why even have the Tower of Babel in there? I mean, if you just want to instill paternalistic, patriarchal, collectivistic obedience into a society, write like Confucius. Don't tell us about this serpent and about these rebel angels and about this Tower of Babel. What are you trying to do here? Instigate rebellion. Give people models of challenging authority. That's very Plato. So
Wow.
okay, so here's the thing. My view is very radically divergent from the common understanding of the relationship between both Christian scholasticism and Plato, and then later Islamic scholasticism and Plato, because Plato was as important to the medieval Muslim thinkers as he was to the Catholic scholastics. Conventionally, it's believed, and even Nietzsche subscribed to this idea, that Christianity is Platonism for the masses,
Right.
and that the Christian scholastics, Aquinas, before him, Augustine, and so on and so forth, they basically adapted elements of Plato into, aspects of the Christian faith by making them more amenable to a popular understanding, right?
But what you just did is you just answered the question that scholars have been dumbfounded by, is the closer we get to the origins of Christianity, the closer we get to the beginning, the more diverse it is, the more Gnostics there are, the more opposing there are. There's people who literally say that Yahweh is evil and that Cain was good because he wasn't offering blood sacrifices. They start off that way. They don't become that way later on. They start off that way because they're seeing the duality within the stories. You choose a side. You're choosing a side.
And so I believe it's a travesty.
You're right, dude.
For the Christian scholastics to frame Plato as, quote, a virtuous pagan, unquote. Like, he would have been a Christian if he were alive today. No. Plato is out to create the devil. That's his aim. Plato wants to basically promulgate diabolane, what the Greeks called diabolane, a dynamic tension, a throwing through of opposites. This is what his dialectical method is about. It's why his dialogue, it's why he wrote dialogues, and it's why his writings are structured in the conversational and oppositional way that they are, because he wants people to set positions against one another. He assumes all kinds of positions through the mouth of Socrates that he himself doesn't subscribe to, and that over the course of his corpus contradict each other. And he does that for the sake of provoking insight and catalyzing independent thinking.
He's literally separating goats from sheep in a sense, where
exactly.
Here's the story. However you interpret this will determine if you're one of these types.
That's exactly it. And in fact,
it's genius. It really is.
In fact, he comes close to saying this, in the seventh letter, that you can't get philosophy from some treatise. That it's not like, philosophy is not about subscribing to a worldview that some guy has written down in a treatise. You have to have direct experiential knowledge of certain things about the nature of reality. And you're only going to get that in dialogue and in a life in common, he says, with others also devoted to seeking the truth. So Plato has this unwritten doctrine, and this unwritten doctrine deploys all kinds of noble lies, up to and including, I believe, the theory of forms. And to my mind, Plato doesn't subscribe to the objective existence of these forms. They're useful constructs to promote the rise of rational thought of the kind that eventually becomes scientific analysis.
Wow.
Really, Plato sees the world more like Heraclitus saw it.
That is amazing. I don't even know what I think. That I want to leave it right there because that's perfect. That leaves the viewer with something to think about, and because I think the way we started off with talking about the Mithraists and how their religion sort of is this religion that influences all areas of the world in all religious aspects, and obviously Zoroaster comes along. He transforms this movement and he shapes philosophy of the West. And then we have this divide happening. There's people looking at gods in different ways. And which side do we devote ourselves to? Plato comes along and answers that question in an inverse way. Very secretive, very esoteric, but he does it. That's it.
Absolutely. And I think the takeaway is what you said, as you put it. His intention was to separate the goats from the sheep, to find a way to, basically pass society through that filter, and force to test people's mettle. That's where the freaking expression comes from, right? It's the myth of the metals. That our expression to test someone's mettle comes from the myth of the metals, ultimately. To see what someone's made of. What are you made of, right? By the way, just as a nice concluding note, that's very much the question in Christopher Nolan's film, The Dark Knight, which I think is the greatest of the Batman films.
Yes, today, it is. Yes,
right?
it is.
What are you made of, right? I mean, that's what that film turns around. But that film also turns around the noble lie. The whole film is about the noble lie.
Yeah.
Where Batman, as the guardian of Gotham, the philosopher king, the guardian of Gotham, is forced to lie to the entire populace, to take the blame for the murders committed by Harvey Dent, so that Harvey Dent, or Two-Face, can retain his image as the White Knight of Gotham. Because if people were to know that this district attorney, champion of justice and hero fighting against corruption, that he was driven by the Joker into becoming Two-Face and committing all these murders, if people were to see Harvey Dent in that light, they would lose faith. And, it would unleash anarchy and chaos in the city. And so the Joker, the trickster, forces Batman to become a noble liar in the guise of being the guardian of Gotham. But yeah, what is that film turnaround? The idea of testing someone's mettle, of hammering someone the way Batman is hammered by the Joker, and of asking them the question, what are you made of? Show your face, the one under the mask. Plato wore masks throughout his entire philosophical career. All of these characters in these dialogues are one or another mask of Plato, not just Socrates. But the conversation we've been having is really ultimately about the face underneath those masks that Plato wore.
Wow. That is just phenomenal. And I'm sure we will think of another thing to discuss at a future date. But as of now, I think this completes this 4-part series in what is behind Western esotericism, and where does it come from, and how does it end up with Plato on Plato's lap for him to make the choice. And it's like an IQ test. He's like giving the world an IQ test. Here you go. Take it or leave it. Let's see where you're at. Let's see how you interpret this.
Character, and a test of character, of ethos, test of ethos, right? Because who within ethos would ever worship Zeus or Yahweh?
Yeah.
You don't have to be a genius, right? I mean, in Plato's ideal state, in the Republic, you have the philosopher, but then the warrior caste, they're in the positions they are because they're virtuous, they're noble. It's why they're entrusted with the weaponry to protect society. They're not geniuses, the people in the warrior caste, but they do have ethos. Ethos defines them. And so those people are not, individuals who would worship a Zeus or a Yahweh.
Right. Yeah. And it's so geniusly gives them something to go to battle for.
Yeah.
So it helps out in that. It's so layered. It has so many different dimensions of playing the what do you call it? The puppet with the strings. Like he's got so many puppets on different strings, all by one person on top. But they're all doing different things, different purposes. It's really mind.
As a last point, Neil, let me just say that people should think of my philosophical project in these terms. Okay. I learned from Plato. I mean, a lot of people have framed me as a Nietzschean or something, or a Heideggerian. First of all, I don't belong to any of these schools of philosophy. I have my own philosophical project. But when I say I learned from Plato, I mean, I really learned from Plato. My work is in the style of Plato. My project is very much an esoteric project in the sense of Plato's esoteric and unwritten doctrine.
Well, I have links in the description. Where else can they, what do you have, anything coming up, anything you want to promote?
Just for now, I am always writing a new book, so I'm in the process of doing that right now. But for now, let's just link in particular my YouTube, the Prometheism YouTube.
Got it.
So that's the, where people can remain most up to date with my work. The Prometheism YouTube.
I'm showing it on the screen right now. Go hit that subscribe button. Links in the description. And you have just attained true gnosis.
You have just attained true gnosis. The demiurge has no power over you.